Guin Saga. Volume 16. Return to Paro. And so the battle is over. The young king ascended the dragon's throne. The people are crowded together. He shouted in praise of the duke's valor. From the Codex Irons. The characters, in a play or novel. Guin. Leopard-headed super warrior. Linda, the princess and seer of Paro. Remus. Linda's twin brother. The dauphin of Paro, Aldo Neris. Duke of Paro. Lord Crystal, Beck. Duke of Paro. Commonly known as the Duke of Valor, Lunnan. Elder of the Marquis of the 12 Holy Knights of Paro Ligeia. The Lady Knight of Paro. Daughter of Lord Lunnan, Scar. Prince of Argos. Also known as the Black Prince, Amneris. Rightful General of Mongol. Daughter of Vlad, Grand Duke of Mongol, Flori. Amneris's maid of honor. Borgo Valan. King Aglaya. Cameron, the Admiral of Wallachia. Talio. Grand Duke of Kumu. Talu. Commander-in-Chief of the Kumu Army. First Prince of Kom. Chapter 1. The Day of Bloodshed. Callan, Callan, Callan. There was a slow, regular sound. The people who used to jump with joy at the sound of the wind or the flapping of a bird's wings are now so exhausted that they seem to have lost the energy to even look back or look around with frightened eyes. A long line that stretches for many mots in a sluggish fashion. But what a miserable, miserable march it must have been. It is still better to carry household goods wrapped in cloths, babies and sick people in a car and pull or push them. A woman dragging a bag on her shoulders with no strength to lift it. A mother with a baby crying out as if it were on fire, walking mechanically with downcast eyes. The old man sitting on the side of the road will not move no matter how much the family members pull on him and persuade him. No, he could not move. There were not more than 10 or 100 such old men who sat on the hard stone and stared blankly into the air, as if even their voices of complaint and protest had died out in the face of such a fate, instead of holding a grudge against their families who had finally given up and left them behind. Some of them are clutching in their wrinkled hands bags of gumboots and water bottles, which seem to be the least they can do. In front of them, without a thought for them, crowds of displaced people pass by, sluggishly, forever and ever. Callan, Callan, Karen. It was the sound of an empty water bottle strapped to the wheel of a car driven by a weary old woman, splashing up every few tad and hitting the wheel. Kara, N. Kara, N. There's no one to blame for that. Occasionally, there will be a grinding sob or a groaning child sob, but they will always disappear, sucked into the heavy, stagnant silence that envelopes the whole area. The country was ruined, the city fell, people left their homes and families, and came out of the Taurus to take what they could, and that was the last mass of refugees. The more astute people and the high officials of the government gave up on the country of Mongol much earlier and left the capital, at least to the disadvantage of staying in Taurus. After the rumor of the death of Archduke Vlad spread to Taurus, many more gave up on Taurus. Always, the last people left are the ordinary and kind-hearted people who have no money, no position that allows them to get information quickly, who can't make up their minds to leave everything behind quickly, who have infants, old people, and sick people, and whose men are in the military service, and who can't bring themselves to do anything. They are ordinary and kind-hearted people. Because of the mixture of their attachment to their shops, their houses, their familiar city, and their loyalty to their country, as well as their vague optimism and impetuousness about the situation, only those who are least able to protect themselves tend to lose the ability to detect the danger and to take immediate action. They tend to lose the ability to recognize danger and to take action quickly. Now that the enemy was pursuing them from both the south and the north of the city, they began to be dismayed and to flee from Taurus in a daze, taking nothing for granted. Of course, there are also those who think that they have lost their time, or that they have no place to go, or that there is nothing that will happen to them even if they do go, or that they are not old enough to fear for their lives anymore, and there are also those who dare to remain in the Taurus. However, it seems to me that there are far more people in the world who do not have discernment than those who have discernment, and more people who lack courage and determination than those who have courage and determination. There must have been tens of thousands of people who cried and surrendered their Taurus after hearing the news of the approaching enemy forces. In the past 30 years, that is to say, since the foundation of the Grand Duchy of Mongol, the city of Taurus had never been invaded, even though it had extended its invading hand to the outside, and had never been trampled by the boots of the military even though it had trampled the capitals of other countries. Faint cries, weak curses and exhortations, the cries of babies crying out in a hoarse voice, the sound of cars lumbering across the cobblestones, the sound of water bottles clinking against each other. Nor are there any soldiers to protect and guard the people of their land. Around Taurus, apart from a few villages and orchards, is a forest of ashes, which continues until it reaches the plains of Kadain and Audane. As the day wore on, the cries of the children grew louder and louder. Fortunately, there is no shortage of things to burn in the forest. Someone suddenly turned around and pointed at him in surprise. Taurus burning. The direction of the Taurus they have forsaken. There, against the dark blue night that grows thicker and darker, I see a fire that blazes up like a small bonfire. Taurus burning. It was an all too obvious conflagration, the smoke of a wildfire, announcing the grim fact that Mongol had been defeated and Taurus had been crushed. The people did not shout or cry or mourn. There was no room for such half-hearted feelings to enter the hearts of this exhausted crowd of exiles. Some of them gazed blankly at the fire, and some of them did not even look back. They continued to walk in a sluggish manner. It was as if they were secretly convinced that the moment they stopped walking was the moment they would fall, and that when they could no longer walk, they would have to die. The night is about to fall on these miserable people without mercy. Walloon. They were about to be attacked by another, more sinister enemy. They would drag those who fell behind or strayed from the pack into the depths of the forest without mercy, devouring them with the sound of crunching bones, becoming more and more brazen as they learned the taste of blood and human flesh, and finally, the fear of the wolves, who would come rushing in packs even onto the road. Night has come, and after a long night, a gray morning has come. The morning light was no longer a hope or a relief, but it still brought some relief to the people. At least, the fear of a pair of glowing red eyes slowly approaching in the darkness had gone with the gray dawn. Not a single person bothered to find out how many babies, children, women and sick people had been caught by its wet and stinking fangs and dragged into the forest. The people took a short rest, ate what little food they could find, and then began their sluggish evacuation. Throughout the night, some of them hurried ahead with torches, and the line became longer and longer. A child cries out, complaining of tiredness and aching legs. An old woman huddles by the roadside, exhausted. As we leave the outskirts of Taurus and reach Kadain, the villages and houses of the free settlers gradually dwindle. The country was originally created by encouraging and rewarding land reclamation in a barren wasteland full of mountains and deep forests, with a small population and few cities. You cannot see the houses along the road where people give up their exhausted children, nor the sacred places of the gods along the road where people are gently embraced, because the road is dusty and bleak. The people walked on with downcast eyes and gripped, sore feet, hoping only to enter the Cadian region. And this was still a long way off. When I look back, under the ominous gray and stagnant sky, some black smoke rises up, as if to carry the disturbances and shouting that are ravaging the city to this point in a voiceless voice. In the city, there are some neighbors who were close to us until yesterday. There are old fathers and infants who have left their hearts behind, and there are houses and shops that have taken many years to build, and goods that have been stored away. However, people do not sit down with their heads covered with cloth and ashes and mourn. The husband looks at his wife, the son looks at his mother, the brother looks at his brother, and so on, as if they can forget everything by doing so. That. A long, gray swarm, smeared with misery, exhaustion, disappointment, fear. When was the last time there was a sudden, faint rustling in the front? The noise near the head of the line, which stretched for many motorcades, could not have reached the back of the line at once. For a long time after that, people continued to walk slowly and hopelessly without knowing anything. Oh my! Wow! When the screams and the murmurings of the waves finally gave us an indication that something was wrong, the long gray lines were disturbed, and people saw people throwing out their carts, carrying their children, and running back, stumbling and falling, from ahead. Enemy forces. Barbarians on the steppe. He's gonna kill me, he's gonna kill me. Help me, I'll be there. There's screaming and crying in the crowd. They threw everything down, stabbed at their brethren, crushed those who had fallen, and tried to flee in the direction of Taurus, from which they had finally escaped. Some of them jumped off the road and tried to hide themselves in the deep forest on either side where the wolves were waiting for them. Soon, the place was in chaos. Screaming, crying, the sound of things breaking. Fight! If you are a Mongol, take up arms and fight. Let the barbarians see what the people of Mongol are made of, even if they can't match us. Form a circle with the women and children in the middle. Fight, to protect our children. The cries of the men came from all over the place, but most of them were drowned out in vain. Some of them, little by little, formed a small circle, gathered a cart, put women and children in it, and tried to make a place of resistance. Those who have swords grab swords, and those who have nothing grab pieces of sticks and stones. The women also pulled down their skirts and grabbed knives. Do. Some struggled to escape, some stayed and tried to take a shot, some tried to hide in the forest, some screamed and were attacked by the beast. A black tsunami approaching with a sound similar to the rumbling of the earth over these miserable people. Shouts and screams, warhorses roaring. The sky hangs heavy, as if it is about to be covered with a sandstorm at any moment. Beneath it, the rumbling of the earth is approaching. Call! Help me, help me, help me. Violent screams and shrieks fill the air. The armies of the horsemen of Argos, the people of the steppes, the sinister messengers of death with black cloaks fluttering in the air, rode up the red road from Haifa to Rufa to Daran, almost without resistance, to Taurus and Taurus. The wild, brash, unstoppable will of the people of the horse. The people of the Central Plains call them barbarians and regard them as a lower class of barbarians. But the blood of the burning prairie will not be transformed when it crosses the Willan and enters the Middle Plains. Don't touch the people yet. From Haifa to Taurus, through the rich provinces of Kadain and Audain they swept like a gale, while the firm command of the Black Prince, Scar, bound their wild souls. Scar knows all too well the wild hearts of the warring and plundering horsemen. For them there is nothing wrong in plunder and violence. It is the only law of the steppe that the strongest take and the weakest are ostracized. But Scar feared that by unleashing them, he would lose control of the situation before he entered Taurus. The regular army of King Argos would never do such a thing, of course. But Scar's most beloved people, the horsemen, have the same feelings as children. When a feast of succulent flesh is presented before them, they will devour it and think of nothing but devouring it. Do not plunder yet, and do not touch the women. Instead, get closer to Taurus and I'll let you do whatever you want. Scar had to repeat the same promise over and over again. These childlike ruffians from beyond Wyrin, their blood boiling with the adventures they had accomplished, could not be soothed without the blood of their swords, once sheathed. In Zame, they were beaten to a pulp, and before that, they were just brawling. Just when they were getting excited about finally being able to fight, Kumu entered the fray, and the amorous army was defeated in no time. Haifa, Rufa, and Dalan opened their gates one after another to the combined forces of Paro, Argos, and Kumu without much resistance. In fact, the hearts of the horsemen were stirred even more irritably than before the crossing of the Willan, and they were hungry for blood, battle, and screams. It will not be easy to hold them together and keep them together. Look! This is the countryside of Mongol. There's no money. There's no beautiful women. But if you go to Taurus you'll find plenty of plunder on your hands, and lots of beautiful women. There's good wine in Vazia. And the best gifts for the women of the steppe, beautiful cloths, beautiful neck ornaments and jewels. When they heard Scar's words, which he preached to them as if they were children, the ruffian warriors recoiled. A beautiful woman. Is it good wine, your highness? Yes, just one bite and you'll be relieved from the inside out. Good meat, good food. Looting. The horsemen of the steppe have no cities. They do not cultivate the soil, nor do they store up wealth or food. If they want, they will come like the wind to the cities of the settlers, and take what they need and leave. Disturbed by the promise of the scowl, they stopped short of the small towns and inns scattered along the road, and continued northward to Taurus. Behind them, the Paro's army and the Kumu army led by Talu are advancing in an orderly formation to control Taurus. However, only the Argos regular army led by Captain Kyle showed some control and acted together with the Paro army, and 2 days passed Dahlin. Finally, the head of the horsemen came upon a group of refugees from Taurus. Enemy. The Argos army is here. Help me. At first, the horsemen would have had no intention of lashing out at these miserable refugees, who were so recognizable at a glance. But sometimes it's not the blood, but the screams and the fright that brings the first blood. Call. Help me. Help me. People who hugged their children, threw away their belongings, stabbed their friends, and tried to flee in the direction from which they came. Aurra. Move, move. I will cut down anything that interferes with the march of the Black Prince of Argos, Lord Scar's horsemen. Aurra, Aurra. In front of the wolves of the steppe, who were ranting and raving and chasing away the refugees with whips and bow points, a woman running for her life fell down with her legs trapped. A horse's hoof clipped the woman's mouth as she opened her mouth in soul-freezing terror, holding the baby in her arms. Gaw. Moaning, a baby's crying like it's on fire. You killed him. Kill them all. Hytheriai. A brave old man ran out to the horse to save the baby. He clung to the foaming nostrils of the huge horse and wielded a stick in his sluggish hands. You prairie devils, you murderous barbarians. Move. You old bastard. The sword was raised. When the sword was thrown down, the old man's forehead was split in two and blood spurted out. One after another, the hooves of the galloping horses clawed at the old man's body and sent him reeling. Wawa. Help me. Murderer. Murderer. And now, the conquerors astride their horses were wolves unleashed on a flock of sheep. Aurra. Aurra. A crazy and cheerful loud laugh burst out. Horse after horse, cloaks fluttering, shouting savagely, the horsemen plunged into the midst of the fleeing refugees. The bloody murderous intent is not yet clear. But the blood of the wolves is driven mad by the frenzy of the fleeing sheep. Without time for the chiefs to restrain them or to organize them, the people of Taurus, running madly about, and the warriors, laughing and laughing, chasing them and raising their whips, tangled together and pushed forward along the red road. The crown prince, Captain Loang, with Guru Singh and Li Fa at his side, rode up to Scar, who was riding his horse. My lord prince, they have no weapons. I know. Scar brushed the edge of his black mustache. They're not fallen soldiers. They're just refugees from Taurus, and I'll make sure the chiefs hold back their warriors. It's a waste. One blunt word. But, they're running away and the warriors are chasing them for fun. Don't worry, I won't kill them all. Oh, no. Loan, I know the horsemen. Scar said as he pulled on the reins and let Hanyi dodge the bags that were lying under his feet. You have to let them do what they want. It's no use trying to hold them back with force or discipline. If you hold them back too long, they won't listen to a word I say. If you're concerned, go back and join Kyle and the others. If the horsemen start looting for real, it's not a scene for the faint of heart. Loang fell silent. I looked at Guru Singh and Li Fa to see if they had anything to say. Guru Singh's sunburned face showed no expression whatsoever. And Li Fa is silent, staring at Scar with utter trust. Scar laughed and quickly whipped Han Yi. With a snap, the great horse started to run. Oh, your highness. Li Wa Loang rushed after him, but he didn't pay any attention to that. Taking Han Yi under his wing, Scar ran straight into the mass of refugees and steppe warriors. On the streets and by the roadsides, people who have been hoofed by horses, pushed aside by their brethren, or trampled underfoot are lying, bleeding, and groaning. Some of them were so brave as to form a circle to greet the barbarians, and these were mercilessly cut down by the fierce warriors of the steppe. Children and women were crying and screaming, various things were scattered all over the road, and the horses were staggering. As he ran through the crowd, darting through the scattered luggage and bodies of people, Scar turned his horse around and roared loudly. "Hey, take it easy, idiots, looting these refugees won't help you. Build up your strength. Don't shed unnecessary blood. We're going to Taurus. We're on the verge of Taurus." Some put down their whips and bows and laugh wildly, others shrug their shoulders and recoil from their horses, but as usual they chase after the women and run after them, clutching their breasts with their hooves. Many of them snatch the sacks of those who try to escape and rummage through the contents on horseback. The cries of the refugees gradually became louder and louder, interspersed with the sound of clacking hooves. At the end of the road, the sun had turned into a huge, blood-red disk, and seemed to be bathing the sky in a tide of blood. The shadows of those who feared and those who were feared, those who fled and those who pursued, intermingled to form a long tail over the red road. Scar's lips quirked slightly beneath his mustache as he ran at Han Yi. No matter how far he ran, crowds of fleeing refugees, screams and cries followed him. And the city castle of Taurus was at hand. Although Taurus was built to be more battle-ready than the cities of Crystal and Marga in Paro, it was not, like the cities of the East, a city surrounded by fortresses and confined within them. Originally, these towns were inhabited by the people of this area, but since the Grand Duke Vlad made them his capital, they have developed rapidly and have spread out in all directions on their own, and many new towns have sprung up along the roads. The Grand Duke had gates and walls erected around the center of Taurus, but they were not strong enough to hold the whole of Taurus as a single fortress. The reason was that this country, which seemed to have a new zeal, was eager to go out and expand its territory, and was still more interested in looking outward than in firmly establishing its own footing. It was also because the capital itself, which was located near the frontier and surrounded by mountains, was originally in a position that made it difficult to attack or defeat. That Taurus is on fire. Already, the allied forces of the Primorsky territory, which had landed on the two leads from the north, had fallen into the two leads without encountering any resistance, and were marching straight down to the Taurus. The 20,000 or so generals led by General Razin, the defender of Taurus, fought a futile battle in many parts of the city, but they were no match for the masses, and the smoke of destruction rose from many parts of the city, and other parts of the city itself lay still as a city of death. The refugees who fled Taurus had long ago seen behind them the fire and the smoke that burned their cities. But now, pursued by the wolves of the wild steppe, and having no choice but to flee into the forest and fall into the fangs of the real wolves, they had nowhere to return but to Taurus in flames. When the people who had fled through the night along the road to escape the plunder of the Scar army finally reached the place where they could see the familiar city of Taurus, they saw black smoke rising from all parts of the city and the city gates closed tightly from the inside. They seized the gate, and beat it with their bleeding fists, and cried with their voices for it to be opened. Some of them were so exhausted that they fell to the ground outside the gate, and never moved again. The streets were littered with discarded baggage, old men and children's corpses, and other miserable figures, alive but only in name, and the army of the prairie was approaching with increasing vigor, scattering, jumping and trampling over them. The gates of the city were tightly closed, and there was no sign of any response to the voices of those who sought help. Beyond the city gates, too, there was the sound of destruction, faint screams, the roar of falling houses, and the clamor of battle, the unmistakable sound of disturbance. "Help me. Open, please. He's going to kill me. Have mercy on our brothers in Mongol. My God. My God." The number of those who clung to the gate and cried out increased, but their cries grew weaker and weaker. They ran out of strength, and their hands, which had been holding out to them to save their children alone, fell to the ground, and their faces, stained with tears and mud, were twisted with fear as they huddled beneath the gates. In the meantime, the sound of hooves, like that of a tsunami, and the terrifying cry of Aurra, Aurra were steadily approaching. It's Taurus. It's the city of Taurus. Breach the gate. Break the gate. With a mighty yell, the blue wolves of the steppe dug out a piece of lumber as a hammer and smashed it against the gate. The refugees screamed and fled from under the scattered and spilling bricks. When the wolves saw that they were not successful, they selected light-skinned men, threw a wrench over their heads, jumped through the gate, and opened it from within without encountering much resistance. Hola! It's Taurus! Let Taurus fall! Taurus was the land of plunder and freedom which the Scar had promised them. Immediately they turned away from the refugees and rode into the city of Taurus, beating their horses until they blew foam. It was like a black torrent rushing and splashing into a floodgate. The refugees were running for their lives, those who were slow to flee were splattered on their hooves, those who could not find shelter were hugging each other, and those who could not find shelter were cowering under the walls, trembling as they tried to hide from each other. After Scar's army had swept into the city like a gale, the sound of a more massive tsunami rang out a little later. It was the regular army of Argos and the advancing army of Kumu. Don't let Scar get the better of you. Don't let the Argos army defeat you. Taurus. Taurus. The voice of time echoing in the heavens and the earth, the tens of thousands of people and horses running through the land will make the earth loose and leave a whirling wind in their wake. The refugees, no longer able to turn their heads, but only huddled together waiting for the demon gods to pass, were unaware that the day of judgment had finally come for Taurus, and that they were witnessing the destruction of the country of Mongol. Forever and ever the torrent of men and horses flowed into the Taurus, loosening the earth and roaring through the sky. Just as the Kum army's retreat had finally passed, a small cloud appeared on the horizon again, and in a moment it became an army of silvery hues. It's the Paro army. Paro's army, which had been humiliated by the Mongol soldiers in the past days, was now in the capital of Mongol as a victor and a conqueror, and the people of Taurus knew it. They had already whispered to each other that the pharaohs would be the most terrible enemy, and that they would probably kill all the citizens of Taurus in order to avenge the humiliation and suffering of their once proud nation. They had nowhere to flee and no strength to resist. They sat down on the ground, stunned to death, mothers holding their children in their arms, relatives huddled together, waiting. They looked like hunted beasts, waiting only to be killed. The wailing and sobbing ceased at once. From beyond the crumbling wall that looms overhead, the smell of burning things, black smoke, and the sight of the end of a nation, whether they know it or not, the sky is filled with a great number of sinister gaugers, chirping and dodging in a circle, aiming at whatever lies below. God. Janus. Janus, who created everything in the world. Whether the groans, prayers, and lamentations of the people would reach Janus or not, the silver cloud that had appeared on the horizon grew larger and larger, and now the regular march of men and horses could be clearly seen. The cries, sobs, and despair of the people grew louder and louder, and it seemed as if they would blanket this high day of Armageddon. Through it all, solemnly, the Silver Army is approaching. This is Lord Beck, the second in command, riding alongside Aldo Neyris. Lord Crystal, the commander-in-chief of the Paro forces, frowned uncomfortably for the first time this morning. Thank you for this. It's terrible. Protected by the female knight Lygia and her troop of banner men, Lord Crystal rode slowly on his white horse, seemingly unmoved by the devastation around him. His beautiful, fair face was tightly drawn, but his eyes, fixed on the scene, were expressionless under the black veil of night. Neyris, Prince Scar is going to let you loot Taurus, Lord Beck said again. They were cousins, and there was some resemblance in their faces, but if the one was like a white lake, the other was more like a warm river, though not so well formed. Ald Neyris does not answer. What does he think? His eyes are fixed on the four winds as if he sees nothing, and his lips are still drawn back. Neyris. Lord Beck turned away from the old man, who was reaching out to him as if in a panic for help. A horse's hoof had caught him, and blood ran from the old man's face. The wind blew the broken kithara along the roadside, and each time it blew, it made a faint, mysterious chord. Do I have to stop? Nerys looks back at Beck. His lips quirked up slightly and he said, "Why? The Argos army has its own rules and regulations, it's not for us to tell them what to do." "That's true. But..." He was about to say something when Beck fell silent and stared at him. People lying on the ground. An old man, still alive, bleeding from the head and body and moaning, and 4 or 5 boys are putting their hands on the body of a woman, who seems to have expired and is still huddled and motionless, and are shaking her to wake her up. A man with a pale face is trying to pull out a girl who is under a cart, which seems to have been knocked down in an interesting way. Lord Beck averted his eyes. He is a man of war. He will not flinch from the horrors of the field of battle. But this is not a battle. He was a helpless refugee, without weapons, desperate to leave his home and city, only to cry out and run for his life. "I know that the people of the steppe are not like us," Beck muttered with a sigh. "Nerys. Here's what happened. When we attacked Liaga, the town of Liaga, which was supposed to be on our side, raised the banner of the Kaurians as soon as the Kaurians appeared, and when the Kaurians were defeated, they sided with Argos and lowered the drawbridge. Kyle, for example, said that this was a way of surviving on the steppe, and he had no ill feeling about it. I suppose it happens. The Middle Plains and the steppes have different ways of thinking, different gods to worship. Which of you, Scar, is a manly, warrior-like man, and does he think nothing of letting his men plunder and trample refugees like this? Well, in any case, I guess it's necessary to let an army, especially a non-regular army of Yosetsis, off the hook from time to time." Beck looked at Nerys. The calm, gentle tone of his voice conveyed nothing of his inner turmoil. Beck could tell that Nerys was not very interested in such things. "We have no intention of letting our troops plunder the city. No, we will do our best to restore order to the city, and if necessary, we can supply the refugees with supplies. The people of Taurus will soon learn that Paro's army is not barbaric and does not slaughter its enemies out of spite," Nerys said softly, soothing Beck's silence. "There is nothing to be done by holding grudges with grudges. You can't force Argos or Kumu to do what Paro does, but Paro can do what Paro does. Perhaps Kumu will demand the right to rule Mongol, but for Paro, there is not much profit in occupying Mongol, and the situation domestically is not like that. Nerys seems to think that this war is already over. The refugees on the roadside, the babies thrown out, the houses torn down, seem to his eyes to be of no consequence." "That's not what I meant," thought Lord Beck. That was not what he meant. But then, if you ask him what he wanted to say, he was not so sure. He felt sorry for those who had been slain, but that was the nature of war, and it was the weakness of his own heart that made him so anxious about it. "It is not as if I were to tell Scar or Talu, Prince of Kumu, to stop their plundering. This is called the fate of the world, the fate of war. During the Battle of the Black Dragon, the people of Paro were crushed in this way by the soldiers of Mongol. I guess I'm a little too timid for a military officer." Lord Beck kept his eyes fixed on the world around him. Only one army was about to pass through the gates of Taurus without breaking ranks. From the city, shouts of pillage, not battle, are heard. Lord Beck's heart tightened. As he looked at his beautiful cousin, he saw that he was deep in thought, and that his eyes seemed to have sunk into his own interior, bypassing the scenery around him. Whoa! Deafening screams and shrieks were already filling the city. As they passed by, groups of horsemen cut down Taurus citizens as they came upon them, and when they saw a house of interest, they ran into it, smashed up its contents, searched for money, and abducted its women. Anyone who tried to challenge them was immediately cut down and their houses set on fire. This is the only thing. The arm of a good-looking woman holding a bracelet and crying out was cut off from its base, and the bracelet was taken off from one of her bleeding arms and the arm was thrown away. A Kumu soldier is running around with a raw head on the tip of his spear, a girl is surrounded and her clothes are being cut off. Illuminated by the funeral fires, which had turned into huge bonfires and were burning here and there, the faces of the soldiers were stained and bloodshot, just like demons. Children running for their lives were thrown into the fire with loud laughter. The old man was seized, and his wrinkled hands were cut off finger by finger, as if he wanted to tell where the money was hidden. A frenzy and a fever, an abnormal excitement that seems to allow anything to be done and to do anything to be done, is engulfing the soldiers. The screams of the fleeing sacrifices, the cries of the women being killed and raped, and the sounds of the burning of the houses are driving them mad and upsetting them. Some of them are fighting over prey, not only between Primorsky Krai and Kumu, Argos and Kumu, but even among themselves. That was the hell of the Shura that had been cut off from the world. In front of the blazing flames, many black figures were tangled and running around like dancing demons. A gasping scream came from the throat of a girl being carried by many strong hands. On every street, in front of every house, there are dead bodies and dragged-out articles. Some of them are running around with beautiful cloths around their bodies that they have stolen and are very proud of. Some of them are forcibly pouring wine into the mouths of women that they have caught. Some of them are tirelessly knocking down the doors of houses in search of more war. How cruelly, greedily, and cruelly people can be in the midst of the abnormal height and time. For those who do not witness it, it is an unbelievable scene, and a hellish picture of sour nose is developing everywhere. Already, the tourist defenders have ceased their resistance altogether. It was already some time ago that a white flag was raised atop the Golden Scorpion Palace. There is also a wild plundering and violence going on outside the palace. The women of the court, screaming and running for their lives, were the prey that the soldiers could not miss. "Ah! Help me, help me! Somebody, somebody!" Women who lose their shelter and are dragged out of their hiding places are lifted up one after another, grabbed by the hair and carried away. Kaya! No! It seems that someone was amused and set fire to the curtain. From one of the rooms of the palace, flames flared up and spread. Smothered by it, women and government officials who had been hiding came out and fell into the waiting hands of the soldiers. Like the beautiful women, the fat and terrified civil servants were no less interesting than the women. When they were seized, they wept and begged for their lives, and cried out for the treasure. "Hooray, hooray, try to run. Fuck you, you fat fuck. You dress too good. Come on, come on, come on." The Mongols are brave and strong, aren't they? The soldiers surrounded the high-ranking officials and amused themselves by poking and cutting them with their sword points. When the men were so terrified that they sat down and became incontinent, they grabbed them and threw them many times into the yard below. They scraped off their bellies and cheeks, saying that they were going to tear off their unwanted flesh, and set their expensive clothes on fire. The man who was set on fire screamed and screamed and screamed, and was instantly blackened. They imitated him in their exultation, and drank much of the wine which they had found in the storehouse, and threw it over their heads into a large jar, saying that they would give it to their enemies to drink. The death, slaughter, and destruction that had been unleashed on the Golden Scorpion Palace and the downtown Taurus had been equal and indiscriminate. The Grand Duke's hearse, which was still in storage and had already begun to emit an unpleasant smell, was found. The Grand Duke's crown was taken up and thrown from hand to hand by the joking soldiers. The soldiers put on their crowns, draped curtains around them, and sat down on their thrones and made merry. The hearse itself was not assaulted, as might be expected, but the expensive furnishings in the room, the fine brocade cloth over the hearse, and the jewels inlaid in the throne were all plundered. Nevertheless, the dictator was so angry that he never recovered from his long sleep. The fire, which had been licking the curtains and trinkets, soon burst into flames and crawled out like a living thing from treasure to treasure. As expected, the commanders of the United Forces of Primorsky Krai ordered their soldiers to extinguish the fires, but the fires did not subside easily because the air of this season in Mongol was very dry and the soldiers pulled out and scattered cloths and fragile furniture in every room. The corpses of men and women who had been beaten to death lay gloomily in rooms and corridors here and there. Those who had to be cremated in this purifying fire that honored Mongol might have been rather fortunate. In the meantime, the horsemen and the Kumu soldiers, tired of the violence and plunder in the city, came to the Golden Scorpion Palace in search of new food. The soldiers of Primorsky territory were still civilized people. All the beasts of the earth were in a frenzy, smashing, ransacking, robbing and raping everything. Nothing escaped their hands and their eyes. There were many women and officials who, hearing the enemy soldiers rushing in through the gates, had committed suicide in order to escape the terror and humiliation. In one room, 8 or so women officials were hugging each other tightly and drinking poison. Many civil servants were so terrified that they leaped out of their hiding places, slammed themselves down from high balconies onto the cobblestones, and sprayed themselves with brain plasma and blood. In one of the rooms, the soldiers went crazy. It seemed to be the dressing room of a woman of very high rank. It was filled with many splendid dresses, fabrics, and accessories. Most of them were in the Mongol style, but some were in the Paro style. The soldiers fought over them like dogs over a piece of meat. In another room, a soldier rummaging through the spoils of war curiously picked up a painting from his desk. It was a picture of Lord Crystal, the commander of Paro, and it could not have been found here. How could the soldier of Kumu have known that it was a picture of his brother-in-law, who had been carefully kept by the unhappy Prince Mir, the young Prince Mir who had fallen into the hands of an assassin? The room and the Duke's palace, which had lost its master, became still and silent, and since there were no maidservants, the soldiers soon abandoned the area and ran to the women's palace and the rear palace, where there seemed to be more wealth. Screams, cries, groans of despair, the sound of fire crackling in the air. It was now a world of confusion and terror, death and violence, carnage and eternal fire. The screams of the women went on forever, the fires smoldered, and the city seen from the balcony was filled with black smoke, as if it were a land of fire. Men on fearless horses rode like demons through the fire and destruction, and then rode back again. Gradually, a horrible silence fell over Taurus, while the screams and shouts remained unchanged. It was the silence of death, unlike anything that had ever visited Taurus before. Silence. After all is said and done, a silence that seems to carry a terrible, material weight hangs heavy over the fallen city. Here and there are still sounds of smoldering fires, of buildings falling down in flames, and of faint cries and screams. However, the weight of the silence seems to overwhelm these sounds and to absorb them. Taurus has fallen. The Golden Scorpion Palace, the city of Taurus that no longer belongs to Mongol. A man was standing on a high balcony around the hall, looking pensive. His black, dark hair, pinned back with a copper ring, his reddish-bronze face as if it had been exposed to the harsh sea breeze for many years, his slim body like a Hagain. This is Cameron, the commander of the Valachian Navy. Cameron's piercing, bright gaze now turns thoughtfully and faintly toward the burning city, the sounds of disturbance coming from it, the swarm of soldiers running through it, and the silence that covers the dead city like the wings of a giant bird. It was an unexpectedly easy end to the battle, the end of a day of one-sided slaughter and plunder. Without knowing what misery and anguish this day had brought to Taurus, the huge setting sun lit up the earth as a disk on the horizon. That's Nosferus right there. Cameron folded his hands on his chest and gazed out into the unknown wilderness beyond, then turned his gaze back to look at the square houses made of stone, so unfamiliar to the eyes of those from Primorsky territory. It was a scene of the setting sun in the middle of the sea, which was different from the sunset that we were used to seeing on the horizon, and made us feel a strange loneliness. Black smoke is rising everywhere in the stone-built towns. Is the plunder and assault still going on? The soldiers of the Primorsky territory army have been allowed to do as they please, and have been asked to quit and return to their respective units to await orders. However, the plunder of the Cumans, Argos, and especially the horsemen who entered Taurus later was tremendous. As might be expected, only the Paro troops were seen to be strictly disciplined and took little part in the plunder. Admiral! Cameron turned his head when someone called out to him from behind. Stepping onto the balcony was an old admiral of Agraia, Thor Dariu. I didn't know you were in a place like this. Yes. I wanted to witness the end of a country, a city, with my own eyes. The end. The end. Yes, it is. Thordaryu approached slowly and stood side by side with Cameron, watching the scene. It's so easy. A country is dying. I've been thinking about that too, mentor. Cameron said with deep emotion. If it had not been for the death of the Grand Duke, everything would have taken a different turn. It's hard to imagine that in Primorai. The death of a single dictator can bring everything crashing down like this. It's a tragedy for a young, historyless country. Is there no one left of the Grand Dukes of Mongol? Prince Mayer is already dead and his successor, Princess Amneris, has fallen into the hands of the Kumu army in Zame, so there is no one left. There are 2 princesses who are said to be her cousins, but the Grand Duchess originally came from a low family and is related to her, so she is not a family that should be respected so much. The Grand Duchy of Mongol must be finished now. That general, Rozin, I'm sorry to say, but I'm afraid he has no choice but to take the blame. It seems that everyone else with even a modicum of status has either fled or died in battle. Mongol was feared for his bravery and valor. Cameron said meditatively. Each of the soldiers may be brave, but it seems that there were too few people to draw from. It's the sadness of an emerging nation, Cameron. Chancellor Wolf once told me that Mongol is the last new country. Nowadays, at least in the Central Plains and the Primorsky territory, the maps of the countries are generally settled and it is becoming more and more difficult to establish a new country there. The older the country, the more stable and rich in human resources it is. In such a situation, it was impossible for Mongol to establish his country from the beginning. I wonder if this is the kind of era that will come in the future, one in which it will be extremely difficult for a new power to emerge, and even if it does, the old countries around it will all come together to crush it. If that is the case, the future will be a difficult time for young people with wild and great ambitions to live. Perhaps, Cameron. From now on, people will stretch out their hands to unknown frontiers, to the south, to the north, to the sea. Instead of fighting over the narrow, plentiful middle ground. Maybe so, maybe not. Slowly, dreamily, Cameron said. This may be my desire, but I also feel that it is not so. Rather, what seems to be stability on all sides is only a brief respite before the storm, and the age of chaos, when powerful heroes can rise to power, is about to begin. Mongol has fallen too easily. I wonder if this will be the end. It has to end. Amneris, the only daughter of Vlad, would probably be tried and sentenced in Kum, or else imprisoned for the rest of her life, hopefully stripped of all honor, and allowed to live in secret as a common woman, alone and powerless. It is unlikely that the remnants of Mongol would gather and raise a banner, relying on her survival. Paro is different from Paro, which has a history of 3,000 years. The loyalty of the Mongol nation was to Vlad himself. Amneris doesn't have the strength or the courage to take his father's kingdom again. It is, sir. But, as Cameron was about to say something, a soldier from his entourage came out onto the balcony and saluted him. Admiral Cameron, Admiral Daryu. At the service of His Majesty Borgo Valens. Below, the Allied commanders are entering the castle. Okay. I'm on my way. Cameron and Daryu walked down the balcony, where the chill of twilight was beginning to mix with the air. In the evening, a wind began to blow from the direction of Nosferus. The torn flag rang and made a dreary sound. They passed through the hall, which had been ransacked and all the furniture smashed, and followed the soldiers. As might be expected, the pillage and assault had ceased in the palace, the broken vessels and corpses had been removed in some places, and the fires had, of course, been extinguished, but even so, the palace they were passing through, which had been splendid until yesterday, was already in ruins. For the time being, they made a part of the area that had sustained little damage into the joint headquarters of the occupation forces in Mongol, had the area cleared, and brought in chairs and tables that they had gathered together. When the 2 men entered the hall, they found that Borgo Valen, Count and Countess Orlok, Olli Trevan, Governor Corvinus, and other important people had already taken their seats. He gave a cursory nod to the two admirals, and then continued with his story over a cup of sake. There were many things to be considered beforehand, such as how he would be involved in the rule and division of Mongol, and how he would deal with Kumu and Paro Argos. Audiobook does not join in the conversation, but with a pale face like kneaded flour and a sullen expression on his face, he pokes around with the tip of a toothpick at the kalam fruit in his cup. Cameron and Dario bade them farewell and took their seats next to their commanders. Soon afterwards, a peasant announced his arrival and opened the curtain at the entrance to the hall. The commanders of Primorsky Krai stood up and stepped out of their seats to greet him. Entered were Aldo Nairis, general of the army of Paro, and Lord Beck. They were accompanied by Rena, Dervalis, and the other holy knights, and when they entered, dressed in their silver coats, the dark twilight room was momentarily filled with silver light. Lord Crystal, commander-in-chief of the Paro armies, His Highness Aldo Nairis. The Prince of Paro walked in with elegant and calm steps, while the peasants announced the news and the provinces of Primorsky territory looked on in unison. Borgo Valin, Count Orlok, and others greeted them as old allies, while behind them, Cameron inspected with great interest this famous nobleman of Paro, whom he was meeting for the first time. He's beautiful. And he's not just beautiful, this is. He glanced at Thor Dario. He had heard that Dagon Wolf, who had recently attended the wedding of Amneris, had been greatly interested in the young Lord Crystal. The cunning old man, Dagon Wolf, who was known as the wisest man in Primorsky territory, was curious as to what kind of person had aroused such interest in him. Borgo Valin introduced the faces of the Primorsky Krai army one after another. And this is Tor Dario, Admiral of Agolis. And next to him is Admiral Cameron of Wallachia. With a start, Cameron stepped forward. Aldo Nairis's hand, surprisingly white for a man of his stature, is held out to him. I've heard your name before. It is a pleasure to meet you, Admiral Cameron. Your Highness. Without thinking, Cameron almost bowed to the lady with his hand. The whiteness of his hand and the faint scent of salvio, combined with the deep, dark eyes that were staring at him, created an extraordinary illusion. In a panic, he switched to a knightly salute, appropriate for such a time as this, and saved the day. Nairis' eyes stared straight at Cameron. His eyes are filled with a mysterious power and light that seems to swallow you whole. They are eyes that seem to penetrate and see into the heart of man. I don't like men who are too beautiful like this, Cameron thought in a sudden and inexplicable frustration. It's true, he may be a difficult man to deal with, but I don't like him. There are no men like him in Primorai. It was an unhealthy, bewitching elegance, a complex, refracted beauty that could only be produced in Paro, a land of falseness and antiquity, of stagnation and decadence, Cameron thought, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at Lord Crystal, who had turned to face Dario. In Cameron's field of vision, that impeccable white profile appeared like a statue of a god of beauty in the hands of a master artist. Cameron thought that the older Lord Beck, who was introduced next, was much more likable. Lord Beck was also quite a handsome man, with all the elegance of a Paro man, but he still seemed to be a simple warrior compared to Lord Crystal. The impression is of a gentle and ordinary character. Indeed, in terms of impressions, Lord Crystal was many times stronger than him. Cameron looked around gently and realized that he was not the only one who felt this way. In the eyes of most of the people in the hall, there was a strong admiration for this nobleman, who was gorgeous, elegant, and of unparalleled beauty. Borgo Valin and the Countess of Orlok both looked at Lord Crystal with fascination. Corvinus was squirming. Looking at Ollie Trevan, Cameron secretly spat in his heart. The brother of the lustful lord was staring at Aldo Nairis with a dumbfounded expression on his face, seemingly oblivious of where he was and what his position was. He is drooling and gazing at him with a look of utter fascination. Cameron felt like kicking his fat ass with his boots. He's probably the most beautiful man I've ever seen. And he's not just a beautiful man. He could be the Prince of Paro, the Crystal Duke, the brilliant and famous Vizier of Paro. But, what does that matter? I prefer my Istvan. Suddenly, he thought strongly. The young man he was looking for and the nobleman before him were so different that he could not even understand what had suddenly made him think of them, even though they were the same young man with the same black hair. Ishtvan. In the halls of the Golden Scorpion Palace in faraway Mongol, Cameron was helplessly chasing the memory of the wild boy who had once captured him with his ambition and genius. His Royal Highness Prince of Argos, commander of the Argos armies, Scar. The family name Fuhr brings him back to reality. Aldonairis stood in the middle of the hall, his long cloak fluttering in the air, as if he were trying to introduce his new ally to the lords of Primorsky Krai. He looked as still and neat as if he were in a painting. The curtains are pulled to the left and right with a cracking sound. The Black Prince of Argos came stumbling in from the dark corridor, his shoes making a rough sound, and was greeted by a faint murmur that was different from that of Aldonairis. The black turban, the black embroidered robe, the vest, the trousers, the boots, the black cloak, the Black Prince, black as night, with that overwhelming sense of impudence and intimidation peculiar to him, came staggering in, clapped Aldonairis roughly on the shoulder, stepped in front of the lords of Primorsky Krai, and then he said, "There's a stable right by the north gate. Where are the soldiers you keep there?" Aglaya. Let me use that as a camp for Argos. We can't sleep in quarters with a ceiling. I want that stable. Well, Scar, anyway. Nairis and Beck are laughing at each other. But Primorsky Krai and the steppe are much closer than Primorsky Krai and the Middle Plain. The people of Primorsky territory had grown accustomed to the rumors of the Black Prince of Argos. The air was relaxed and there was friendly laughter. Foo-foo. The wolf in the meadow, who came in without a companion, was unquestionably Cameron's favorite. At a glance, he could see that there was something of the same soul, or perhaps the same quality, flowing between this brash, rude man who smelled of dead grass and leather, and the old, strong man of the copper-burned sea. The same seems to have been the case with Scar. One after the other, Scar, who had sniffed at Ollie Trevan without looking at Corvinus or the Count of Orlok, broke into a look of satisfaction when he was introduced to Cameron. What was he thinking? Is Lord Lotus a gentleman? Thanks to you, I've never been sicker. Is that Lord Lotus' brother? It's a wonder we have brothers who don't look like each other again. As usual, he's got a way of saying things that will blow people's minds. Cameron grinned and said nothing. Scar watched that Cameron with eyes like a hawk, but... How many men does the Admiral's ship hold? At the point of 1,000. 1,000. You're smaller than I thought. Well, when you return, take me on your ship. Scar, it's... Borgo Valen and Beck interrupt, startled. It's also... What? Scar stared at them. I have no use for this place. I'm going back to the grasslands as soon as Taurus is down. I won't have to pass Willen on the way back. But with an army of 20,000. The regular army can return from Karavia at their leisure. Just let me and a few clansmen go. No, Admiral Cameron. Very well, but the ship rocks. Not for the prince, but for the horses, I'm afraid. Horse or... He hadn't thought that far ahead, and Scar's expression was one of anguish. He looked strangely childish as he frowned and pondered. Horses get seasick, don't they? Well, besides, they don't let you exercise on a ship. The Scar. Aldonairis walks up to him and calls out softly. What a contrast between the two princes, black and white, Cameron thinks. I understand your urgency to return home. However, if you don't mind, I would like you to stop by the crystal and attend the coronation of our new king in Paro. Scar raised an eyebrow, as if he had been told something he didn't like. Then, with a faint smile, Nairis turned to Borgo Valen. I know it's a bit late, but I had planned to formally invite you later, but of course, His Majesty, the future father of the new king, will be able to come. And now that I've come all the way to Nakahara, Borgo Valen is in a good mood. My daughter will envy me for the rest of my life if I turn my back on this great celebration, Lord. I'm sorry. Remus will be very happy to hear that. Scar said in annoyance. I want to go back to the meadow. This town is full of stones and squares and dark skies and no fresh grass to feed the horses, and I don't like it. It chokes me. I want to go back to the meadow as soon as possible." Scar glared at Nerys, as if to say that Nerys had brought up a terrible impossibility. "The only place I should be is in the meadow. I feel like I'm suffocating where I can't see the horizon." "I understand." But Nerys seemed somewhat amused. Cameron suddenly felt a strange, constricting pain in his chest. He understood well what Scar meant, the choking feeling, as if it were his own. How mad he would be if he were deprived of his ship and shut up in a landlocked country, unable to see the sun rise or set on the horizon. How could the people of the demons who live in the midst of the stone city understand the intense joy that a free wild soul feels in the vast, flat horizon? Unbeknownst to himself, he wanted to defend Scar and stepped forward to say something. But then, Commander-in-Chief of the Kumu army, His Highness Prince Talo of the First Kumu. The little dispute was put to rest when the farmer shouted. Thero came in with 3 or so generals and 10 or so knights. He paused for a moment at the entrance and looked around at the crowd, as if he were trying to gauge the impression his appearance had made. And it was true. The eldest of the 3 sons of Grand Duke Talio of Kumu, known as the 3 princes of Kumu, Talu, Talsan, and Talik, he was a stout, large man with a strong-looking body and well-developed muscles all over his body that made him look almost stocky. He had light-colored eyes that were lifted up as if they were very thin, and his chin was firm and square. He had a face of the Eastern type as a whole, with thin lips and slightly yellowish skin. She wore a silk scarf over her hair, which was trimmed short according to the custom of the Khmers, and over it she wore a scaly, pointy headgear, from the top of which a flowery ornament went down to her shoulders. The armor that encircled his large body seemed to be lined with scales, and the scales made a metallic sound as he moved. And as he moved, the scales clinked with metal. Shoes with spiked tips, long flat swords, and knights with their arms folded around their waists and their spears clutched tightly there, came forward like a living wall protecting the prince. Cameron did not have a good feeling about this last character. His headdress seemed unnecessarily ostentatious in comparison with Paro's glamorous one and with Scar's black costume, and his entrance with soldiers around him was also unacceptable. The prince's physiognomy itself did not inspire a favorable impression. His face, with its high cheekbones and narrow brows, was ugly, stubborn, and cruel. It seemed to me that he was very proud, vindictive, and cruel. But although Nerys had taken this ally's hand with a knowing smile on his face, "I can't thank you enough for answering my call and joining us so quickly, Prince Talu. I'm glad I could be of service, Your Highness Nerys." Although we, Kumu and Eulania, as allies of the 3 Gorian duchies, did not overtly express it, we have always felt a strong sense of righteous indignation at Mongol's cruelty to you, and privately we were ready to ask him to change his mind. We, the Confederates of Aurra, are mindful of this. What are you talking about? As soon as you heard we were going to Primorsky territory, you jumped to Paro. Cameron stood there expressionless. Betrayal and treachery are the ways of the world, and there was nothing to be afraid of now, but he thought of the town of Taurus that he had seen from the balcony earlier. Mongol had been plundered by the Confederacy and had perished. Whatever. Talu was saying this as if nothing had happened. Cameron looked up and saw Scar sitting in the corner of the hall, drinking and enjoying himself. And he became even more fond of Scar. Mongol is one of the 3 great duchies of Aurra, and is no stranger to our allies, and as such, we are partly responsible for the outrage of our allies. Needless to say, Kumu is willing to accept this responsibility, and will monitor, govern, manage, and assume all other duties that should be performed by Mongol. Kumu had been after Mongol for some time now. Cameron thought of the words he had spoken to Tal Daru. Of course, Talu's intentions were too obvious. Neither Primorsky Krai nor Paro, which was struggling to rebuild the country, would be able to afford to occupy and govern Mongol, so he would literally bring Mongol under the jurisdiction of Kumu before the arrival of Eulania. Well, it's politics all over again. It's politics all over again. It's probably like this wherever we go, but it's a nasty world. It's a world that makes me sick. Will this be a difficult time to live in? The words I said to Dario come to mind again. The leaders seem to be going through each other's pockets. Cameron shrugged his shoulders, remembering the long and tedious Primorsky Cry conference. The war is over. I'm just a sailor. I don't care about the game. I can't wait to get back to the Orneus and go out into the open sea. In his mind's eye, the great sea was replaced by an unbroken moss sea of grasslands he had never seen before. I can understand Prince Scar, Cameron thought. There was a buzz in the hall and a lot of talking. The noise of the plunderers did not leave Taurus until late at night. The fire finally began to be extinguished, but the sound of the hoofs of a group of warhorses galloping past, faint screams, cries, and the sound of things being crushed, while diminishing considerably, did not cease completely. Near the Golden Scorpion Palace, something even stranger was heard. A languid, monotonous song that rose into the night sky. It was the chanting of the moths, the people of the steppe, unknown to the people of Taurus. And the prairie people pitched their tents, and put to their swords huge lumps of meat which they had taken, and made great bonfires to roast the meat. How strange the chanting of the prairie people and the foolish clamor of the soldiers must have sounded in the anxious ears of the people of Taurus, who were hiding in the cellars of their houses and in their storerooms. It might have told them most keenly of the fact that their country was broken up and their city was occupied by a foreign people. The Golden Scorpion Palace was lit throughout the night. The conquerors must have been arguing until late in the night in the Lord Lust's palace to decide the fate of this conquered country. When the night dawned in anxiety, fear and confusion, Mongol was to face the first day of his new form after his life of less than 30 years. The looting and assault continued unabated. During the night, many of them managed to escape to the city gate under the eyes of the enemy soldiers. The refugees who had been frightened away by the Allied forces and returned to Taurus began to flee again under cover of night along the Red Road, and were joined by those who had escaped from the city. Although the fear of being attacked by enemy troops had diminished considerably, the despair of the people had become even deeper, and the Red Road was filled with the miserable figures of refugees who had been crying out, complaining of pain, moaning and cursing as they fled for hundreds of motards. In the city of Taurus, order was gradually being restored. The assaults were still going on beyond the reach of the higher authorities, but they were committed mainly by the Kumu soldiers. The soldiers of Primorsky Cry have finally restored order under their superiors, and the Paro soldiers have been forbidden to loot anything. Not only that, but at the order of Aldo Neyris, food and medicine were being distributed to the displaced and beaten people around the city hall, which had been used as quarters for the Paro troops. The people of Taurus were afraid of the reprisals of the Paro soldiers, but they still came, and when they were given bowls and pots filled with gaudy porridge, which they grabbed with their flailing hands, they ran away in a panic. The children were much more unconcerned, but when their meager food was discovered by the wicked Kumu soldiers, they were immediately thrown into the air for fun, or, in the worst cases, had hot gruel poured over their heads. However, since a large number of Taurus citizens had abandoned the city and fled, and those who remained usually had some supplies, it was not as if they were starving very badly now, not long after the occupation. Rather, it was a calamity that would befall them in the future. Scar snickered at these activities of the Paro army, but did not express any opinion. After satisfying their desires, the horsemen quieted down and pitched their tents in the stable to the north, which Scar had chosen as his army's encampment, and showed each other their game and tended their horses, as if they had been living like this for a long time. The regular army of Argos, led by Kyle, generally followed the military code. A little after midday, an early horse arrived to tell us that an army of 20,000 men led by the famous General Aurra of Ulania and accompanied by Count Elia, the deputy of Emperor Aurra, had entered the border of Mongol. It was as if vultures were gradually gathering from everywhere, smelling the stench of death. Prince Talu of Kumu became even more agitated at this news. The remnants of the Mongol army had been disarmed and confined in a part of the Golden Scorpion Palace, but their number had been reduced to 17,000 or 18,000. The number of those in command had also been greatly reduced. Sidon had already escaped, and the young Count Arion had also successfully escaped from the Golden Scorpion Palace in the night. The Allied forces sent out troops and blocked the entrances to the streets in all directions, but there were no clues as to where they were hiding, presumably somewhere in the city. Among those taken away were General Rozin, General Alvius, who had been escorted from the Turid, Count Marius the Younger, and Commissioner Marx. That afternoon they were brought before the generals of the conquering army for their first, still unofficial, interrogation. Anyway, the Grand Duke was already dead and his successor was in captivity. Mongol's honor and his warriors' pride were already at an end. Rozin had made up his mind. Rise and fall is the way of the world, and I have no words of apology for the victor. They took away all the decorations and clothes that indicated his official position, and Rosian, dressed in white plain clothes, knelt down before the conquerors without hesitation. Without the Grand Duke and without the lady, I am ready to take charge of Taurus and Mongol. I ask you to execute me, and in return, I ask you to be merciful to the people of Mongol. They're innocent. The trampling of Paro in the Battle of the Black Dragon was all the fault of our warriors, and the people have neither Mongols nor Paro. This is the only thing that I ask for from the benevolence of the lords, and I will not be punished in any other way. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks as if he could not bear it any longer. He did not know, however, how much those tears had stirred the enemy generals in the ranks. Borgo Valan made it clear that he wished to leave the treatment of Rozin as an internal matter of the Duchy of Gora and leave it to the decisions of the representatives of the emperors Kumu, Eulania, and Saul. Both Paro and Argos were in agreement with Primorsky Krai on this point. After Rozin, Alvius, Lind, Marius and others spoke out, but all of them asked for a lenient treatment and only expressed their reverence. After all, Archduke Vlad was no more, and Tyran, Bolan and the others who were in charge of the occupation forces, who had been the target of the resentment of the Paro people, had all been killed in battle. The dismantling and dredging up of the country of Mongol was proceeding at an astonishing speed. However, Prince Talu of Kumu caused a little trouble again. He insisted that the head of Archduke Vlad, who was left in the hearse, be beheaded, embalmed and exposed before the Golden Scorpion Palace. What's the use of doing that now? The people of Mongol have already lost the will to fight back. I don't think Mongolians share the sorrow of patriotism and exile to the extent that they need such an example now that the successor's daughter is in Kumu's hands. When Cameron and Lord Beck objected, Taro retracted his suggestion, saying that he wanted Kumu to take full charge of the Grand Duke's corpse and the treatment of the captive Princess Amneris. Perhaps none of you have any objections, or do you, Your Highness, Neris? I'm sure you're interested in the fate of the princess. She once stood at the altar of marriage. He looked sideways at Aldo Neris and said in a stubborn voice. Lord Beck was about to speak up in annoyance, but Neris stopped him with a look. How can I help you? Or, if I say I am interested, will His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Kumu, acknowledge that I have a duty or right to continue the interrupted marriage until its end? The voice was gentle, but the sarcasm was so poignant that Taru's face turned pale. I think it's probably most appropriate to let Gora deal with Gora. Borgo Valan rushes to intervene. There was a blankness in the air. Talu said again, I am here to ask for your approval. At least His Highness Neris and all of you will agree that Mongol was defeated by Kumu. Eulania has done nothing. He refrained from moving his troops and avoided damage as he saw fit. It would be unfair to Kumu to assume now that Kumu and Eulania have the same rights against Mongol just because they are allies of the three great dukes of Gora. Cameron looked away from Taru's flushed face in disgust. Poor thing. I thought of Amneris, the only remaining princess. With Mongol collapsing and Kumu and Urania competing for control of the land, what would become of her? She is no more than a maiden of 19, with no army, no country, and no means of support. I'd have been happier if I'd died. As long as the name of the Lady of Mongol was still associated with something, she would be fought over like goods, and if anything happened to her, she would be accused and executed, or she would end up in imprisonment. Judging from the jealous look in Teru's eyes when she saw Aldo Neyris, it was quite predictable that she would have a more miserable fate as a woman. It is said that the women of a defeated nation are the property of the victor in war. I wonder how Aldo Neyris feels about the fate of the princess he once called his wife. As Cameron turned his searching eyes to Neyris, Scar stood up with a clatter. Everyone was frightened. However, Scar turned his cloak upside down and walked out of the meeting hall. "Oh, Scar!" Borgo Valin called out to him. Scar stared at King Aglaya and went out without a word. "Oh, no. He's just like the others. Probably got bored with the meeting and wanted to go for a ride." Neyris spoke up to protect him. The people, however, are silent with a somehow uncomfortable expression. The rest of the conversation was not vigorous, but they broke off and sent Rosin and his men back to their dungeon. When they were about to leave, a soldier called out to Neyris. "His Highness would like to have a word with you." "Who is it?" "It is I, sir." At the end of the prison, Marcus Astorius, the director of the prison, looked at Neyris with a sorrowful look in his eyes. "I am Marcus Astorius, director of Taurus Security, and you may not know it, but I am the idiot who attempted to harm your highness as an assassin only on the wedding day of Salia." "Yeah," Neyris said. It's a meaningful voice. Cameron was about to leave when he stopped, intrigued by the exchange. "I see." He didn't know what he was doing, fell in love with a princess, turned against the Grand Duke, ran away from his country, and was a fool. "I'm sure you must be very upset. As his father, I'd like to offer my apologies." "That sort of thing." Neyris smiled. "Since I'm alive, you don't have to apologize to me. Besides, I'm not a stone, so I can't help but understand your son's feelings. He must have been a devoted man. He's the biggest idiot, the biggest fool." Marx kept repeating. "You are the enemy's general. Please understand my heart that I'm making such a complaint and request to the enemy general, your highness. If it hadn't been for what happened, my son, though young, could have led his troops as a warrior, fought against his country and died in battle for his country. Now, because she is a woman, she is a fool who has lost her way, and my family's name will be disgraced for generations to come." Neyris shook his head. And he didn't say a word. "At least if I had been in the hands of Paro's soldiers at that time." Marx turned his head and was silent for a while. But then, as if he had made up his mind, he looked up and stared straight at Neyris. But I, the father who gave birth to that rascal, may be an even bigger rascal," he said in a heavy, painful voice. "At this time, when my country has perished and I am in the shame of captivity, it may seem a little late to ask for help. But, your highness, parents are so foolish, so miserable, so helpless. Please laugh. There's no more shame or pain for me in the hands of Kumu's guards. Your highness, I'm sure you can tell me. My son, the fool of Asturias, where is he now? And why?" For a moment, Cameron thought. Neyris's eyes flickered with a faint, smoky glow. "It is true that I was once captured by the Count of Baran and notified that I was to be sent back to Mongol as a criminal who disobeyed the order of the Grand Duke, but I have never heard from him since. Is he still in the crystal or not? I don't know." Director Marx suddenly turned to the side and tried not to be seen spilling. Neyris ducked his gracefully shaped head in pity and put a hand on his shoulder. "I know how you feel. As a father, not knowing if your son is alive or dead or where he is. If he's still alive, I could smash him with my own hands." Marx mumbled to himself. Neyris patted him soothingly on the back. "I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Secretary. I can give no answer to your question. It was done without my knowledge. And I have heard that Count Borlon captured your son and denounced him. However, according to rumors, the son escaped from the prison after that, and by the lure of someone, he managed to escape. I do not know if he was disappeared or not, but his disappearance has been completely lost. Because of their position, it seems that Paro's Mongol troops also searched for him for a long time, but in the end, they were unable to find him. I know that. At first, it was thought that I had gotten into the wrong hands out of pity for my son, and I was questioned by the Grand Duke several times. Even after my identity was confirmed, for a while I was under house arrest and asked to leave my post because I was ashamed of my position. To be honest, I did not have the time to particularly pursue the fate of your son, because the situation in Paro was as you know. In addition, I was fortunate enough to have survived thanks to the Kajamusha, so there was no time for any further enmity. Do you have any idea? Marx's shoulders slumped, as if to say that he knew what he was doing. I'm going to go back to the crystal and try to do a few things when I'm done. No, that's not necessary, Your Highness. I probably won't live to see it. Marx regained some of his firmness and said, it seems that Kumu intends to be extremely harsh with the remnants of Mongol. I'm sorry to say this, but the late Grand Duke treated me very well. In any case, under Kumu's occupation, I have no intention to continue to flatter Kumu and Yolania. If, by any chance, my son is still in Paro's prison. Marx stopped saying that. Whatever you say, sir. With all due respect, I'm not like Kumu's people. I have that level of kindness and compassion in my heart. I'll have them look into it as soon as I get back to the surface. Is there a message for me? Marcus Asturias turned his face, which resembled his son's, boldly and clearly towards the man whom his son had tried to kill. I don't have a message for you. I'm not sure what to say now, but I feel that the son who was able to die for what he thought was right might have been happier. If possible, no matter what kind of miserable state you're in, I hope you're still alive, but that's enough. I'm sorry to have bothered you with such a trivial matter. The secretary then looked at Neris again with the calmness of a man who has made up his mind and smiled. Then he left the room quietly. Neris looked away, a strange expression on her face. But when he realized that Cameron was watching him, he smiled at him. Admiral Cameron, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stand there and listen, but I overheard you. It's all right, sir, I'm sure his poor father won't mind you asking him that. Neris and Cameron left the hall, somewhat side by side. Cameron did not necessarily like the young man, but he could not help feeling a strong interest in him, and he relished the opportunity to exchange words with him. I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you intend to leave the disposal of Princess Amneris to Kumu? Oh, the thing is, it probably will. To be honest, I don't have time to worry about Mongol. My country has only just regained its independence and hasn't even officially crowned a king yet. It's the perfect time to disrupt the country. It seems that there was a proposal from Mongol that Princess Amneris should be matched with my brother, Prince Ali Travan. But Lord Lotus must have refused. The Lord's wisdom has long been heard in Nakahara. We are Wallachia because of the public. Wallachia. Neris was suddenly lost in thought. He remembered something and wondered if he should say something about it. Perhaps it was the thought of a young Wallachian man, a dark-haired young man who had visited him only a few days before and had flown away again after a brief contact. Your Highness. Oh, no. I should very much like to see you, Lord Lotus, one of these days. I'm thinking of taking a little trip once the internal affairs of Paro have settled. I'm sure the Lord will be expecting you. The name was never mentioned, so Cameron had no way of knowing that he had come so close to finding the one he sought. As they exchanged polite but uncommunicative words, Cameron secretly thought that it would not be easy to get the young man to reveal his true feelings. Chapter 2. The Prisoner. Rouen, the capital of Kumu. It is a rich and beautiful city commonly known as the City of Water. As the name implies, the city is lined with canals like a network and bridges with beautiful curves, under which small half-moon-shaped boats called choi come and go with their unique songs. The people of Kumu are said to have come all the way from the east, or to have been descendants of the Canaanite clan that wielded power in ancient times, and their culture and style can be said to be unique among the Middle Plains. It is famous for its silk products and handicrafts, and is also a famous city of pleasure. For example, in Kumu, high-class prostitutes are treated as the best ladies and hold a very high position in the court, and the children of nobles always spend some years as prostitutes and male prostitutes in the luxurious pleasure houses. In various places, in Kumu, men, women and animals are all equal as objects of pleasure. But it was also not entirely false. The term whore of Kumu is a synonym for a woman who gives the greatest pleasure and takes the greatest price, and just as a beautiful woman values her pleasure, so do men in this country polish their bodies and train each other in the national arts of fighting and swordsmanship. They show off their well-honed bodies and skills to the nobility. Those who look at them with ardent interest are the beautiful noblewomen, wrapped in famous silks and with skin smoother than silk, and the rich and materialistic nobles, who enter the arena and select their partners for the night as they select flowers and fruits. Of course, not all of the people of Kumu enjoyed such decadence and splendor, and as a result of the prevalence of spending money and honor on fighting, the military power of Kumu, despite its name as the City of Pleasure, was not easy to underestimate. However, just as Paro was called the City of Learning and Magic, and Mongol, which no longer exists, was called the country of noble warriors, people around the world immediately associate Kum with the image of the City of Pleasure and the country of gladiators. Such was the Grand Duchy of Kum, to which Amneris, Princess of Mongol, who had been taken prisoner by the Allied forces after her unsuccessful battle at Zaim, was entrusted. Paro is the closest neighboring country to Calonia, separated from it by the mountainous border region and the Lila River, which flows through it, and Kumu shares a long border with Mongol, of course. It was the first time for Amneris to set foot in Rouen, the capital. After being captured and disarmed on the outskirts of Zaim in the border region, Amneris and his main men, including Gaius, Bonhoeffer, Lentz and the wounded Mencius, were immediately sent to Thais, the City of Beauty. Thais was less than a day's ride from Zaim. Of course, Amneris has no way of knowing how the Mongols under his command were treated. The days in Tyre were very short. After 2 days, a special ship was built, and Amneris was put on board and escorted by water from Thais at the western end of Lake Oroy, which stretches like an ocean to the south of Kum, to Rouen at the northern end, where he entered the capital of Kum. The beautiful city of Thais, blessed with water and greenery and looking out over the lake, has earned the glorious nickname of the City of Beauty, surpassing even the pride of the crystal of Paro. And, of course, even if they had, they would never have been able to feel that way. Mencius, Lentz and the other loyal generals were separated from her, and at last Amneris was sent to Rouen with only her maidservant Flory and a few of her attendants. Truly, she had no more. Her helmet, her horse, and all the other things she had grown accustomed to and taken for granted, were gone. What happened today replaces yesterday. As long as the battles and the nations remained in the world, it might not have been a very rare feeling, nor one that she alone felt. But how heavy and deep must have been the uncommon grief of Amneris, who sat all day in the room assigned to him, never speaking a word, and refusing even to reveal his heart to Flory. Her father is dead. Her country is lost. Her brother was assassinated, and her lover was the one who had brought her into this life. And now she had just turned 19. Heim Sama. I wonder what kind of words could have been said to comfort Frawley, the only one who was allowed to take care of her intimately, in such a fate. At first, the Khmers must have feared that Amneris would commit suicide, and he was not only deprived of all his swords and daggers, belts, thongs, and hairpins, but was guarded day and night by Kumu soldiers. But Amneris, as if completely numbed by the shock of it all, listened impassively to all the insincere words of teasing, praise, interest, and comfort of the Kumu soldiers, and did not even seem to hear them. On the contrary, as if she had been turned into a living sculpture, she did not try to do anything of her own, nor did she try to resist. Every morning, when Flory goes to wake her up, she is in bed, looking at the ceiling in the same way that Yube Flory used to wake her up, her eyes wide open and expressionless. Have a good night, sir. She then put on the clothes that were offered to her and had her hair brushed, and Amneris sat down on a chair beside her and remained there all day. He ate what was offered to him, but he would not touch it unless Flory recommended it. No matter what he asked, his heart burned and his tears ran dry. His pale face was emotionless and his eyes were fixed in the air. As she boarded the ship that would take her from Thais to Rouen, she did not even look at the beautiful wind and light around her. In Rouen, where she had been escorted, she and her followers were placed under the jurisdiction of General Zardin, the right-hand man of the Grand Duke of Talio, and taken to the Red Tower, a separate building of the famous Water Palace. This was to be Amneris's home for the time being, or perhaps for the last time, until her fate was officially decided. She was given 2 rooms on the top floor of the tower, both of which were clean and tidy, and well furnished, though not ornate. Florrie was given a small room attached to the second room, and 2 attendants were assigned to keep watch and look after the Duchess. When Amneris was shown into the room, with its bars on the windows and its walls covered with red cloth, he paid no attention to it, and did not even look round, but sat in his chair in silence as ever. If you had only seen her, you might not have known which of them, the faithful Florrie or her mistress, was more deeply affected by this situation. The kind-hearted Florrie, aside from herself, did not have time to weep every day, thinking of the fate of her beloved princess, of her uncertain future, and of the pain in her heart. As much as possible, she tried to cheer and encourage Amneris, to avoid tears, to laugh at him, and to act cheerfully, but often she failed and fell weeping in his lap. There was nothing that was not a source of grief. The food brought twice a day was not bad, but it was unpalatable to Kumu. The little space between the lattices reminded him that the road led directly to Mongol and Taurus. Princess. This can't go on like this forever. I'm sure the remnants of the country will gather their forces and rise up to save Mongol and rebuild your country. The Mongol army is so strong, you'll have to be patient until then. Even Paro is like that. He was about to say something when Florrie gasped and clamped his mouth shut. It was directly connected to the memory of the man who betrayed Amneris. But Amneris did not move a muscle of his face. That made it all the more painful for Florrie. Moreover, even so young and worldly-minded as Florrie was, he could sense the crucial difference between Paro and Mongol, the difference between a country whose patriotism had been steeped in the blood of its people for 3,000 years, and a country that had come into being after only 1 generation. Even if their love for their country and their desire to regain it were not as great as Paro's, the people of Mongol lacked the core of that desire. The nobility was mostly made up of one-time noblemen and soldiers, and the bloodline of Grand Duke Vlad itself was not noble or long-standing enough to attract the desire to keep it alive. His loyalty was only to those who protected him, improved his living conditions, prevented the invasion of other countries, and raised the name of his country. But then, what would happen to the princess, to us, after this? Even more intense than the grief for what has been lost is the anxiety about a dark and uncertain tomorrow. Amneris's appearance did nothing to alleviate Florrie's anxiety. She ate little and spoke little, and day by day she seemed to grow thinner and thinner and to lose her vitality. I don't think so, like a candle going out. No way. Amneris, however, may perhaps wish to do so, to eat less and less himself, and finally to cease to eat, and quietly to end his life. It was a fearful suspicion that Florrie did not dare to confirm. What should he say to his mistress if his suspicions were correct? Should she urge her, console her, reproach her for her weakness, and tell her that she must live on no matter what humiliation she had to endure? But if she were in Amneris's shoes, wouldn't it be natural for her to think that she would rather lose everything than suffer any more? It is Frawley's mind that is in turmoil, while Amneris, at least outwardly, seems to be accepting his misfortune by remaining silent and numb to everything. At least, in the days from the time she fell into the hands of Kumu's army to the time she was taken to Rouen, no one saw Amneris even spill a single tear, or saw the way she was taken out. For this reason, the generals of the Kumu army and the attendants who had been ordered to look after Amneris were said to have a nickname for her, the Lady of the Ice, and indeed they were right. She was a cold woman, a stout woman, and a woman with the heart of a strong woman. It was the second day after Amneris was taken to the Water Palace in Rouen. Princess Amneris of Mongol. Your ladyship. Without warning, The door was opened and a Khmer officer and several soldiers entered. Amneris looked at her emotionlessly and did not react. Florrie was struck by the fact that she had been nothing more than an ordinary girl, kind and devoted to her master, but now she was all that Amneris had left, and she alone could protect the princess, and this earnest thought made her tight and stout. Rude. It's only polite to enter a woman's room. First of all, I'd like to know who you are and what you're doing here. The officer, who wore a long cloak over his scaly armor, paid no attention to Florrie's protests. He said noisily, "It's Grand Duke Talio's call. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. How dare you?" When Florrie turned pale with regret, the soldiers rudely pushed him aside and grabbed Amneris by the arm. Amneris stood up, not even knowing what he was doing. "Come on, hurry up. His Highness is busy." The officer nudges him to leave. Florrie loses his temper. "Wait. I'm coming with you. I don't want to hear about you. Stay here and wait." "No, please. I can't be a princess." Florrie became desperate. "If you're from Gora as well, you know what I mean. She's still the Lady of Mongol, albeit a defeated one. She is of the same rank as Grand Duke Talio, and just because one side won and the other side lost, it's not right to make her stand alone in the interrogation room without an escort, like a wicked criminal. That's what warfare is all about, my daughter." The officer smiled faintly, but Florrie's desperate expression seemed to have stirred him somewhat. "Well, all right. Then come with me. It's a young girl, after all. I'm sure the nobles won't be offended by the addition of another daughter." As such, Florrie was allowed to go with him. Rather than fearing what awaited him, Florrie clung to Amneris, relieved that he would not be separated from his precious mistress. Amneris just stands there waiting, seemingly unconcerned by this exchange itself. Taking her by the shoulders and supporting her, he led her down the long spiral staircase and across the corridor to the soldiers. As the name suggests, this palace was built as a high palace with a pond and waterways underneath. The corridors often cross over the water as bridges, and here and there the floors are covered with crystal, allowing the viewers to see the clear water below. It was a beautiful, unusual, and eye-catching building with a rich atmosphere. However, neither Amneris nor Florrie could see anything of the elegance of the palace. It seems that the two girls were taken to the audience hall in the middle of the water palace. It was situated in the middle of a pond, and could only be reached from all sides by passing through a long bridge over the pond. As one crossed the bridge, the water underneath seemed to be quite deep, and the silver scales of fish could be seen fluttering from time to time, while the rest of the water was dark blue and still. "In my country, we throw the guilty servants and peasants into the water. The fish must be fed from time to time," the officer said teasingly as he walked ahead of me. "You, too, must be careful not to offend His Highnesses by speaking as cavalierly as you did before. Our Grand Duke is a quick-tempered man, my daughter." Perhaps because he knew there would be no response from Amneris if he tried to bother her, or perhaps because he did not want to behave in a manner that would be too familiar to a princess, even a prisoner of war, the officer was more friendly to Florrie. Florrie turned away with a shrug. The officer laughed loudly and put his hand on her shoulder. "I do not yet know the Mongol girl," he said more congenially. "Whenever you're ready, you can call the SS, Tang Gang. I'll even give you something you want." Florrie was even more angry and brushed his hand away, but at that moment the group was in front of the audience hall and Tang Gang's face immediately became serious. "The Lady of Mongol, Amneris, and one other guest, Your Grace. Haim Sama." Florrie grabbed Amneris' hand tightly, as if trying to encourage him. But Amneris, as if he felt nothing, instead of hesitating, walked into the hall without hesitation. Suddenly a bright light flooded the room, and Florrie felt as if she were in the presence of an awful lot of people. Rather than determine who they were, she wanted to know how they saw Amneris, the traitor who had destroyed Mongol, brought out as a criminal before the rulers of his former allies. When Amneris came to Rouen, he was deprived of all his original clothes in the Mongol style. Whether out of concern for her suicide or not, the Kumu side provided her with simple clothes of the same design, large-gaped, long-sleeved, rolled up, form-fitting, and unadorned from top to bottom. There was no belt or sash attached. It was all white and looked like a prisoner or a sick man, but the ground was made of fine silk, as might be expected of a famous product. Of course, there's not a pin or a jewel to cover me. Her blonde hair, which she had cut off at the neck on the day of her departure for battle, hung around her thin face as carelessly as a boy's, for she had no way of tying it and no strings to hold it up. She wore a white dress with no ornaments, only a ribbon, and without a single neck ornament. Amneris's slender neck was bare above her large girth. But, thought Florrie secretly, it's no use trying to humiliate my Lady Amneris in such a sly way. Even at a time like this, she is far more beautiful than the princess who wore it best. It was not only Florrie's favor. The recent upheavals in her life and the heartache associated with them, as well as the journey to Rouen, had made Amneris gaunt, pale, and lifeless, but this had not diminished her natural beauty and grace. Rather, Amneris, with her pale, expressionless face, exuded a strange gloom and mischief that seemed to arouse in those who saw her a strange and lecherous desire. But Amneris himself seemed completely oblivious to the meaning of how his enemies viewed him, even that he was about to be brought before and exposed by the very enemy who had destroyed his country. She just stood silently in the middle of the hall, in the middle of the circle of people who were watching her, with the folds of her white clothes pulled up. There was a very large crowd of people lined up in front of him, with a very old man sitting on a throne, leaning forward somewhat with interest, a few small chairs on either side of him, and on either side of him, in 2 rows, the courtiers and generals of come. The hall was decorated in deep reds, with large, mosaic windows along the walls and a ceiling that looked like the top of a ball pinched up, just like the distinctive headpiece of Kumu. On the inside of the ceiling, too, there is a vague mosaic pattern, but on the contrary, the floor beneath my feet is covered with crystal, and the water beneath it appears to be transparent. Between the water and the floor, there is a lantern, which will probably be lit at night, and the fire will create a beautiful effect on the water surface. The man on the throne in the center was, of course, the Grand Duke of Talio, ruler of Kumu, a man of great age with an arrogant and domineeringly thin face, iron-colored hair, and a spiked beard, his pale eyes fixed on Amneris with a cruel and merciless light. His pale eyes were fixed upon Amneris with a cruel and merciless light. A dark crimson velvet toga, the color of Kumu, encircled his stout body, and on his iron-gray hair was a round archduke's cap, like that of Mongol, and in his right hand he held a long tin staff. On either side of him were obviously the 2 remaining sons of the famous 3 princes of Kumu, except for their eldest son, Talu. They were probably the 2 sons of Tal San, the second son, and Tariq, the third son. Tal San was 23 or 24 years old and Tariq was about 20 years old, but they looked like twins. Their hair was short and well-groomed, they were large, and their eyes were the bluish-gray of their father's. Tal San was stockier, while Tariq still had some boyishness in him. Tariq's face was also more neatly shaped. Tal San's narrow, upturned eyes showed the ruthlessness of ice and the will of steel, and his thin, constricted lips seemed to be constantly mocking everything. Tariq's eyes were like his father's and brother's, but his mouth was a little looser and more amorous. He seemed to be the youngest of the 2, raised to be selfish. But there was something about the 2 of them that was very similar. This was also the case with his eldest brother, Talu, who was not here. Both of them were looking at Amneris from top to bottom, their eagerness and curiosity evident on their faces, as if they were leaning forward. All that remained were Kumu's courtiers. In any case, they were of no interest to Amneris or to Florrie. There were fierce generals, wise men, statesmen, and noblemen of great renown in Gora, some of whom had come to Mongol often and were old friends, but Amneris would not give them a second thought. She stood like a statue of ice with her head upright, under the gaze of the Grand Duke and his sons. The Grand Duke of Talio coughed softly. He seemed to be secretly wondering in his heart how to treat the Princess of Mongol, whether to treat her as a disgusting sinner, as a small girl who had lost her country, or as a courteous successor of the tragic confederacy. He narrowed his eyes and slowly parted his lips. Princess Amneris, Lady of Mongol. The voice has not spoken yet. Florey saw Amneris. He was secretly afraid of how he would react. Amneris leaned his gracefully straight neck back like a swan, lightly pinched the hem of his garment, and gave a formal but somewhat curt bow. His green eyes remained expressionless. Long time no see. Your Highness, Grand Duke Rio, she said in a precise, emotionless voice. Ah, Grand Duke Rio looked at her a little puzzled. Perhaps he thought he had been outmaneuvered. I wonder if it's been since I've seen you in passing. 3 years ago, I met you in Taurus during my brother Mayor's investiture. Amneris's voice is still muffled, lifeless and emotionless. Oh. That's right. Before he knew it, Florey was staring at the slender nape of his mistress's neck, his whole body stiffening and wanting to cling to something. The princess. Amneris's heart, then, had not been pulled back, shattered, and killed. In the depths of that expressionless, frozen face, a fierce, deep fire still burned, and only lingered, waiting for the moment when it should burst forth. What will he think and how will he fight? But still, Florey was relieved that Amneris had opened his mouth for the first time. Well, the Archduke still seemed to be undecided. It was Amneris's calmness and his unruffled appearance that had led the Grand Duke astray, thought Florey. If Amneris had burst into tears, or turned pale and trembling, or thrown down a scathing epithet in a fit of rage, the man with the cruel eyes and mouth would at once have bared the face of a ruthless conqueror, who would have chastised his slender captive. Amneris showed no emotion, which must have dismayed and alarmed the Grand Duke of Talio. What did they do to your hair? After some hesitation, the Grand Duke said something unexpected. Amneris's reply was as clear as day. Upon my departure, I have sworn an oath. I see. No. I remember that you did a very nice gesture. That's a shame. It's not a bad divination, Florey thought secretly. The Archduke's tone seemed to indicate that he was inclined to treat Amneris with the same courtesy as a lady of Mongol. Well, it's not about me, Princess Amneris. The Grand Duke drew his body back and slowly closed his eyes and opened them again. It seemed that he had made up his mind. Yes. I'm very sorry for your loss. Your father, Vlad, was an outstanding man, and I know that he was the reason for your being here. He was indeed a hero of a lifetime, the likes of which will never be seen again in this age. There were times when I thought he had gone too far, and as an ally of the Aurra, I could not help but think that his death was a truly unfortunate event, and if it had not been for that, everything would have been very different. Amneris bailed, expressionless. Do. The Grand Duke of Thaliot slowly brought the tin back to his hand and began to lean forward. He narrowed his eyes slyly and stared at Amneris as if to test him. What do you intend to do with yourself, Lady Mongol? Florey's lips pursed up in a grimace. It was a cruel question. It was also a sly test. Because Amneris's life was already in the hands of the one who asked it, and she had no choice. The Grand Duke seemed to enjoy testing and tormenting Amneris. Her life and death are in his hands. He can make her beg for her life, he can sentence her to death, he can rescue her from the jaws of death, he can even make her the Grand Duchess of Mongol again, albeit as Kumu's puppet. Florey clenched his small fists tightly. He was afraid of what Amneris would say to him. Amneris slowly raised his eyes and looked the Grand Duke squarely in the eye. A faint shadow of a smile appeared on his lips, and a flicker of light flashed in his lightless eyes. I am a defeated general who suffered a defeat at the hands of Prince Talu, Paro, and the Argos confederates. Amneris said it in a voice as emotionless as ever, but clear enough to make the people in the hall buzz. What is in my custody now is mine, not yours. I don't know what to do with myself. How do you intend to deal with me later, Grand Duke Talio? What? There was a faint murmur of excitement among the people. The Grand Duke seemed to twitch. There was not the slightest hint of repulsion or sarcasm in Amneris' tone. nor was there any sign of fear or flattery to prolong his life. He was polite, cold, and courteous. His beautiful face was set straight ahead, as if he was not moved at all. That's what I've been told. Grand Duke the Rio looked somewhat puzzled. It's not up to me alone to decide what happens to you. As you know, Aurra is a confederation of the three great duchies, and naturally, I can't help but defer to the discretion of Eulania and also Emperor Saul. So, am I to be temporarily left in the care of Kumu for the time being? And the Grand Duke was pinched. Frawley heard one of the courtiers in the crowd make a low, exclamatory sound. Even Flory had not expected Amneris to be so adept at diplomacy. Kumu asked him if he was merely a temporary custodian, and if he said he was, Grand Duke Tario would lose the power to execute or dispose of Amneris at his own discretion. But if he says otherwise, he is admitting openly before his courtiers the ambition and treachery of Kumu against Mongol. Flory feared the Archduke's wrath more than anything. But there was a light in the Archduke's eyes, a light that seemed to be amused. Well, you know, different people see things differently. At any rate, after the death of Vlad, you will be the representative of Mongol now. At the very least, it seems that it will be up to you to take care of the mistakes that Mongol made. The Grand Duke deliberately dodged Amneris' question, as if he were trying to be subtle. What was Mongol's mistake? It's no secret, the invasion and occupation of Parohi, my lady. Paro is a neighbor to Aurra, but it is also a very close neighbor to Kumu. Mongol's invasion of Paro was very regrettable for Kumu. Even though they were allies, Kumu was reluctant to interfere with Mongol's outrageous act because he respected Mongol's independence, but I told His Highness Vlad several times in my letters that such an act could not be condoned. But Lord Vlad has never listened to me. Gradually, Grand Duke Talio's voice seemed to grow louder and clearer. Of course, it's unfair to say that it's your crime, my lady, but you did lead the Mongol army to Paro as a general during the Black Dragon War. Isn't that right? Well, sir, then perhaps you can't just say you're innocent because you're young and a woman. What do you think, princess? Am I going to be tried, sir? Amneris countered. Flory heard a small ho again, from the same place as before. Well, that's not exactly what I'm saying. Then I shall make my statement at the time of trial. Of course, I do not wish to use force to evade the fact that I am the sole heir of Mongol, that Mongol's fault is my fault, and that my father's crime is my crime. It's a good thing they said that. Grand Duke the Rio chuckled. Well, of all the three Gorian nations, Kumu has always treated Paro with affection and friendship, partly because of its culture and love of beauty and art. Kumu, more than Mongol and even more than Eulania, was Paro's friend and neighbor. Suddenly, Mongol, my brother, turned on that neighbor. Think of the embarrassment and distress of our Kumu. Kumu, Eulania, and Mongol are one confederacy under the name of the Aurra, and I cannot laugh off the outrage that one of them has perpetrated against my neighbor, as if I had nothing to do with it, nor can I avenge my brother by siding with my neighbor. Indeed, Kumu is the one who has had to make the most painful decision in this war against the Black Dragon. If it was because of my late father, I would like to express my deepest apologies on his behalf. No. So I don't understand how you feel, Lord Vlad. Mongol is a frontier and across the river is the foreign land of Nosferus. It is human nature's desire for more and better territory, but to act as one's heart desires for the sake of nature's desire, well, your father never understood international politics. A single stone can cause 1,000 ripples, a festival. Amneris bobbed his head gently again. Gradually, he regained his composure, and his gesture was elegant, even graceful. Mysterious. Gazing at it from behind, Flory was struck by a certain emotion in his heart. The princess seems to have grown up somewhat. Amneris is firmly on equal terms with Grand Duke Tario. This was clearly felt by Kumu. The best evidence of this was that there were no more eyes or attitudes in this room that saw her as a helpless, powerless prisoner, a frail mere woman with no power, or tried to treat her as such. Amneris was now the next female Grand Duke who represented the Grand Duchy of Mongol in the Water Palace of Ruan, the capital of Kumu, in the midst of the capital of the enemy, and fought with the Grand Duke of Kumu. Mongol was now gone, but it was not dying as long as Amneris was there. The weight of Mongol rested on her slender body, on her lean, firm shoulders. No, she was the Grand Duchy of Mongol itself, which was now about to be lost, and she, as Mongol itself, stood boldly against the mighty and arrogant Kumu. The people, the Grand Duke and the princes, felt it and accepted it. There was no longer any need to unnecessarily embarrass or belittle Amneris. The will, the pride, the dignity, and the grace that emanated from Amneris's sober body did not allow people to do so. Oh, Princess, Florey murmured into his chest. God help the princess. Help the princess. The princess will stand trial on behalf of Mongol. That's the way it should be. That's what the Grand Duke said. But I do not know what form it will take. I have received a messenger from my eldest son Talu, who is now in Taurus, saying that the Ulanian army and Saul's representatives will arrive in Taurus soon. As soon as they arrive, the decision regarding the treatment of Mongol and the princess will be made by consensus. On the Taurus. Well, Taurus has fallen. Now, the core of the primordial union, Paro, Argos, and our Kumu forces are all gathered in Taurus. Well, sir. Amneris suddenly turned his gaze to the distance. Taurus, the land she was born and raised in, the land she swore she'd never set foot on again until she was crowned Lord Crystal just a few days ago. When she heard of her father's death, she was hurriedly recalled and set out for Taurus, but was intercepted by the Kumu army between Zame and Haifa, and finally became a prisoner of the Kumu without ever reaching Mongol territory. Her father's funeral and the fall of Taurus all passed far away from her. Taurus now. Paro's army. But, Princess Amneris. Grand Duke Talio was saying it slowly and casually. This may be a one-sided idea on my part. But I don't think this is a bad idea for you either. Yes. That means, you're still the Lady of Mongol and the country is still yours, even though it's been conquered. Well, there's nothing you can do about it now. Your soldiers are taken away, your men are separated from you, and you're in the hands of this Kumu, and your life is at our mercy. But that's what international politics is all about. You will be tried by the Gora as a damsel in exile, and you will die on the pyre. You're young, you're beautiful, you're not old enough to die. Gradually, it resembled a larynx that had been hiding in the grass, slowly raising its head. Grand Duke Therio's eyes narrowed, and his voice began to take on a much stickier and tougher quality than before. To tell you the truth, Princess Amneris. At first I cared nothing for the life or death of a defeated princess who had fallen into my hands and had no power. All I wanted to do was cut off her head and give it to Paro to avenge his death. But now that I've spoken to you, I've changed my mind. I'm beginning to think that there is a more useful use for your head than cutting it off. Amneris. Even on her face, the mask of numbness and dead expressionlessness had now been swept clean away. His eyes were now green flames. His pale cheeks were flushed, his eyes were blazing, and his whole body was straining to catch a single word, as if he were fighting with the Grand Duke of Talio to the last drop of his strength. But still she remained calm and composed. Again there was a faint murmur of praise. This time Florey found the source. It's beautiful. A green-eyed she-tiger. It was Prince Tal San, who sat at the right of the Grand Duke and watched the whole of Amneris' response. You're quite something. You are not just a beautiful doll of a lady. You've got what it takes to compete with me in such circumstances. I regret it. I can rebuild Mongol, do you understand, my lady? You're saying that Kumu will act as a backstop to bring the Grand Duchy of Mongol back to life. You're quick to understand. The Grand Duke laughed. The laugh made him look even more cruel. What good would it do Kumu to put you on trial or have you decapitated? His Majesty Saul is at Ulania's mercy. Ulaninia will naturally crush Mongol and insist that its territory be ceded to the other two nations. For that, You must die, but if you send a petition to His Majesty Saul as soon as possible, asking for Kumu's protection and entrusting him with the guardianship of Mongol instead. You say Yulania will not fight Kumu and Mongol here and now until she has the strength of her army. Perhaps. His Majesty Saul is a stubborn man. Even with a formal letter from you and all the formalities fulfilled, Yulania won't have the guts to go to war. If Yulania were to be defeated by such a move, His Majesty would lose his head, which he has been barely holding on to. But I'm sure this is not a bad thing for you. You have no choice but to accept it. It's the only way to keep the name Mongol alive on Earth. You're a clever girl. You don't have to think about it. A puppet, once his role is done, is easily assassinated and replaced by his true master. Amneris said in a low voice, his green eyes twinkling like a snake's. What difference does it make to me if I'm tried and beheaded 6 months later, or if I'm put away 3 years later because I've done my job? If I had any value at all, I would have a little bit of strength against Kumu. What if I told him that I would rather die in apology to the people of Paro after a fair trial than spend a few more years as a puppet? This again. The Grand Duke of Talios suddenly turned his face away and began to laugh out loud. This is another thing I never thought I'd see. I finally stopped laughing and said, "Well, you're a fine-looking girl. It would be a shame to let you die so easily. To be in this position and still take it into your own hands to threaten me, well. Then I won't kill you. As long as you're his loyal puppet, Kumu will be content to play puppet to Mongol and will not seek to rule in name or in deed. Otherwise, he'll give up hope of another chance and let you have the trial you want." Grand Duke. Why don't you tell us what's on your mind? Amneris said sharply. I'm sure your highness has other things on his mind. I'm 19 years old and I'm the Grand Duchess of Mongol. I'm young, I'm single, and your highness has 3 sons who have yet to be married. Princess Amneris. The Grand Duke slowly raised his hand and intercepted her. I know you're intelligent. But, you are still young. You can take it out of my mouth, but you mustn't say it. I don't know anything about it. We'll talk about this later. So, your highness. You must be exhausted from your long journey and your heartache. Rest easy, until we meet again. With an enigmatic tone, the Grand Duke gave the signal. His pale eyes were fixed on Amneris with a very strange and inscrutable expression. Again Amneris and Flory were led back to the Red Tower along the same road they had taken. This time, the officers and soldiers escorting them did not speak a word to them, as if they were wearing masks. As soon as he entered the room he was assigned, the door was closed behind him and the sound of a heavy lock being released was heard. Princess Sama. Flory's knees buckled strangely, and he felt as if he could not stand. Amneris turned pale again and held on to Flory's shoulders for a long time. And that's when it happened. Amneris buried his face in Flory's chest. She cried out violently, as if something she had been holding back had broken loose. Flory faltered. Princess Sama. Lady Amneris. It's not as if her desperate cries had reached Amneris' ears. She buried her face in Flory's chest and continued to sob violently, as if she were recoiling from the past few days of desperately trying to keep up the mask of expressionlessness and emotionlessness. At length, however, her voice gradually changed to a low sob, which at last ceased. She wiped away the last of her tears with great self-control, and looked up at Flory with some trepidation, and smiled with tear-stained eyes. "I'm sorry, Flory," she said. "Let me show you this place." "What are you talking about, princess?" But, the princess. Flory slumped. He was relieved that Amneris had finally opened up to him, and he had been completely overwhelmed by the previous meeting. In addition, he had been standing by Amneris's side for so long, watching her mind waver, that he could hardly believe that she had spoken in such a calm and soothing way. "It's okay. I'm not gonna pick you out like this again. So don't worry, Flory." The fact that Amneris continued to say this in an almost gentle tone surprised Flory even more. "Well, princess, well, what's the matter with you? Look at me as if I'm something strange." "No, Florey shouted, twisting his thin hands together. At last Amneris has spoken to me. I was worried. I wondered if he would ever speak to me again. I wondered if he would ever eat anything, if he would ever get sick, if he would ever get sick. You're worried about me. You're all I've got left, aren't you, Florey? Amneris said quietly, sitting up. She seemed to have regained her composure, her equanimity, and even her strange strength for the first time in a long time. Come here. Stay with me. Well, that's good. I've been thinking, Florey. I've been thinking, and I've been thinking, all alone. I'm sorry I put you through that, but I had to think. What do you want, Lord Amneris? All kinds of things. Amneris squeezed his lips together with an oddly boyish, determined expression. All these things I had to think about. What I didn't know, what I didn't want to know, and what a stupid, blind, self-centered woman I was. Oh, no. No, I don't want your comfort, Florey. I don't need any more comfort or sympathy, Amneris said, still with that strange mixture of gentleness and harshness in his tone. What's the use of that now? Pretending to be something you're not, running away from reality, refusing to see the facts against you. That's what made me what I am. I didn't know anything. I didn't want to know when I had to, and even after I knew I was guilty of selfishness. Florey, it was I who destroyed Mongol. It was the stupidity and weakness of Amneris, the Lady of Mongol, that caused the death of your father, the death of Mireille, and finally the destruction of Mongol itself. What are you talking about, princess? That's not true. That's a very wrong and bad idea. Why should the princess blame herself so? You only did what your father ordered. Startled, Florey shouted. Amneris gently restrained him with his hand. Listen to me, Florey. I want to talk to you. I know it's a little late for that, but I want to talk to you. Yeah, but you're right. I was following your father's orders. I followed your orders to attack Paro, I followed your orders to marry Aldo Neyris, and I followed your orders to march on Paro with an army of conquerors. If I've ever made a mistake, it's that very thing. That I never had any ideas of my own. I didn't think for myself, I didn't know, I just did what my father, and then Neyris, and then my father said. They called me a general, a superior man, and a lady of the ice. They praised my courage and leadership, and praised and glorified the fact that a girl of only 17 or 8 years old could lead a large army on wars and expeditions. I was so taken in by it that I was in a good mood. How many things did I think for myself, make decisions for myself, and accept responsibility for? How many things can I say that I myself, this one daughter of Amneris, have done? No. What power did I have? Grandfather Mars, Gaius, Father, Florey, you. I've always been surrounded by so many people. There was always someone to tell me what to do. I've never done anything. Mongol was your father's country. I just happened to be born his daughter. Nothing was done by my own power, by my own hand, by my own idea. My soldiers, my people, they belong to my father. So, now that I've lost it, there's really no reason to mourn the loss of anything. Because I didn't do anything to get it, how can I lose something I have nothing of? Neyris-sama, that's what I'd do if I were Neyris-sama. Amneris' voice faltered when he spoke the name. But he no longer hesitated as he had in the past. What an ignorant, unthinking, careless woman I have been. It was my army that trampled Paro and took away the land from the people of Paro. Now that I have lost my country and my people, I finally know the heart of the exiled king and the exiled people. It is heavier than anything else. If there are two kinds of grief, those that can be forgotten and those that cannot, then the grief of the exiled nation is the one that will stay with you and will never leave you again. And if there is such grief and sorrow in Mongol, which your father created in a single generation, what must be the feelings of the nation that has continued for 3,000 years without losing its independence even though it was defeated in war many times? The weight of the nation's longevity is the depth of its bitterness toward those who would trample it down. The proud heir to the throne of Paro, trapped and forced by force to marry the bitter enemy who had defiled his country, could easily fall in love with him and forgive and forget him like the miracle of Saria, a man so proud, so much like the king himself. I've never doubted that, not even for a moment. Oh, when I think about it, I'm ashamed of myself. I can't recognize any value in who I am. When I think of the fact that I didn't even understand such a thing, that I didn't even think about such an obvious thing even once, I now feel that I can understand a little bit of that person's feelings. I think that if I were in the same position, would have done the same. I didn't know anything about it. Amneris repeated it again. I didn't know anything. That was my sin. I don't have anything now. I really don't have anything anymore. No country, no powerful father, no brother, no lover, no army of my own. Only then does one realize how much is truly one's own, how much one has and how much strength one has. No matter how bitter a pill it may be, I must know now. I have to open my eyes and see and know my true, naked form. I don't know what's left for me to do or what I can do. If I have no power and can do nothing, then I must die in this tower with my tongue between my teeth. I'm the Lady of Mongol. I'm the Lady of Mongol, if only because I was born that way. Since that's the case, I can't live alone, forgetting all my ambitions, all my vengeance, all my envy, quietly living in the streets as an ordinary woman, one of many ordinary women in the world. Yes, if I am allowed to live quietly in a corner of Kumu in exchange for forgetting everything, or else I will bear the sins of Mongol and go up to the decapitation. If I am asked to choose one of them, I would rather live out my life in the streets without a name and without being looked back upon by anyone. I would rather die a glorious death as the proud Grand Duchess of Mongol, the first and last Duchess to ascend the decapitated head. That's because I'm the Princess of Mongol, the only daughter of Vlad Mongol. I'm not strong. I'm afraid to die. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death, of being deceived, of everything. I tried to deceive myself into thinking otherwise, but this hunt has taught me. I am weak and weak-minded, neither superior to others nor possessed of extraordinary strength. I am nothing more than an ordinary girl of 19. I wobbled on the ice because I was afraid that people would hurt or attack the fragile and foolish woman's heart that lay beneath the ice. I was really just acting as my father wanted me to be. Perhaps the real me was this tiny, helpless, fragile, stupid, and fragile-hearted girl that I am now. But, Flory. Because of that, because of my mediocrity, because of my weakness, because of my cowardice, the pride of the Lady of Mongol is the last thing I can truly cling to. Now I finally understand what pride means to a man, that because he has lost everything, has nothing else, he can do anything for it, that he will give his life for this one last thing. I didn't know. How insignificant is the pride of those who are applauded and praised in glittering palaces, compared with the pride of those who are hunted down, miserable, humiliated and tormented. How insignificant, how insignificant, how insignificant, how insignificant, how insignificant, how insignificant. Amneris's eyes blurred as if he were looking into the distance. What was she looking at beyond the walls of the Tower of Kum? The figure of a man going to the altar under the yoke of unrequited love and marriage, or the younger, silver-haired, smoky purple-eyed man who had been brought out before her in the dusty misery of the sands of Nosferus far away, and whose eyes were still blazing and who was trying to repel her with all his might? Or was it the form of a younger girl, silvery-haired and purple-eyed, who was trying to repel her with all her might? So, now is the time for me to say it. Amneris said in a rather somber and sad voice, contrary to the exuberant sound of his words. I am the Lady of Mongol. And that's the only thing I have left now, the only thing that keeps me going, the only thing I'm proud of. As long as that is the case, I will not cut off my own life, and I will have no choice but to bear any suffering, humiliation and mockery that comes my way. I have no choice but to accept and bear it all as the sins of my folly and weakness. No one can save me, no one can change me. I, Amneris, Duchess of Mongol, have taken upon myself this fate. I could have been different, but I chose to do everything this way. About Mayor, about Lord Naris. Perhaps I should have stopped the invasion of Paro. As a sister, I should have watched over her and raised her differently in place of my late mother before I got carried away by the fact that my father's heart was on me, but I don't regret it anymore. If I'd done this then, it wouldn't have mattered. This is the way I should have been. This was the fate I brought upon myself. Hey, Flory. I've finally come to the point where I want to live again, to live as myself, to make decisions with my head, with my heart, and to feel. Is it too late? Is it too late? If it is not, I want to finally live as the real Lady Mongol from now on. I want to make my father's country my country and its people my people. I may be too weak, too helpless to do anything, but, Princess, you are not as helpless and weak as you think you are. Flory yelled as if he couldn't take it anymore. It's hard for Flory here to hear you talk down to her like that. You've had bad luck, and perhaps you've had some of the things you say. But you will always be to me, no matter what, the Lady of Light, the light of Mongol itself. There's nothing wrong with you, Your Highness. She just got caught up in the great, cruel game of war and that's all. How many people in the same position could have been stronger and behaved better? It's easy for me to say. But for those in it, nothing can be seen apart from themselves. Yes. I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to think that way about you. Even if it were the princess herself, I wouldn't. Amneris is not an ordinary girl, nor an insignificant being, nor a weak, helpless little girl. Amneris was always our ideal. She was beautiful, strong, and very fierce. Just now, you took on Grand Duke Talio of Kumu and never missed a step. I was good at Amneris, captured, brought out as a defeated general, exposed in the midst of so many men, and yet Amneris was the most magnificent of them all. She was as beautiful as a glittering light and completely overwhelmed the men. She was magnificent, and if your father had lived, I'm sure he would have been very happy. Who among the subjects of Mongol wouldn't be thrilled with pride at the sight of Amneris? She's our queen, and she's even better than the late Archduke. Who wouldn't be happy to swear absolute and undying allegiance to her? I was proud of the princess. I always wanted the people of Mongol to see her like that. And she was only 19 years old, an ordinary princess who knew nothing but dresses and dancing. Thank you, Flory. Amneris took Flory's hand and held it on his shoulder. You're always there to comfort me. You encourage and strengthen me. With each loss, I see more and more clearly what is true and what is not. And you'll always be there for me. I can trust you. Do you have any idea how much it means to me to have you by my side after everything I've lost? Yes, Flory, you're more to me than a sister. And, no way. It's such a waste of time. No, it's not. But let's go back to what you said. Yes, I'm strong. I had to be strong, and I was strong. I'm strong knowing that no one will protect me anymore and no one will take me on as Princess of Mongol unless I insist. How easy it was, and how could I not have known such a simple thing before? But maybe it's too late. If only I'd been stronger sooner, somehow everything would have been different. I finally became strong enough to know what pride is and to admit my own weakness and foolishness. Oh, my God, Flory. I feel like I can do anything now. I can do anything, dirty, horrible, cruel, act nice, stab people in the back. And I feel as if I've been reborn. I don't love her anymore. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I still love her. But I don't hold a grudge anymore, and I don't want to give him a head start to get rid of this grudge. In her eyes, I was so young, so easy, so petty and foolish that my heart burns at the thought of it. I want to win her. I want to stand before him again, to act as his equal, and to defeat him by force, by love, by anything. I want to rebuild my country. I want to take Mongol back in my hands. I want to build again with my own hands all that I have lost through my stupidity and infancy. Amneris's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his thin, strong hands clasped Florey's firmly. Her fierceness and radiance, which had been hidden for a while, had completely, no, on the contrary, it had become even more fierce and intense than before. Florey gazed at her, almost stunned. Amneris bites his lip fiercely, bloodily, and says no more. Her eyes are still following her thoughts, and she seems to be going madly back into herself. Mr. Amneris, Mr. Amneris. Florey's voice sounded a little frightened, but he may or may not have heard it. Amneris did not answer, nor did he change his posture. Yes. I am now I am the Queen of Mongol. Love, fear, weakness, all shall be shattered. I am Amneris, Queen of Mongol, I, Lord Amneris. What is it that you want to tell me, Lord Amneris? I'm at. Amneris was about to open his mouth, when he finally came to his senses. Suddenly, without warning, the door opened and Khonshu peeked out. Lady Amneris. There's a man here to see you. Who is it? Florey winced and stood up, shielding the Duchess behind him. His Highness Tal San, second Prince of Calm. Oh. Florey gulped. He hesitated and looked around, wondering what to do. He stood up and said in a tone of arrogance, I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. I'll see to it. Please allow His Highness Tal San to enter. When Prince Tal San came in, he had no guards or retainers. In any case, the two women were probably underestimating what they could do if something happened to them. They are large and strong, and have the body of a warrior. They must have some skill. Florey was not so sure. A man and a woman in a locked room, even if the prince had ulterior motives, this was his country. It would be futile to ask for help, and of course there was nothing she could do. As if he saw Florey's fear, Amneris gently tapped Florey on the shoulder and motioned for him to stay back. Welcome to the party. The courtly etiquette practiced at Paro is elegant. Tarsan stared at the room and at Amneris. It looks like you're all set up, but is there anything you want? I opened my mouth. He was more polite than I thought he would be. Thank you, sir. For now, this is it. If there's anything you need, just let me know. It seems my father no longer considers you a mere prisoner. Well, okay. Tal San looked at Amneris with downcast eyes. Then, suddenly, he said, don't tell my father I'm here. And we don't have much time. My father's a smart man. He'll know I'm doing this. I don't have time for words, I'll tell you plainly. Princess Amneris, will you join me? Amneris' eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Tal San in silence. He did not forget to show a splash of flattery in his eyes. Tal San shifted his feet irritably. You're the one who just showed me how intelligent you are. There's no need for you to try and lure me like that. You've already seen that I'm attracted to you. Thank you, sir. Amneris smiled wistfully. Tal San began to walk around even more irritably. No need to thank me. You are a clever and wily woman. I have long heard that you are skilled in the art of war and horse riding. I had thought that her beauty was just a flattery and that at best she would be as pretty as a dozen men and at worst a big woman with muscles as big as a man's. But seeing her in the flesh today, she is so beautiful that I cannot believe she ever wore such a military uniform. I used to say that Mongol women could not compare with the women of Kumu and Paro, but this one can compete with them, and even in Kumu she is very beautiful. I'm not one to speak out of turn, so I'll go out on a limb here and say that we are the ones who are in charge of your life. And as my father said earlier, rather than divide and rule Ulania and Mongol, Kumu would rather set up a puppet government in Mongol and control it from behind. The last thing any of the three great dukes of Aurra would want is to be replaced by another country and go from being one great duchy to being the lord of the kingdom of Aurra itself. That's what my father said, but of course, he's thinking of having you as one of our three brothers. Let me get this straight. I'd like to team up with you to make that one me. Perhaps my father will take the form of laying out the three of them and letting you choose, if only formally. Because, that is to say, GM has various circumstances, and each of the three princes has their own factions and power struggles. But if it were up to me, I could leave Kumu peacefully as the husband of the Grand Duke of Mongol or the Grand Duchess of Mongol, with my brother Talu as the heir to Kumu and Tariq as the youngest. And I like you. I don't care if you call me a double dealer of color and lust. You're beautiful and I think you'd make a pretty good husband, because I can't stand ugly women. You really say what you think, don't you? Amneris laughed. Are you being frank with me, or do you think I'm a miserable woman who can't do anything but cling to what she's been given? I do not disrespect you. Can't you see I'm doing this to win your favor? I thought that since you are a very intelligent and clever woman, like a green-eyed tiger, it would be much better for you if I showed you all my tricks at the outset than if I pretended to fall in love with you at first sight or tried to win your heart in some dubious way. Maybe you're right. Amneris murmured, his green eyes twinkling faintly. You can't trust so easily a weak heart to fall in love at first sight. So... I don't know. Tal-san got a little closer. What's the answer? You speak so hastily. But how do you know the Grand Duke will let me choose? Would he give that kind of power to an exiled princess with no army? If the Grand Duke asked me who I wanted to marry, I couldn't refuse. His Highness may be the only one who would say he liked me. The other two might say they have no interest in such a woman. I at least know what my father thinks. Tal-san said irritably. That man was interested in you because he was interested in you. The way he looked at you, the way he spoke of you afterwards, all showed that he was interested in you as a man. But that man couldn't take Lady Mongol, even though he had a wife and she was the Princess of Urania, and even if he took her as a concubine, he couldn't get Mongol. Moreover, I don't know if it's because he was born with a weakness for affection, or if it's because we've been letting him down for so many years, but whatever it is, he certainly doesn't have the advantage or disadvantage of favoring one of his children over the others. I don't have that at all. Maybe he's afraid of upsetting the country by doing so he can't love anyone. That's why I let you choose, not to give you power, but for the sake of peace in Kumu. If my father appoints one of the three of us, there will be trouble. Well, and one other thing, the only other thing that concerns me is that you don't know us at all. We, the three princes of Kumu, are terribly jealous, envious and suspicious of each other. After all, we insisted on our father to build us 3 palaces that were exactly the same in clothing, number of servants and even the palace. And on top of that, we feel, react and want everything the same way, whether it's because we're brothers or not. This makes us even more jealous of each other, and we spend a lot of time watching to see if the other brother gets a better deal than we do. Have you seen your brother Talu? Yes. After this war. Soon. Yes. That's right. We had a little chat. Then you may spend 1,000 runs on me, but my brother will want you, too. The fact that I've got my finger on you. What a funny story. Amneris laughed mockingly. And you expect me to believe that? You do not know the 3 princes of Kumu. Tal-san repeated angrily. If I think this way, my brother and I will also think this way, more or less, is not something that we have learned yesterday or today. It's something we've been repeating since we were children. It has been our fate since birth, foretold by the mage, that the 3 of us will always fight over the same woman, the same horse, the same sword, the same rare gift, or if all goes well, that the 3 of us will share it. Amneris shrugged his shoulders elegantly. Well, good. Even if you don't believe me now, you'll understand in time. So, what's your answer? Yes, I suppose so. Amneris rose from the chair in which he had been leaning during the conversation and turned slightly away. Whether consciously or not, this resulted in the further flaunting of her beautiful, slender but well-proportioned whole body before Tarsan. Talsan's eyes stared at the curves as if they were being sucked in. That's a very difficult question to answer. Prince Talsan said, I know nothing about the three princes of Kumu. That's right. How could I know, and how could I answer the challenge to choose one of them right now when I know nothing about the three princes of Kumu? How can I tell the difference in sincerity between the other two princes and Prince Talsan? I know, Princess Amneris. Talsan seemed to have expected such a thing, and did not show any sign of annoyance. I know what you're thinking. There's no reason why the second son shouldn't come to you and the third son shouldn't come to you too. I'm not offended by that, and I'm offering you this deal because I know you're that kind of a woman. It may be that you are the one who chooses, but in the eyes of the Lady of Mongol, there is no difference between the three of us. But as far as we're concerned, each of us has our own pride and confidence. To put it bluntly, I don't think I'm more powerful than my brother at the moment. But don't you think that's the best thing for you? Talo already has some strength and a good temper. He will try to conquer you and follow you into your heart. Tarek is just a boy. He may be the best you have at your disposal, but he's also the most unreliable. He's led his own men into battle once or twice and he's only 1 year older than you. I'm in the middle of the pack in every way. Second-born sons are often trapped between the eldest and youngest sons, and I am not as attached to Kumu as Talo, and if I am to become the soil of Mongol, that is fine with me. Nevertheless, I am not so young as to give up my own strength in drowning in you. I think you and I would probably make good companions. You'd know that if you did. You don't look like the kind of woman who'd like to be at the mercy of a strong man or to be chased around by a weak one as a mother. Don't you think that I, a man who is neither strong nor weak, but has as much strength and brains as anyone else, is the most affordable? Tal San suddenly twisted his lips in a strange way and smiled. It was a ghastly smile, as if his true nature, which had been hidden deep inside him until then, had suddenly come to the surface. And, my lady, and I would not care a jot. The sky. That man you failed to marry, the Prince of Paro, if you were to be embraced by me with the thought of another man deep in your heart, I would not be so foolish as to argue with you about it. I'm not going to make a fool of myself. I'm not going to be picky or intrusive. I'm not going to be picky or intrusive. As long as I get you, I'm not going to want more than that. Flory was startled and leaned toward him to see if Amneris would be alarmed. Amneris, however, was surprised to find that he only listened to her with an inscrutable smile on his face. Princess Amneris. Tal San took a step forward. In response, Amneris casually stepped aside and bowed, as if to give him a shoulder to lean on. First of all, I must thank you for buying and desiring me, a trapped and helpless person, in such a high way. I hope you don't think that I'm conceited and think that I deserve it. I'm really, really grateful. Amneris smiled lustily at Tal San. But, Lord Tal San, you have to give me some time. I'm a woman. I have a lot to think about and I want to make myself look more worthy. But, you have made me a very tempting offer, Tal San. Yes, indeed, you have seen through me. I don't want to be conquered and I don't want to have children. If you were told by force to buy now, you would probably think that trading is the best way to go. But, then you have nothing to think about. Tal San closes the distance. Amneris casually takes another step back. But then, there was a rushing knock on the door. Tal San stiffened. It was a kinsman who came in. Hearing a whisper in his ear, Tal San grimaced. Tarek has come downstairs to see you, he said with a chuckle. I'm sure you're in a very good mood. In fact, I would like to hide myself behind a curtain somewhere and ask my brother how he feels about you, but I'm not sure I've grasped your heart yet, and I don't want him to think that I'm anxiously waiting for him. I'll leave you alone now, but I'll tell you this, when you talk to Tarek, you'll see that I was telling the truth. And you'll see that working with me is the smartest thing you can do. I'll see you later, Princess Amneris. Tal Sand put one hand on his chest and gave a formal, knightly bow, as if to tease him. The next moment he was out of the doorway as quickly as a trapdoor. Amneris and Florrie glanced at each other and kept silent. Without waiting long, the door on the other side opened. Prince Tariq wishes to see you, Princess. Please, let me through. Prince Tariq was said to be right behind the attendants. Before Amneris's voice had finished, he had already pushed past the apprentices and was on his way to his chamber. Without even bothering to greet him, he coughed and opened his mouth. His demeanor and countenance showed that he was, as his second brother had said, very young and had the appearance of a youngish child. Princess, you saw your brother here. I know exactly where he is. Well, suddenly. It's no use hiding it. The youngest of the three princes of Kumu almost clattered to the ground. I know what my brother is thinking. I've done my research. My brother would have wanted you to be his wife. Sit down, please. I'll have a cold one. I don't care what you drink. Princess Amneris, don't let the Tal Sand talk you into it. That's what I came here to say. That's my brother, but he's a wicked, devious, scheming man. I'm not going to let a man like you be deceived by him. Lord Tal Sand is a kind and gentle man. Amneris smiled innocently. He came all the way here to see if I had any inconveniences. That's the hand he's got. Tariq said excitedly. Don't be fooled. He's got an ulterior motive. Well, what? I want you. And it's for a good reason. What do you mean? Amneris' eyes widened. What is the meaning of the word? It's... Tariq stammered as he tried to speak. Amneris cocks his head even more and peers at Tariq with green eyes. What do you want from me? Yes, yes, yes. He wants you for himself. Do you know why? No, Lord Tariq. It's... Tariq hesitated again. But then he licked his lips and said in a breath. He's cunning. Did Tal Sand say there are now 3 marriages going on at the same time between the 3 princes of Kumu and the 3 princesses of Yolania? No, he didn't. Yes, he didn't say anything. But I suppose that's to be expected. Your family background and your age are just right for you. It's not a joke. The 3 Uranian girls are 30, 28, and 25. Tariq's youthful cheeks flushed with blood. My brothers are fine. But to make me marry a woman 5 years older is terrible. I've only just turned 20. And the dames of Urania, Amia, Nerii, and Rubinia are the most famous ugly women in the Middle Kingdom. I'm not. Sure, that's such a terrible thing to say. Everyone knows that. They're so ugly that none of them has found a wife yet. The Grand Duke of Yolania is more worried about the fate of those 3 ugly women than anything else. It would be so much better if all 3 of them were given to the 3 princes of Kumu. But you have to put yourself in our shoes. Who would want to marry an older man and such a scamp at the age of 20? So does my brother. That's why he's always trying to talk his way out of it. But, Princess Amneris, my brother is 24. A 25-year-old Rubinia would make a fine wife. Brother Tala would be just fine with Princess Nerii. But don't you think that I don't have to take a woman 5 years older than me as my wife? As you said earlier, for Kumu and Mongol to be united in marriage, me at 20 and you at 19. There's no more suitable match than that. And you, Amneris, are beautiful. You're really beautiful. It's a far cry from that ugly woman whose portrait made me shudder. I fell in love with you at first sight. I knew for the first time you were the one I'd been looking for. You're a green-eyed angel, Amneris. Well, Amneris looked at Tariq with an eloquent crack in his, teasingly, invitingly, with a faint smile on his lips. Tariq misunderstood. Don't you believe me? Oh, really, I've fallen in love with you. How can I make you understand? if that's what it takes to make you understand, then I'll cut open my chest and grab my bleeding heart. I'd kneel at your feet and die just like that. If it were for you, I would fetch the pearl of fire that is said to be in Karankutum at the end of the earth. Well, my lord, what do you want me to do with a bleeding heart and a corpse lying at my feet? What am I to do with such things? I am not a flesh-eating daughter of the Shemites. You're a terrible person. You make fun of me by beating me. How can you be so cruel when I'm so beautiful? Or are you still preferring Talsan to me? You've already made a promise to him. Is that so? No, sir. I haven't given you any answer yet. Don't worry, Amneris said to her as if he were nursing a younger boy. In fact, even though he was supposed to be 1 year older than her, he seemed strangely younger as he acted like a spoiled child in her presence. My troubled lord. There's someone you remind me of. I don't even know what the resemblance is. Is it a man? Your lover. My love, there is no such thing. Once upon a time, a young man fell in love with me and ran away from his country for it. If it's a riddle to get me to leave the country, then say so. I have 2 older brothers and no desire for a country I can't inherit. I'll never forget you saying that, Amneris. Amneris approached, reached out his hand and helped Tarek up. Well, that's enough for today. Welcome home, Your Highness. And come back tomorrow if you haven't changed your mind. You'll have to be patient if you want me to believe you. Come on. We don't want anyone to come. Tarek, you spoiled brat. I will obey your word as the gods have commanded me, Princess Amneris. Tarek graciously took Amneris' hand and nuzzled the back of it. Then he left, looking back many times with regret. The 2 girls stayed put, feeling as if a stiff smile had stuck to their faces, until the door closed and they were sure that no one was coming. It was Flory who opened his mouth first. Well, princess. Her voice was somehow weak. I had no idea. Just because she said she was going to be strong doesn't mean that she, Amneris, is going to be. When did you learn to do this? I am, Flory. I just acted the way I thought he would have acted. Just as Lady Nairis would have done to me, Amneris said arrogantly, but with a strange look of fatigue, and collapsed in his chair. Well, after all, don't you think that Lady Nairis is invaluable to me? Chapter 3. Return to Paro. And again, this is the Golden Scorpion Palace of Taurus. The chaos in the capital of Mongol, where the armies of many countries, including the nations of Primorsky territory, Kumu, Paro, Argos, and the horsemen, were crowded together, wandering around with their national accents and their different and distinctive armor, was also carried over to the inside of the Golden Scorpion Palace. Furthermore, since the Eulanian army has also entered the Taurus, the variety of its members has become even greater. It has already been 10 days since the fall of Taurus. The towns are finally regaining some semblance of order, but the shops have not yet reopened, and the citizens who have lost their homes are barely surviving on the food distributed by the occupying forces. Rumors of looting and assaults have not ceased in spite of the ban imposed by the higher authorities. It was not always the soldiers of the Allied forces who were responsible for the razing and wolfing. The deserters of the fallen knights of Mongol became the most violent usurpers of the people of Mongol, as they testified that this is what it means when a government falls and the order that existed there is overturned. Can't you get rid of the bandits somehow? If this continues, Taurus will become a city of lawlessness, and we will have no choice but to destroy it. I hope you will have compassion and sympathize with the distress of the townspeople and take away the deserters. Day after day, all the leading figures of the city came to the headquarters of the occupying forces and pleaded with them. It seemed that even the loyal citizens of Taurus were no longer thinking about their loyalty to the lost Grand Dukes, but only about somehow overcoming this chaos and restoring order and peace to Taurus. Of course, the occupying forces do not intend to turn Taurus into a deserted and deadly city. Each country's armed forces have taken their own share in the fight against the robbers, but they are all from different countries with different standards. They were not successful in their efforts. I don't think you should go into town. The Valachian Admiral Cameron, as he strode through the unnecessarily opulent corridors of the Golden Scorpion Palace, thought bitterly of the words of his subordinate Bane. Anyway, you can't tell which are the soldiers, which are the snoops, and which are the good townspeople. In fact, every one of them is all of them. Kumu's soldiers are especially bad. Besides, the Kumu army wants to establish a puppet government in Taurus, so they are recruiting deserters from the Mongol army as mercenaries, no matter what they are. Yesterday, you heard that the Ulanian army lodged a stern protest with the Kumu army about it. Yes. But Prince Taulus said and did not admit it at last. Still, Cameron, it would be naive to think that peace has been restored to Nakahara. The exchange reminded Cameron of Aglaya's conversations with Borgo Valan and Thor Dariu. So it seems. Ulanini is in a panic because Kumu outfoxed her. Kumu is planning to take control of Mongol territory. If anything is going to happen next, it will be between Kumu and Ulania. Yes, and that's how Chironia will intervene. The one who gets Chironia on their side wins. For the time being, Paro is too busy rebuilding the country to look outside. That's true, but that's why some countries might think now is a good time to hit a weakened Paro. The clouds of war in Nakahara have yet to clear. The clouds of war in Nakahara have not lifted. Cameron repeated Borgo Valan's words in his mouth. Yes, but we in Primorsky territory have nothing to do with it. We have many problems of our own. When I get back, there's a big, nasty problem waiting for me, that I have to settle with Lyre. Andonis. Now it's time for me to take the fight to you. By now, Cameron and Borgo Valens knew the outlines of Rygor's conspiracy. It was partly because Aldo Neris had hinted at it, and partly because the behavior of Ollie Trevan, Count Orlok, Corvinus, and the others was not careful enough to cover it up. I had expected such a thing anyway, so I was not frightened. However, I was concerned about the fact that Andonis, who was the source of the conspiracy, was strewn about in the far-off Primorsky territory. I'd better get home. Borgo Valan has decided to return to Agulhas after attending the coronation of his daughter-in-law, the new King Remus of Paro. Cameron intends to send the Valachian fleet under Ornius, which is anchored in Paro and waiting for the captain's return, to Talia and return to Primorsky territory via Talia. Cameron was very relieved to hear that he had succeeded in deceiving Ollie Trevan, who was fond of banquets, into attending the coronation of King Remus as his envoy. It was two birds with one stone, getting rid of the troubles for the time being. In any case, each nation's army had its own unique circumstances. It was impossible for them to remain in Taurus for so long. With the exception of the two nations of Kumu and Ulania, the others are preparing to return home. The fate of this unfortunate country will be in the hands of two nations who will try to control it. He wondered how this country without history and tradition, which had lost its ruler, its spiritual pillar, its armed forces, and everything else, would change and suffer in the future between the ambitions and desires of the nations. But it did not last long. Hi! Suddenly, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him, cutting off his thoughts. This is, Your Highness, Scar. Where are you going? Yes, sir, I'm on my way to occupation headquarters to report from the fleet. One was a sailor who had crossed the 7 seas, the other a wolf of the steppes who had traversed the Moss Sea for himself. Both were wild men who hated to be typecast and loved freedom, wandering and adventure. From the beginning of their meeting, Cameron and the Black Prince of Argos, Scar, had been on very good terms. Your Highness. Me. Scar made a vague sound, but somehow he came up beside Cameron and walked alongside him. Cameron is not a very large man. On the whole, the people of Primorsky territory are smaller than the people of the steppe and the middle plain, except for the sea people who are descendants of the Vikings. In line, the head of Scar is much higher than that of Cameron. We're not leaving for Primorai yet. Yes, sir. I'd like to do it as soon as possible, but I've been busy with a lot of trivial things. Trivial chores. Unusually, today, Li Hua, Guru Singh and the others who always follow Scar like a shadow were not seen. However, Scar is not concerned with such things, and whether it is Li Fa or the two boy attendants, Ta Wong and Tast, we get the impression that they are only sticking around because they want to be with Scar. Not at all. Scar sighed. I don't want to do this anymore. It's too much trouble. Inviting her to banquets, listening to her complaints, and on top of that, etiquette, this life in Nakahara is not for me. I've hated it from the start, but I'll go mad if it goes on any longer. And yet, Neris wants me to go to Paro no matter what. He was unusually talkative for Scar. He must be fed up with it all. I'm sorry for your loss. Cameron said he felt sorry for him. Why don't you go home unescorted? I don't think the current Taurus will ever be able to match the prince's temperament. I wish I could, but I don't. Scar looked down at Cameron with friendly eyes, and his eyes crinkled up. I don't hang out with many people from Primorsky Krai, and I've never wanted to. I'm just saying without much context. Looking at you, Admiral, I'd say you're a coast province sailor. You can be trusted, Admiral Cameron. But from what I've seen of the others, I don't think all Primorsky Krauts are good men. Ha ha ha, Cameron blurted out. Thanks for this. Especially that Ollie Trevan. I don't like him. It's like seeing a house pig in Kaoru. This is a tough one. I don't like what I don't like, Scar affirmed. But that's not the point. What are you talking about? Yeah, I've actually got something I'd like you to tell the Admiral. I'm at your service. Is this about the last time you came back by sea? Yeah. Yeah, that's what you said. No, I didn't. I gave up on that. I'm sorry about your horse. You can't even exercise him. No, 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 no. We're not gonna stand around talking. Is there somewhere else? Will you come to me, sir? Cameron led Scar to a room in the Golden Scorpion Palace, which had been assigned to him, and told his men to bring him some wine. The troops of Primorsky territory occupied a part of the women's palace and the prince's palace respectively. The wine of Mongol is strong. It's also sweet. It's like a wine from a cold, poor land near the frontier, Cameron said as he offered him a glass of Vasha. Scar said, yes, but he was completely out of sight and seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. For a while, he seemed to be pursuing his own thoughts, as if he had forgotten that Cameron was in front of him. Cameron watched him intently. This brave hero of the grasslands is not said to be so, nor does he even think such a thing himself, but I suddenly felt that he might have more sensitive and dreamy feelings than anyone else. Just as the graceful and gentle Aldo Neris sometimes reveals something shockingly cruel in his core, the pensive profile of Scar looks rather meditative and lonely. You may look old, but you're actually the same age as Lord Crystal. How is it possible that so many opposing personalities have come together in the two Confederate princes, Paro and Argos, for the umpteenth time since he has known them, Cameron thinks. Admiral. Scar suddenly opened his mouth. Ha! Do you believe in witchcraft and mysteries, Admiral? On the whole, the people of Primorai are not as superstitious as we prairie folk. Witchcraft. Cameron's head twisted at the unexpected words, but I'm not so stubborn as to not believe in anything at all. It is true that for those who believe in it, it is real, and it is too much of a stretch for me to think that I understand all the phenomena that exist in this world. That's a perfect answer. Scar tugged at his beard. That's a very clever thing to say. As Neris might say, we don't know everything, do we? What the? I am. Scar looked straight into Cameron's eyes. His dark eyes flashed, and he looked as if he were challenging something to see if Cameron would not oppose him, or if he would oppose him, to see if he would not obey his will. It was the face of a black wolf of the steppe, and Cameron was disgusted with himself for thinking that he had any weakness in him at all. I think we should go to Nosferus, Admiral Cameron. Scar said it all in a strong, low, pounding voice. Cameron didn't say a word for a few moments, but when he opened his mouth, his voice was quiet. Is there something you want, Your Highness? When I say there is, there is. Scar was pleased with Cameron's reaction. You do not rouse yourself. You're just like the horseman. He drank the wine in one gulp, frowned at its sweetness, and said, but, well, it's not like there isn't one. It's more like chasing a mirage. Listen to me. Yesterday I captured a mage of Grand Duke Vlad's. Scar told him the details in his typical brusque manner. Scar's Argos troops were on guard duty in the court yesterday. The mage was trying to sneak something from the desk in the Archduke's private chambers when he was caught by the patrolling Argos soldiers and sent away with Scar. The mage did not open his mouth to say anything, but the document he was about to bring out caught Scar's interest. It was a confession from the mages of Mongol to the Grand Duke of Vlad, revealing the great secret of the mysterious land of Nosferus, which would eventually become the basis for the supremacy of the Middle Plains. Ha! You don't believe me. I don't blame you, but if I'd seen what you'd written, I'd have been more suspicious. It was a strange and disgusting story. They said that in Nosferus lay a new weapon, a completely new and unimaginable weapon that would be the key to conquering the whole world, that Nosferus was in fact the birthplace of all things and the key to unlocking the mystery of the creation of this world. And that, believe me, is why you decided to go to Nosferus. No, it's not. I told you, it's like chasing a mirage. Scar laughed. I'm a prairie boy. I don't believe in witchcraft or the coming of the gods or any of that. Then why? I wonder why. Scar said as if it were just another person. Suddenly, his gaze became distant. Or perhaps it's because I never believed in such things. Stories that are too far-fetched attract people. Even if I don't believe in a key to the secret of creation or a fearsome new weapon, I'm beginning to think that there's something else lurking out there. But Nosferatu is too. Cameron shook his head. The rumors of Nosferus have reached even us in the faraway Primorsky territory. They say it's a strange and terrible land, so different from the rest of the world that no one has ever been there and survived. There, Admiral. Suddenly, Scar stepped forward and grabbed Cameron's arm with great strength. Intrigued by the document, I examined what the Grand Duke had left behind and discovered an astonishing fact. You see, Admiral, there is a man who entered Nosferus, crossed it, and made it here to Mongol alive, a mage named Kalmor. According to the court records, Amneris, Princess of Mongol, immediately after the Battle of the Black Dragon, hurriedly returned to Taurus and led an expedition of 15,000 men from Arvon to the interior of Nosferus. There is no official record of the purpose or outcome of this expedition. It doesn't take the brains of Nairis or the wits of Paro to figure out that this is something, Admiral Cameron. For a moment, Your Highness Scar. Cameron shook his head. Why would you ask me, a man with such little connection to Argos, such an important matter? Boring stuff. Scar removed Cameron's arm and said simply, I say what I want to say, so I say it. And I decide who I say it to. That's not good enough. Oh, yes. I'm just wondering what kind of look you have on your face that you would trust me like that. I couldn't bring myself to tell Nairis. Scar chuckled. I don't know what that handsome Lord Crystal has in mind. But for some reason I don't know, I have a feeling he's the only one who shouldn't know about this. Especially not the bastards from Yulania, Kumu. Well, in that case, I'll dispose of the secret and sneak off without telling anyone, but I've heard so much about Nosferus. But I've heard so many rumors about Nosferus that I thought, if I and the people of the steppe don't return to the steppe, at least someone should know what happened to me, why and how I ended up there, and tell Argos about it. So, you're not going to tell your country, Cameron said, becoming more and more frightened. At the same time, he felt a strong conviction that, had he been in the same position, he would have behaved, made the same decisions, and acted in exactly the same way as Scar. Then we'll be in a big trouble later, won't we? The people of Argos have grown accustomed to the whims of the Black Prince. Scar said. Besides, there's no one waiting for me back home. My people, my women and my horses will always be with me wherever I go. All that's left of my country is the steppe, but the steppe doesn't care if I go or not. My brother probably wishes I'd never come back. It's human nature to want a child of your own blood to be crown prince rather than a violent, unprincipled brother. I know that. It's time for you to give up having a child with Queen Emma and take a concubine, to have a child. But then, I don't mind at all. I have no desire for the throne of Argos. But my brother finds it hard to believe that all that matters to me is freedom and the freedom to roam those fields. To be honest, I've had enough of all that. Paro is not the only one whose mind is entangled in complications. I've heard that your Wallachia is also troubled, but even in the wide and seemingly untroubled steppe, where people live, something must happen. I'm tired of trying to stay out of it. Admiral. I suppose Nosferus is even larger and more empty than the steppe. Scar looked at Cameron and smiled. His white teeth seemed to shine brightly in his sallow, fearless face. I understand. But even so, I would like to ask your highness. Please return safely to the steppe, where it is most appropriate for your highness. I don't know much about the steppes, but if I were a citizen of Argos, I'd say the steppes without the Black Prince of Argos would be as dreary as an ocean without a dryad. I do not mean to be rude, but I am very fond of you, your highness. I like you, too, Admiral Cameron. Scar puckered up. That's why I'm telling you this. I don't trust any of the others. Especially Nerys. I cut that mage down. I'm going to secretly burn all his papers and records to ashes. Because when something like this gets into the hands of someone who thinks it's too complicated, you never know where or what kind of trouble it could cause. When will you be gone, sir? Tomorrow morning. Before dawn. So I guess this is the time to say goodbye. Take care, your highness. Don't be too hard on yourself. I never thought I'd hear you say that. From what I've heard, you're the one who likes to cross dangerous bridges. Of course not, I'm not a young man anymore. If I were 10 years younger, I would be willing to sacrifice my fleet to accompany you on an adventure into the unknown. Scar and Cameron looked at each other and grinned. I don't have to tell you this, but you can keep this one to yourself Of course. I haven't heard anything and I don't know anything. Of course, I haven't even met His Highness today. You're a quick talker. Scar patted Cameron roughly on the shoulder and stood up. His cloak fluttered softly like a black wind. If I make it back alive, I'll see you someday. That's right. If I had survived until then. I'm sure that Primorsky territory will face many difficult times in the future. Yeah. Neither of them showed any grandiose farewell words or any signs of regret. Scar then turned around and left the room. It was like a gust of wind blowing past. After Scar had left, Cameron remained where he was, pondering for a while. In fact, he had a lot to think about. What Scar said, about Nerys, the future of Primorsky territory, and lost friends. Safe travels, sir. Cameron muttered to himself as he faced the closed door. Godspeed, my Lord Scar. His eyes gazed into the distance, as if he could see far into Nosferus. And the next morning, just as he had told Cameron, the Black Prince of Argos, Scar, his henchmen Ghouls Sing and Liefe, and the other 2,000 horsemen of the steppes had vanished from the Golden Scorpion Palace in Taurus. They are a people of horsemen who are as light as the wind, and whose forte is night raids and surprise attacks. And no one, not even the night guards and sentinels of the other nations, knew when and how they had left Taurus, because the Scar had not assigned the horsemen to quarters in the palace, but had made them camp in tents in the stable outside. And none of the night guards and the sentinels of the other nations noticed. In the morning, when Captain Kyle and the others of the Argos regular army, who had noticed the simple note left in Scar's room, came to the stable, they found that there was not even a single soldier or a single horse in the stable. There were only a few post holes, the remains of fires, and a few piles of rubble. Scar's note was also very brief, but it gave no clue as to what they were doing or where they had gone. All that was written was a single line: "Do not worry, for we will return directly to Argos." Kyle and Lo-En were dismayed, but they were not about to make a fuss with Paro, Kumu and the commanders of the coastal provinces, accusing their commander of disappearing without telling them where he was going. So, before the commanders of the other countries, they made up a story that Scar had left for the front of the country at midnight because of an urgent message and an urgent matter that he had to attend to, Because it was so urgent and so late at night, he refrained from greeting the lords, and left them to Kyle and the others. Lord Beck and Borgo Valen, as well as Prince Talu and the other generals, were astonished, but they dared not say anything. In any case, the caprices and eccentricities of the Black Prince Scar were well known, and they knew better than most that every nation had its own internal affairs. Cameron, of course, knew everything about where and what Scar had gone, but he did not show it. Even if not, the leaders of each country were extremely busy with the treatment of Mongol and the issue of partition, so they could not be bothered with the departure of one Argos, and in fact, Kumu and Urania would have been better off if even one country had been left out of the discussion. So the evaporation of Scar and his horsemen was, on the surface, very easy and uneventful, and accepted by everyone. At least it seemed that way. However, there was one person who could not be deceived by such an approach. Admiral Cameron. It was on the evening of that day that Kyle informed the nations of Scar's departure. There was one who, after taking a break from a difficult meeting, quietly approached Cameron in the briefest of moments when the others were gone and called out to him. "What?" When Cameron looked back, his eyes were black with the color of night, as if he could see everything that was suspicious. "Your Highness. What can I do for you?" Cameron said in a ridiculously polite manner. The closer Nerys looked, the more he saw the statue-perfect, suspiciously beautiful and neat face, with a strange and unfathomable smile on it, staring straight at Cameron as if he were sucking him into his eyes. "It's not much of an errand, is it?" Nerys smiled. "There's something I need to talk to you about and I'm not at ease here. If you don't have any prior engagements, I'd like you to join me for dinner tonight, Admiral." "It is a great honor, my lord." Of course, Cameron was not entirely unprepared for this. However, he was a little surprised at the bluntness of Nerys, who immediately connected Scar's disappearance with him. But he pretended not to be. "Will you accept it, then? What time do you think you'll be free tonight, sir?" "No, I mean." Out of the corner of his eye, Cameron caught Ollie Trevan's small eyes glancing at him suspiciously, as if he had forgotten something and had come back. "I'm sorry to say this, but tonight, you have a prior engagement. That's unfortunate but unavoidable. So, why don't I offer you a drink in my chambers now?" "Ha! I never had an excuse to say no before." Cameron followed Nerys, looking at Ollie Trevan's disgusting face. Ollie Trevan seems to be attracted to Nerys' good looks. On top of that, he was glaring at Cameron, as if he thought Cameron was plotting against Paro, neglecting him in some way. But Cameron was having none of it. Even though it was a temporary dormitory, Nerys' room was so beautifully decorated in the Paro style that it gave the illusion that it was not in the countryside of Taurus, but in the gorgeous and sophisticated city of Paro. When I invited him in and offered him a beautiful red wine, he did not conceal his purpose for very long. "Admiral, I'd like to make a deal with you." Aldo Nerys, elegantly seated in a luxurious leather chair with a beautiful glass in his hand, suddenly spoke up. "Well, you'd think that with the hair of Eris, who is in charge of distrust, she'd be able to say things like this, considering she's always waving her hair around like she's the capital." Cameron hid his inner thoughts and said in an even more gracious manner, "This is a most unexpected request. What could I possibly have to offer His Highness, Lord Aldo Nerys of the Crystal?" "You're a hard man to please, Admiral Cameron." Nerys did not try to change his friendly and casual manner. "I have always wanted to talk to you more intimately and openly. I've always wanted to talk to you more intimately and openly. I'm sorry. It's too much to ask of a man like me. You're not easy to get to know. They say the more difficult treasures are to obtain, the more precious they are once you have them." "No way, sir, I'm not worthy of such a compliment." Nerys waved his hand at Cameron calmly, without any sign of annoyance. It was as if he was hinting that he was in no hurry. "At any rate, since this is almost the first time that you and I have spoken to each other privately, it would be unreasonable for me to suddenly ask you to speak frankly with me or to make friends with me. If I want you to believe me, I have to be open with you first. Admiral Cameron, I hope you'll forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I suspect that you know the reason for Scar's sudden departure, as well as his destination and purpose." "No. Why should I? I'm only a vassal. I've never had a friendly word with the Crown Prince of Argos, nor do Wallachia and Argos have much in common. Rather, Argos and Paro are the two most important allies. It's not as if we haven't been on friendly terms at all, is it? I'm not talking about Wallachia and Argos, I'm talking about Scar and you personally, Admiral. Finally, a story I never thought I'd hear. Why did you come up with that idea again, if I may return the compliment? Why, I'll know it when I see it. You have a strange resemblance to Scar. How dare a nobleman, the Black Prince of Argos, and a mere sailor like myself? It's hard for those who see only the surface of things, like appearance and attitude. There's something about you and Scar that smells the same. Like the smell of the wind across the sea, except yours is the 7 seas of Dryad and his is the great sea of moss. And Scar seems to have grown quite fond of you. That's what he told me. I'm sorry, sir. It was a lie that Scar returned to Argos. Nerys said simply. How could you do such? All the roads from Taurus to the 4 corners of the Middle Plains are guarded by my mages. There were no reports of anything unusual last night from any of those directions. Such an important thing, leaking it to me and others. It's just one direction I didn't keep a lookout, Cameron. Nerys held out her hands with a graceful gesture. Cameron, however, suddenly felt a sense of intimidation as if Nerys's slender body had suddenly become much larger, and inwardly he gasped. I didn't think it would be necessary to go there. Nosferus. Scar has left for Nosferus. Isn't that right, Admiral Cameron? What business could the Dauphin of Argos possibly have in such a barren and mysterious land? That's what I want to know, too. Nosferus, it's an interesting place. That's where my cousins Linda and Remus used to hide out. Even more intriguing, Admiral. Lady Amneris, the woman who was to become my wife, was once the commander of the Nosferus expedition with Mongol's army. I heard it from her myself right after the Black Dragon War. I couldn't find out what was the reason why she, a right general, went all the way to such a barren land, abandoning Paro which we had just occupied. By the way, I checked and found that there was no part of Princess Amneris' expedition to Nosferus in Mongol's records. It's as if someone got rid of her. Someone told me that Scar spent 2 whole days yesterday and the day before yesterday in the archives and records of the late Grand Duke Vlad, though he did have a moment to talk with you afterwards. I'm afraid. I didn't think the Lord had eyes on all of us. Don't be offended, Admiral Cameron. I'm Paro's man, and I'm as suspicious as Tia. Especially since the Prince of Kumu and the Eulanian general are always trying to outsmart Paro and secretly contact the people of Primorsky territory. Nerys laughed, unperturbed. And I'm not saying that to prevent the friendship that has developed between you and Scar, or to force me to trust you in the same way. That's why I offered you a deal. There are things that I know, that you really need to know as soon as possible. And I assure you, the only reason I'm saying it is because I have a soft spot for you. If you hadn't been talking to Scar last night, I would have advised you out of pure goodwill, not trade. You're a man of your word, Cameron whispered to himself in secret. But he was concerned. He didn't like Nerys much as a person, but he couldn't doubt his network of information, his mind, his clarity. Cameron watched Nerys closely, keeping a vague silence that could be interpreted in any way. What do you think? Are you willing to do business with me? And would you consider me your friend? You're a man of your word, Cameron, and I know who is the real pillar of Wallachia and Primorsky cry. Outrageous. Cameron mumbled to himself. Outrageous. Cameron squinted his eyes and stared at Nerys as if he had a hole in his heart. Nerys keeps a gentle smile on her face. I don't think I'm as bad or as ambitious as Scar thinks I am, he muttered softly. Cameron slowly looked away. Scar's sunny smile, the way he said it without hesitation, came back to his mind. If you're asking me to consider you a friend, I'm sure you don't think that your friend is lying to you and playing you for a fool. Graciously, Cameron said. His downcast eyes lifted halfway up and, with something as strong as steel in them, recoiled from Neris's enveloping, stealthy gaze. Neris did not raise an eyebrow. I intend to go to Nosferus someday. I think there will come a time when I will have to. Quietly, he said. I don't want to make an enemy of Scar, and I believe him to be a far superior warlord to me, but I am confident that if I were to fight him, who would survive in the end? Because a man like Scar can win a battle from time to time, but he can't change things little by little over a long period of time. And I'm absolutely sure of my patience. You'll understand one day, Cameron. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Lord Neris. At last, the fire-breathing steel eyes of Cameron and the faint, silent, night eyes of Neris, with their secret poison in their depths, collided head-on, and for a moment they did not move, as if they were secretly fighting to twist each other to pieces. But it was Neris who slowly looked away first. He said with a faint smile on his face, "If you say you have nothing to trade, I dare to offer you my King Botka as a sacrifice for the fruit of the tree of friendship. If I were you, Admiral, I would leave Taurus today, not tomorrow, and return to Primorsky, far away to Wallachia." Cameron stares at Neris sullenly. Neris continued absently. "And now that Ollie, Corvinus, and Count Orlok are to travel to Paro to attend the coronation of Remus, don't you have a more important duty than the trivial coronation to guard the person of Lord Lotus Trevan? And moreover, isn't it true that Lord Lotus is the only one left in the country who is being poisoned by that poisonous Eupatorium-like monster? Don't believe in that god of commerce. He boasts that he does not carry a single sword, but within the folds of the toga that surrounds his magnificent body, a poisoned sword is always hidden." "I'm aware of that, sir," Cameron said in a muffled voice. "Yes, of course, you and Lord Lotus must be on your guard. But what if the other party already has a secret plan to get rid of anyone who gets in his way? And what if some foolish person takes advantage of that, or is taken in by it, and has ambitions too great for his own good? There's no better way to get rid of a lion than to get rid of it quickly. Are you onto something? Do you have some proof that Andonis is trying to harm Lord Lotus by means of the fat man of Oli? This man is not the kind of man who would say such a thing without any proof. That's for sure, even if he's ambitious. And there's one other thing I don't believe. If that's the case, does this mean that Lord Lotus is in danger?" Various thoughts ran through Cameron's mind with tremendous force. Neris is smiling again with a gentle, deep-eyed smile, as if to say that he sees it all. "I knew it was time to leave anyway," Cameron said slowly. "Good talk, Lord Neris. Cameron, I accept your offer. You may serve it with care. Yes, I, too, do not wish to see anything happen to Lord Lotus. Andonis is a known admirer of Mongol, you know. Your Highness, this time, you owe your Highness a great debt," Cameron said with a wry smile. "I don't know if Cameron has the power to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to repay you in time. If you should ever need my help, or that of Wallachia or the Wallachian fleet, please do not hesitate to contact me, for, believe it or not, I will always repay the favor I have received. Also, you're a watery thing." Neris shrugged disappointedly. "I don't mean anything by it. In fact, I can't tell you how much I would love to have your trust in me as a gift of friendship. Well, I'm in no hurry. People from Wallachia are not so easy to please." His last words were like a sigh that unexpectedly escaped from his heart. "What? No, I mean here." "Well, go now, before you get too late. I'm going to Paro soon anyway. Leave this unhappy and dying land to the two friendly allies. If that's your wish, I'll give your commander-in-chief the best welcome in Paro and keep him as long as you want. Fortunately, he seems to like me. As long as you want. Forever, if you want." Neris smiled faintly. Cameron watched with a secret shudder as something horrible and cruel hovered like a shadowy shadow over his beautiful face. "Lord Lotus is quite a brotherly man, I'm afraid, your Highness." "Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry I held you up so long." A graceful signal to leave, Cameron stood up, feeling somewhat exhausted, as if he had finally woken up from a long nightmare. "Excuse me. He stopped at the door and suddenly thought of what he was going to ask. A strange feeling of anxiety seized him, as if he had forgotten to ask something terribly important. But the urgent thought that had suddenly overwhelmed him about what he had to ask had vanished like a flurry of snow in the next instant. "Yes. No, Your Highness. See you in the morning." Cameron bailed and left. Again, he had no idea how close he had come to finding what he was looking for. Thus, at the Golden Scorpion Palace in Taurus, all the nations were suddenly in a state of panic. Less than a day after the mysterious departure of Scar and his horsemen, half of the Primorsky Krai fleet left Mongol and set sail for their faraway homeland. Borgo Valin, Olli Trevan, Count and Countess Orlok and Governor Corvinus go to the Crystal with the Paro army to attend the coronation of the new king of Paro. Half of the Primorsky territory navy, under the command of Cameron and Tal Dariu, is now assembled in Talia, and is hurrying back to Primorsky territory. In any case, the conference on the post-war treatment of Mongol was in a stalemate between Kumu and Urania, and some order and function as a city were being restored in Taurus. The nations that had no significant interest in the Mongol concession itself decided that now was the time to withdraw their forces. It was reminiscent of clouds gathering and dispersing in all directions again, blown by the wind. Clouds flow. Yesterday it was Cameron and Thor Dariu, and today it is Aldo Neiris, Lord of Crystal, and the Paro forces led by Lord Beck, who are leaving the Taurus with the flowing clouds. Terib, the Prince of Kumu, and Olan, the General of Urania, who were still in Torath, did not make any attempt to relieve them, nor did they even show any sign of restraining them, for they had already said that they wished to settle the affairs of Gora within Gora. The people are dispersing. Today, the triumphant people are riding slowly down the road where yesterday the warhorses rode up with the sound of their hooves to battle. "I'll see you at the Crystal. We'll be waiting for you at the Crystal. I'll see you in a few days." Some promised to see each other again, others said goodbye, held each other's hands, saw each other off, and were seen off as they left Taurus. The people of the city of Taurus who lined the streets and the gates of the city to watch the spectacle had, at first glance, already healed from the effects of the war, and it appears that they had become accustomed to their new life in a casual way, with their feelings for their lost homeland having been swept away. Taurus seems to have recovered quite well, Neiris. From the saddle of his horse, Lord Beck looked out at the city and the people with a look of remorse. "How quickly you've recovered. We were subjected to a great deal of looting and warfare, and yet, in less than a month, the sounds of recovery are already echoing here and there, businesses are springing up on every street corner, and people are flocking to them. What a strong thing human beings are. Don't you think so, Neiris?" "What?" Uncharacteristically for Neiris, his eyes, which had been deep in thought, flared up and he nodded as if in a panic. Yeah. Yes, it is. I suppose my crystal was the same." Fortunately, the good Lord Beck took no notice of his cousin's indiscretion. The people of Paro, because of their traditions, are stronger and more resolute than the people of Mongol. My faith in the people of Paro, that my people are strong and will not yield to being trampled down once or twice, has sustained me through many a hard and frustrating day of reluctance in faraway Argos. If it hadn't been for that, I don't know how many times I would have tried to go back to Paro by myself without an army, and if it hadn't been for you, Neiris. I'm nothing, sir. Neiris is finally getting her thoughts back to her head. The people of Paro are loyal and trustworthy. And they've given their hearts to the royal family. Now go home, and after Remus' coronation, you and Phyllis will be married. Beck's eyes darted to the sky, trying to catch a glimpse of his former fiancée. It was a long and arduous journey for that one too, but it's very heartwarming to have a daughter who's waiting for you. I'm glad you survived the wedding to that Mongol girl. I don't care about me, what's going on with you? Me? I'm not getting married for a while yet. But Linda, oh, Remus and Linda, they've been paroled, haven't they? Not yet. Actually, that's what worries me. When Kauros heard the news of Grand Duke Vlad's death and the capture of Mongol, he immediately offered peace, that's what he said. Remus, however, has not been able to agree on terms, and a settlement has not been reached. Hey, I thought you'd be at the Crystal Palace by now. Well, come on, Nerys, I'm sure you're thinking about it, too. Well, I'm sure I'll have a wife someday, too. I don't know if I'll marry Linda, but I'm not thinking about it for the time being. I've got things to do, and if I go back, I'll be Prime Minister to the new King Remus, and all of Paro will be restored in earnest. Just because you have a wife doesn't mean you can't be Prime Minister. Or, if you don't want to be with Linda, you can be Princess Ligeia or… Please, Beck. You can't ask me to marry Ligeia. She's like a sister to me. I can't see her as a woman at all, and I don't think she can hear me. Jokingly, Nerys looked around. I don't know what it's like, I'd get a slap on the wrist if I told you what it's like, but the Crown Prince of Argos liked her a lot, didn't he? I don't know how Ligeia felt about that, though. Although, Scar and Ligeia are a bit out of proportion. Besides, there's a cute guy named Lewa in all of Scar. Beck, a Lee Fah fan, said. Speaking of Scar, I don't know how urgent his business was, but his departure was, as is typical of him, far too rude. I've been with him since Argos and I've seen him be more capricious and neglectful of the king. But what kind of big event could have happened to Argos that would cause him to return home in such a hurry? Kyle didn't tell me anything, but… There's no way you can teach him that. Nerys sneaked a confession. But he made no answer. He turned his head and looked up into the sky beyond. What are you looking at? Beck will see to that. The sky. If you go beyond the hundreds of moats, you will find the wilderness of Nosferus, Beck. Nosferus. Beck stared at his younger cousin's profile, as if startled by the unexpected words. What's wrong with Nosferus, Nerys? No. Nerys' eyes were far away. Linda and Remus wandered the lands of Nosferus, didn't they? I'd like to go there someday, too, if I ever have to. Nosferus. Are we going? Why in the world would you want to? I just thought it might be a good idea, Beck. I'm just kidding, that's all, but what would you like for your wedding present? Maybe I should be asking the bride instead of you, but Phyllis is a much better woman than you think. She behaved very well during the siege, leading the maids and caring for the wounded. I never thought she was so brave and strong. You're a lucky man, Beck. That's because I think I know her, you know. Beck's face beamed with joy. Nerys hadn't heard. What haunting secret, what dusky thought, or whoever it was haunting his mind, and his gaze, fixed on the boundless sky above the city of Taurus, was dark and silent with an unfathomable frustration and passion. And that night, a courier from Paro greeted the party as they entered the inn at Haifa. The news was that Remus and his party had successfully made peace with Kauros, that Kauros had withdrawn his forces, and that Remus's army was at last on its way to the root of the crystal for a hasty return. That was a long time. Lord Beck knows nothing of the correspondence between Nerys and Remus, nor of any other circumstances. After all, Remus has been glued to the south of Kauros. Well, if you think about it, it's probably for the best. After all, Remus is still too young, and even if he does become king, Nerys and I will be the regents for most of the time, so it's better than having him get hurt. Nerys laughed and let the word slip out. But even Ligeia, who was standing beside him, could not tell what he was thinking inwardly. The clouds flow and the wind rises. Nerys and his party left Haifa and were welcomed by the elders in the town of Zaim, where the nightmare of the wars was still fresh. They passed through the borderlands where Amneris's army had been defeated by Scar's surprise attack, and crossed the Paro border at Juno. In Juno Aurelius, the guardian of the crystal, was waiting for them with his troops. They joined him and stayed overnight in Chemi and Genua, where they went to the great temple to report the victory and offer a prayer of thanks. The news had already reached the whole city of Crystal. Before the triumphant party had even left Genua and entered the city, a throng of joyous citizens came to greet them, and the streets were filled with crowds shouting endlessly and waving Paro flags and purple cloths. Paro Banzai! All hail Lord Crystal! It's Lord Nerys. It's Lord Nerys. Bonsai, bonsai. Glory to Paro. Some of them run out in front of the advancing group, offering food and drink, only to be stopped by the guards. Others throw flowers. Still others run with the group, shouting the names of Nerys and Beck. The festive glow that bursts under the sunlight has finally come back to life in Crystal City. As they pass through the idyllic countryside in the north of the city, the glittering towers of the Crystal Palace loomed before them like a magical dream. Nerys and Ligeia were at ease, but they had come all the way from Argos after an absence of a year and several months, and had returned to Paro, but had skipped the battle and turned to Taurus. They saw the palace for the first time. I'm back. I'm back at last. The eyes of the Lunnons and the Dawkins, who were watching over them, were all aglow. Among the citizens who surrounded them and followed them everywhere, there were, of course, the families of Beck's soldiers and those related to them who welcomed them. They call out the names of their loved ones, wave their hands, and run on with tears of joy in their eyes. Under the bright crystal sun, it is a day like a golden honey. And when they reached the edge of the Crystal Palace, the trumpeter, who had been watching and waiting all along, placed the trumpet to his mouth on the top of Landsberg Tower. The sound of the trumpet blowing loudly, the purple and gold banner of the Holy King fluttering in the sky. In the midst of this, a drawbridge slowly descends over the Landsberg River. All the windows of Landsberg Castle are opened, and on both sides of the gates, the elite of the Holy Knights, Kingsguard Knights, and Paro Knights of the Guard are lined up in beautiful formal dress. As the triumphant army crossed the drawbridge and entered the castle of Landsberg, the knights all pulled out the swords at their waists and held them up to the sky. Their silver rapiers, pointing to the sky in a straight line, shone in the sun as if they were swords of white flame, and their eyes shone brightly, and their trumpets sounded loudly each time a troop passed by. When they reached Lord Beck's troops and Lord Crystal's main troops, the sound of the trumpets intermingled from all directions, and the fluttering of the trumpets filled not only the Crystal Palace but even the entire city of Crystal with pride, as if the 12 gods of Janus in the heavens were watching. And now, the cheers of the huge crowds that have filled every corner of the palace are enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Long live Lord Crystal! Long live Aldo Nerys! Long live Lord Beck! Long live Paro! When the last group had passed by, the bells of all the towers began to ring in unison instead of the trumpets. Lin gone, Lin gone, Lin gone. Oh, what a completely different sound of blessing, joy, splendor and glory, though it is exactly the same as the sound of the bells that were rung on the day of Salia, the day of the communion of Lord Crystal and Princess Amneris of Mongol. It filled, shone, and shone through the entire city of Crystal, as if it were inviting the coming of the gods. The people of Paro raised their hands in unison and shouted "Hail Paro and hail Lord Crystal," their voices mingling with the ringing of the bells and echoing between the towers. Welcome home, sir. Congratulations on your return. The Marquis of Wallace, the Earl of Aurelius, the Duke of Mar, the Marquises of Landsberg and Nerva, the Abbot of the Temple of Guise, Grand Duchess Rana, the Mother of Nerys, Guild Chief Serbanus, Master Fagin, the Warden of the Royal Academy, and the Pride of the Crystal Palace. All the people who were known to be in the palace were waiting on the terrace in front of the Crystal Palace in full dress to receive the hero of the triumphal army. In the midst of all this, the triumphant soldiers proudly trotted along the cobblestones of the path of the Holy King with the sound of their horses' hooves. Nerys and the triumphant generals dismounted from their horses in front of the great throne of the Crystal Palace. Accompanied by the knights and peasants, Nerys and Beck lead the way, followed by Rena, Durkan, Linus, Avidus and others, their cloaks raised and their boots clanging as they ascend the ladder. The first to come forward were Nerys' mother, Grand Duchess Rana, and Beck's fiancée, Princess Phyllis. Congratulations on your distinguished service. Princess Rana, in her fur coat and the dignified formal dress of a Grand Duchess, fell to her knees gracefully and took the hand held out by General Nerys and leaned her head back. I'm back, sir. Nerys pushes her hand and makes her stand up. Although the mother and son were living separately and could not be said to have been very close, their elegant posture, as if seen in a court picture scroll, conveyed the joy of the reunion of mother and son after a long period of war and turmoil, and made the eyes of those who saw them well up. As Grand Duchess Rana withdrew to congratulate Lord Beck on his victory and triumph, a slender, blonde-haired girl, who had been standing behind her, stepped forward. It was Princess Phyllis. Phyllis. For a moment, the people were stunned. They were married lovers who had been separated for a long time. During their absence, the capital was reduced to Mongol, and they were unable to exchange even a few letters. A year and a half passed before they finally met. Now is the time to think about the hearts of the two reunited, and the whole place is silent and lonely. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Congratulations. Nerys gestured to the girl, who looked like a Marinia flower in a white dress, to congratulate her. Come on, don't worry about me. You go to Beck. It's your right, Phyllis. Phyllis's earlobes were blanched. She stepped forward with a sullen look on her face. Phyllis. We look forward to your safe return. A muffled voice disappears in your mouth. Phyllis. Lord Beck gently cradles his shapely white hand in his strong hands. Phyllis raises her eyes. They stood there looking into each other's eyes, unable even to speak. A few deep sobs escaped from among the courtesans. The nobles also quietly closed their eyes. I wish you well. Princess Phyllis, leaning close to Lord Beck, gently closed her eyes again. During the siege of the Crystal, she had organized a nurse corps, and had worked hard to care for and nurse the soldiers, and she had been a healthy girl of Paro, who had not shown any bewildered expression during the long and uneasy separation. But now that she had returned to her bridegroom's bosom, she was the same quiet, shy, wind-beaten 17-year-old maiden that she had been when Lord Beck had left Argos, promising to marry her as soon as he returned. Then, one by one, the vassals, nobles, and ladies stepped forward to offer their greetings one by one. The long line seemed to go on indefinitely, but when at last the complicated ceremony was over, not a single one of them tried to leave, and on the contrary, they were swollen with newcomers who came one after another, waiting patiently and calling the names of Nerys and Beck. The duty to the loyal citizens awaited them. Mother. Phyllis, you're here. Come sit with Beck. Encouraged by Nerys, and again in a daze, Princess Phyllis, with Beck's hand in hers, went to the balcony of Nerva Tower, overlooking Arcandros Square. Even in the inner sanctum of this vast, city-like crystal palace, the cheering voices of the people who filled the Arcandros Square and the area around the Protectorate across the Iras River echoed. As soon as the triumphant generals appeared before the people, their voices rose in double fury, and the calls to the names of their heroes seemed to sweep over and engulf the palace in a mighty rage. But more than anyone, even more than Beck, it was the name of Lord Crystal that continued to be invoked with several times the fervor and reverence. And gradually, all the cheers were lost in the tsunami that shook the land. Lord Nerys. Mr. Nerys. Long live Lord Crystal. Long live His Highness Aldo Nerys. The tremendous cheers continued unabated. Whenever Nerys responded to the cheers with a wave of his hand and a smile, the cries grew even louder. That, in the midst of an unending tsunami, indignant. There was one person who looked down on the frenzied crowd with a cynical, uncritical gaze. It's Valerius. Well, that's quite something. It's as if the king were here. Well, he's a hero, the savior of Paro, so it's not hard to understand how they feel. Besides, he was forced to marry Amneris, he was made to believe he was assassinated, but in fact he's still alive, and the dramatic way he appeared, the way he took credit, he's always been a popular man, but now he's done more than enough to gain the people's favor. What's the matter, Valerius? You have a very difficult look on your face. Valerius winced when he was suddenly approached. This is Ligeia-sama, I hope I don't frighten you too much. I wonder if there's anything in the world that frightens you. It's very lively. Yes, it seems that His Highness is even more popular than the other day. Oh, by the way, we talked about the same thing the other day, didn't we? You're very popular, Lord Nerys. Well, that's just the way it is with the people, isn't it? The meaningful exchange we had at the victory banquet after Crystal's arrival at the castle. It was as if the exchange between the eyes of Ligeia and Valerius, which they had so casually passed over, had become an invisible thread that stuck to them. I wonder what you are thinking, Valerius. It's hard for a simple-minded man like me to understand what a man like you is thinking. Not at all, Princess Ligeia. My pumpkin head doesn't even know what's real and what's not. What I want to know, Valerius, is for whose sake you are concerned. Are you loyal to the new king, who will enter the castle tomorrow? Or has Lord Linus ordered you to protect someone else? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm of course only a loyal vassal of the Holy Family of Paro. My direct master is of course Count Linus. And besides, so, you're Yarn's embodiment, watching over Paro's fate. No way. If I were a Yarn, then the princess would be the lure's guardian, Ilana. Yes. Ligeia's lips parted. But her clear eyes were not smiling. I am not Ilana, but I am protecting the lure. Just like you, you're trying to protect Yarn. That's a lot of cheering. Listen to that. Like the waves that come and go, the voice that calls out to Neris. For a moment Valerius and Ligeia stared at each other in silence. Ligeia, who swore absolute loyalty to Neris, and Valerius, who feared for the fate of Paro from on high. Both of them saw what no man could see and heard the footsteps of fate, and secretly saw each other as virtual enemies. I say, it was a few days later. I am pleased to inform you that you have arrived at the point of the day south of Crystal City, guarded by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Remus, Princess Linda, and Lord Edron of Caravaya. Oh, when they heard the news of Hayama, there was an uproar. For a couple of days before that, a steady stream of fast horses had been telling us moment by moment that the group was entering Caravaya, entering the Paro territory, and heading north to Crystal. You're back, at last. Their lordships Remus and Linda are about to enter the castle. Are you ready? Have you made all the necessary arrangements for their arrival? Immediately, the entire Crystal Palace was filled with the excitement of a fever. Well, your highnesses. Don't say that. It is His Majesty King Aldros IV, the one and only legitimate new king of Paro, who has been proclaimed to the throne, though he has yet to be officially crowned. The return of His Majesty King Remus and Her Royal Highness Princess Linda, I must say. Although Neris is, as usual, unflappable and calm. And while you are at it, Neris, the return of Remus and Linda. For the first time in a year and a half, 2 holy pearls are returning to my city of Paro. Even the elder Lunnon, who was usually calm and collected, seemed to be overheated. At last, Paro's long days of hardship and humiliation are at an end. Only by welcoming the pearls can we put to rest the long nightmare that began on the day of the Black Dragon War and return to the days of peace and glory in Paro. That's what you said, Lunnon. But as soon as they arrive, there will be a reception, followed by the arrival of the guests of honor from Taurus, and then the coronation and Beck's wedding. If I get too excited now, I won't be able to hold myself together. You say that, young lord, but isn't it also the return of the future Princess Crystal for you? We can't keep our heads in the sand. You're all trying to get me and Linda together no matter what. Neris smiled a lingering smile. You say you're disappointed. Young man, we and the people firmly believed that Princess Linda was the one you wanted. Not that I care about Linda, but a year is a long time. Especially for something as young as Linda and Remus, very young. And people, no matter how much they change, Renaud, how can you say that the princess has changed? So I'm going to keep my mouth shut until I see it. Lunnon was not happy with Neris's calm attitude. The general view in the Crystal Palace was that Neris and Linda were bound to be together sooner or later, and for Renaud, whose old heart had been touched by the touching reunion of Beck and Phyllis, the reunion between his precious young lord and Linda had to be even more touching than that. For Lunnon, who had been moved by the touching scenes of the reunion in his old age, the reunion with his precious young lord and Linda had to be even more moving. However, such thoughts were dashed when the next horse announced that the advance of the new king's party had appeared south of Crystal City. All right, send word to all the lords to welcome him. After all, the heir to the throne of Paro has arrived. Louis, get ready for me. The Knights of Columbus are all lined up, right? Have the ladies bring as many gifts as they can. And as soon as we return, the feast. Are you sure you're ready for that? Everything is in order as you requested. Yes, then, as soon as the lords are all here, we'll leave for the city's Namdimun. At last, the two sacred pearls, lost a year and a half ago in Paro, have returned to the place where the crystal tower can be seen. More than a year is a long time. No one knows what hardships and adventures they passed through and what hardships they endured in the gap between their arrival in Argos, the protection of the king of Argos, and their triumphant return to Paro after the battle with the Kaurians. At any rate, all the nobles, princes of the holy knights, and royalty were beautifully dressed and dignified, as befitted the occasion of welcoming the man who was to become the new king. Aldonairis, the second in line to the throne and Lord Regent of Crystal, wears an ornate purple, white, and gold outfit. He is flanked by Ligeia and Volus in the form of holy knights, and his squires, and the royal banner is raised by his bannermen. As befits a chieftain of the armed forces, he wears a silver helmet and a long cloak, and is led by a bugler, flanked by spearmen, bannermen, and archers. The Duke of Mar of Torga, the civil officers, and the ranks of the Holy Order, the King's Guard, and the Paro Knights, the pride of Paro, with their armor gleaming in the sun. On this day, too, the citizens of Crystal gave up everything and filled the streets from the palace to the city gate. When the heralds and maidens came on horseback, dressed in elegant attire, and sprinkled gold coins as congratulatory gifts, the people shouted and cheered each other, but since their purpose was not congratulation, no one tried to move about the place, but just waited. As soon as the welcomers appeared on Tadaji with the sound of trumpets sounding, they were greeted with the same loud cheers of "All hail Lord Crystal" as yesterday, but they seemed to be more enthusiastic than yesterday. They left the southern gate of the city and stopped at the foot of Luna Hill, which overlooks the beautiful countryside in the south of the city, greeted by the cries of "Long live Lord Crystal" and "Long live Paro." No sooner had they waited than a trumpet sounded, and the murmur of many men and horses came to them from beyond the road which stretched round the hills. Large house. Pearls of Paro. An inaudible groan goes through the crowd. In the silence, where even the breath is hushed. Now, slowly, the group of people they had been waiting for was coming around the hill and revealing itself. The battle with Kauros was a protracted but repeated skirmish, and the Argos troops lent by King Stack of Argos suffered few casualties. King Stack lent Remus 20,000 Argos regulars, plus 15,000 horsemen, but after the peace with Kauros was made, the horsemen and most of the Argos regulars escorted Remus and his men to the route and then returned to Argos. The 2,000 men under their banners, led by the two brave generals of Argos, Yen Fan and Long Yang, entered Paro. And so, after crossing the Danine from the route, they were received at Gaver, in the Caravian dominions, by Lord Adron of Caravaya, who had been given Caravaya by King Paro, and there, for the first time, they made themselves presentable as the party of King Paro and his princess, and were protected by Adron and his son, Adrian. They hurried on to the Crystal, protected by Adlon and his son, Adrian. The Caravian cavalry, known for their valor, led by Adlon, number about 20,000. Even if we leave 30,000 of the 50,000 to guard the south, there are still enough horses for the new king's army. The first to appear, disturbing the blossoms of Marinea on the hill of Luna, were 2,000 elites led by the Duke of Caravaya, Adlon. Adlon, 40 years old, was a fearless, black warrior of southern blood. With his long cloak fluttering, he dismounted from his steed and swiftly greeted Nairis, Beck, Lord Mar and the others. "Thank you for your service, Adlon." "So, Your Majesty Remus, how is Princess Linda, how are you both?" "Yes, Your Highness. You're both looking well, not tired from the long journey." "That is not the fatigue of a long war. The war with the Kaurians was really just a long day of staring at each other. I wonder if such whispers did not blow away the hearts of all those who greeted him." It wasn't clear, but at least it was immediately wiped away by Nairis' restraining hand. "Here you are." The trumpets sounded on the hills of Merinia, frightening the pretty white flowers. Dismount! At the command, all at once, the people jumped from their horses and knelt down, and the knights raised their spears high to the sky. All the banners were flown under the blue sky, and amidst the sound of trumpets, the main body of the army, protected by the underbanners, and the main force of 18,000 Caravian cavalry, led by Adlon's eldest son, Adrian, who was only 14 years old, appeared. The battalion under the flag was the Argos regular army, which Paro had never seen before. The turban, the long, fluttering cloak, and the wet, thick cloth draped over the horse are unusual and eye-catching. The first two horsemen halted their horses and stood still. They were two generals, Yen Fan and Long Yang. I am Yen Fang, commander of the Argos army, and this is Long Yang. I've been ordered by Lord Stack to accompany His Majesty King Remus of Paro. It was the voice of the prairie people, ringing out loudly. His Majesty King Remus and Princess Linda, you have arrived. Thank you for your service. On behalf of the entire nation of Paro, I thank you, Lord Crystal, Aldo Neris, for all you have done. A firm handshake was exchanged, and as the two generals of the steppe retreated, His Majesty King Remus Aldros of Paro, Her Royal Highness Princess Linda Ardia Jaina, the voice of the sovereign rang out, and a single rider from among the bannermen advanced, led by his son-in-law. At the same time, the door of a carriage behind them is opened by the hand of a peasant. With the eyes of all the people upon him, Remus, with a clack of his horse's hoofs, rode forward to the people of Paro. The armor and helmet of Remus, the purple mantle and purple tassel of the Holy King. Now, for the first time, he will face his subjects as the successor of the Holy Kings. Remus's chest heaved like a quickening bell beneath his beautiful armor, and his face was paler than the flowing clouds. A farmer runs up to the horse and grabs its boots. There is one who stands at the head of the people, kneeling and leaning his head, with his cloak and his glossy black hair fluttering. Neris. His Majesty King Remus Aldoris IV. Congratulations on your safe return. We are all so happy to see you in such good health. His cool, smooth words danced in the wind that blew across the hills. Neris. Remus, who looked down on him from his horse's bridle with a stiff expression on his face, and Neris, who looked up at him with the dignity of a great nobleman, a perfect vizier, in charge of his household. His dark violet eyes, which were filled with an acrid light, and his obsidian eyes, which looked like they were burning, were perfectly aligned. Neris. Remus searched for the right words, but his tongue seemed to freeze in his mouth at once. He was not yet fully accustomed to the dignified manner of a king. However, this was not the time to treat him in the manner he would have treated his older cousin. Oh, that. Remus swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pursed his lips. Good day to you. All of you, raise your hands. Adlon, horses. As soon as he dismounted, sweat poured out of his armpits. Neris smiled and approached, holding out his hand to greet the young king. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a slight expression, as if to say, "Oh," but it was only for a moment. Probably none of the vassals and royalty in attendance noticed it, except perhaps Valerius himself. "Hello, Neris. Aunt Emma sends her best wishes, Beck." "I'm back, Aunt Lana." Finally, Remus regained his composure and composure. Even his pale cheeks began to blush a little more as he talked to her. Neris' unseeing eyes stare at Remus. Already, in that beautiful gaze, nothing can be seen that would give away his impressions or his innermost thoughts. "Good to see you back safe and sound, Remus. Well, you've grown. A great deal. My aunt. Well, thank God you're safe." That was all she said, and Princess Lana choked back her sobs. The people all bowed their heads. Their hearts must have been filled with remembrance of that horrible day when the Crystal Palace had been engulfed in war, and the young twin prince and princess had disappeared into the unknown, without even a single guard. "I've grown, yes, and I've grown taller. You're no longer a child. He's more like a young man." This would have been a deep emotion for anyone, not just Neris, who had not seen Remus in over a year. All the chief ministers looked at Remus with joy and emotion, and at the same time they looked at the young man who was to be the new king as if they were trying to judge his capacity. Knowing this, Remus' cheeks, which at first had been bloodless and pale, gradually flushed. The people's attention was suddenly diverted. A footstool was set up in the wagon by the hand of a farmer, and out of the wagon stepped a lovely little Semitic girl. For the people of Paro, it's the first time they've seen an alien creature from a faraway land. In front of the people who were watching her with their eyes rolled back in their heads, Suni, with a smile on her face, bowed to the entrance of the carriage as she had been taught. Two maidens came down and offered their hands. When the figure, helped down by their hands, appeared in the light of day, there was an inaudible groan. Oh, this is... what a... gracefully. Linda's appearance, as she appeared, was not that of the lovable but somewhat boyish and indolent 14-year-old girl of a year ago. The long white dress and traveling cloak which accentuated her figure so neatly, the purple velvet ribbons and the veil of protection which she wore on either side of her silver hair, which was so blinding to the eye, made her stand up so gracefully, and she was led by the maidservant, and she walked through the breathless gazes of the people with a glamorous and graceful air, without any sign of timidity. She walked with grace and elegance. Linda. Nerys, ah, Nerys. I'm back. Linda's violet, evening blue eyes were blurred and moist with overflowing thoughts. Linda, I'm so sorry. Oh, what a long absence, what strange and tumultuous months it has been. But it's all over now. I have trod the crystal ground. A tower of crystal lies before me. The blue of Landsbert and Iras shines in my eyes. And I am now, Nerys. Brother Beck. Aunt Lana. Linda's pretense of composure quickly dissipated. With an outpouring of her natural fierceness, unrestrained energy, and an outpouring of emotions that nothing could correct, Linda shook off the maid's hand, reached out her hands, and plunged into Nerys's breast. Nerys. Brother Nerys. I'm back. Linda, my little pearl, so big, I almost lost her. Sweet Linda, little, my. Oh, Brother Nerys, I've missed you so much. Brother Beck always dreamed of the day I came home to the Crystal Palace. It's true. I've finally come home. Oh, Brother Nerys. The tension and the secret atmosphere of the reunion had suddenly disappeared as if they had melted away. Linda leaned back against Nerys's chest and sobbed, her natural outpouring seeming to melt away the strange tension Remus had brought with him. Nerys held the girl's slender shoulders and gently stroked her hair. You look beautiful, like a flower, really. I know it's been hard for you. But Linda hasn't changed a bit. She's pretty, like a nymph, our Pearl. Remus has grown so much, he's not even a twin anymore. Truly, you've grown up so much, and what a hard time you must have had. If your father and mother had been here, how happy they would have been, how good this day would have been for them. Princess Roneth sobbed uncontrollably. Linda let go of Nerys' hand and plunged into Princess Rana's chest. Oh, Aunt. I've been through so much. But at no time did I ever lose heart or feel like I was hopeless. Of course you are, of course you are. Oh, Linda, Remus, come here, too. For a while, the people were quiet and voiceless, stirred by the joy of reunion and new tears for the tragedy that had passed. In the arms of Princess Rana, both Remus and Linda sobbed as if they were the twins of a year ago, who for a time had simply slumbered in the inner sanctum of the royal castle, knowing nothing. As Nerys had said, Remus was already a head and a half taller than Linda, and his body was beginning to show the strength of a young man, which was certainly different from that of a boy, but his pride and his nobility as the new king had all but disappeared in the presence of his aunt, who was now the only elder of the Holy Family. For a moment, she was completely silent. Soaked in the tears of the people, in the voices of congratulations and joy, and in the peace that seemed to have returned everything to its proper place, for a while they even forgot the passing of time. He's back. I'm back. To Paro, Home, to the castle. Oh. Nerys. I've always dreamed of this moment. When the people finally realized that they had to return to Crystal City, where the citizens were waiting for them, and to Crystal Palace, where the king was waiting for them, Linda whispered happily, holding her cousin's hand. And the time I met you. But I was wrong. Brother Nerys is 1,000 times more beautiful than I remembered. Chapter 4. The Crowning of Remus. When she woke up that morning, Linda did not know where she was for a while. The clear sound of bells crept into her dreamy mind and woke her. It was the day of Remus' coronation. Linda wondered absent-mindedly, her head throbbing with the feeling of being half awake. Where are we? Not in Argos, where there's no sound of wind on grass, no smell of hay, no whinnying of horses. But we're not on the neck of Garm, we don't hear the waves crashing against the ship's belly, and we're not in the village of Shem. This is, oh, to Paro, and back to the crystal. As soon as the thought occurred to her, Linda woke up completely and jumped onto the bed. Around her was a soft, clean white blanket, a luxurious canopy, and the familiar home she had known for 14 years. Crystal Palace. Yes. I'm back. I'm back. To this room, my room, my room. And yet, why did this familiar rose-colored room seem strangely uncomfortable? Linda got up in bed in her white lace nightgown and immediately realized the reason. For 14 years, it had been a nursery for Linda and Remus. But now, one of the beds and the desk had been removed from the room, and in their place, the lavish and elegant furnishings of a daughter's room had been brought in, and now it was a room for her alone. Remus is occupying a room in the main palace reserved for the king. Eventually, Linda would be provided with a lavish palace suitable for the king's sister and first in line to the throne, but Linda herself said that during the rush of the coronation and Duke Beck's wedding, she would not mind staying in the child's room of the former royal womb. Remus is gone. No longer would he and his twin brother sleep in the same room, wear the same clothes, and roam about in the same way. Even in Argos, during the Long War, they lived separately, as men and women of a certain age. But when she thought that Remus was not coming back to the room in the Crystal Palace where they had spent so many years together, and had never been separated for a single day, though she had not thought of it in the chalk palace of Argos or in the tents of war, Linda felt as if she had been stripped of her half. Linda felt a terrible loneliness, as if half of her body had been ripped off. In this room, that night, I was sleeping soundly when Bogan, my nanny, came to me, woke me up, rushed to change me into a leather suit for self-defense, which I had never worn before, took me by the hand, and ran out to the Tower of Janus. His sleepy eyes were filled with the fire rising from all parts of the palace, and he heard shouts, noises, and screams. What's wrong with you? What the hell's going on? Linda hugged Remus like a big sister and asked him if he was scared and clung to her. The treachery of Mongol. The barbarians of Aurra, who should be ashamed of themselves, have trampled on Janus taboos and come against peaceful Paro. He replied with a pale face and a grimace. Mongol, of one of those 3 Aurra countries. But why? Hasn't that country had any quarrel with Paro? Princess. Hurry up. By the time they were hurried, protected by their knights, to the Tower of Janus, the twins already knew that things were not going to be easy. Even in the short corridor from the royal womb to the Tower of Janus, a lurking monster clad in a strange, heavy helmet came at them, and they fought to the death with the knights. Caw! Are they gonna kill us, Bogan? Remus shouts, his lips wagging. No, no. The pearls are Paro's hope. I'd give my life for them to escape. Seeing Bogan hug Remus with a tight face, Linda realized something. Bogan, is Paro in danger? I don't think so, because Paro has a holy knight. Bogan did not respond. Linda's small heart was filled with anxiety and fear as she rushed into the Tower of Janus and down to the basement. Minister Rhea was waiting for me at the entrance of the tower. Minister. I've brought you here. Bogan gasped. Their Majesties. Their Majesties. He's on his way here protected by a holy knight. At any rate, we must make sure your family escapes in one piece. Where is His Highness Neris? Without His Highness, the machine. Then Sir Ria raised his hand and stopped Bogan. He drew Bogan to him and whispered something to him, and the milkmaid gave a cry of terror and called out Janice's name. Something happened to Neris, didn't it? But that's not how the machine handles. Don't worry. His Majesty the King is, of course, privy to its secrets. The whispering in her ears deepened Linda's anxiety, and she hugged her brother to keep him from hearing the whispers. Too late. You're too late. Debbie Bogan, I'm gonna go look at their majesties. Wait. I'm coming with you, Linda screamed. The minister tried to restrain her but reconsidered. The four of them also ran to the Crystal Palace, protected by the knights who were still there. Linda shook her head violently. Every time she remembered what happened next, she had nightmares. Before her and Remus's eyes, their knights were cut down and their father and mother fell to the blade. Mother! Mother! Minister, help your mother. Minister Ria took Linda in his arms as she screamed. I'm done. For now, at least, Paro's hope, on both of you. But, Minister. Without their majesties, how could anyone? Get that machine. I'll do it. I have no choice. With the palace under siege and no other way out, God help us all. I have no choice but to try. But, even at the entrance to the Tower of Janus, the shadows of enemy soldiers, which had not been seen earlier, had already entered. By the time they had managed to cut through them and descended into the crypt known as the Crystal Chamber, the number of knights accompanying the party had dwindled to just 2 or 3. Minister, it's dangerous. This machine has to come from the royal family. I know it's impossible. But I have to try. If I don't, the Holy Royal Family will be wiped out. There's no more room for the two of you to get ahead of each other, the whole house, the royal family. So it's not just your mother and father, it's also Neris. In the midst of this war, there was no time to grieve or cry out for each event, but Linda was staggered by the thought that the whole world was falling apart. But even a moment's hesitation was not allowed. May I have your attention, pearls, and listen carefully to what our nanny has to say. While Minister Ria was frantically peering into the machine, Bogan hugged them both and told them quickly. The pearls are going to Argos. In Argos, they have a daughter-in-law, Princess Emma. And since Paro and Argos are closely related, I'm sure the king of Argos will help the pearls. It's no use hiding it. Paro will fall. Their majesties have fallen under the vengeful blade of Aurra and their trusty servant Neris has been seriously wounded. Paro's only hope now is that they will escape unharmed, and if they do, Paro will not perish. There will surely be a day of rebirth. Until then, stay safe in Argos. You two are already 14. Lord Remus, you are the heir to the throne of Paro. Please be strong in your heart and show the courage and pride of a crown prince. Linda, you are the sister of Remus, please protect your brother and guide him properly. At 14, he's no longer a child. So far you've always been pampered by your nanny, but from now on, isn't the nanny coming? What about Minister Leah? We're going to Argos together. Pearls, this ancient machine is forbidden to be used in any way. We don't know what it does or where it comes from, and I really don't want to use it except on this occasion. Debbie Bogan. She's on the move. Get the two of you out of here. When Minister Leah shouted, there was suddenly a tremendous shout from the doorway. The enemy. We've found Paro's heir. Lady Leah, hurry. The mixed cries, Bogan's screams, and the unforgettable cry of Minister Ria. Ah, the coordinates. The coordinates are out of order. Yarn have mercy. Oh, Linda screamed. Then she looked around as if waking from a dream. She had been captured by a terrible memory. Princess. What's wrong? There was a loud cry at the foot of the bed, and Suni, dressed in a pretty maidservant's dress, came running to Linda. Suni was asleep, cowering at the foot of Linda's bed. "Oh, Suni, it's nothing. I'm sorry I scared you." Linda saw the fright in Suni's eyes and reached out to hug her hairy, loyal body. Yes, the hand of fate, the misalignment of the coordinates, it changed everything. Yarn's mischief led us not to Argos, but to the opposite forest of Ludo, where we met Guin and became obsessed with the castle of Staphris, and then to Nosferus. He met Suni and Istvan of Wallachia, fought the Battle of Nosferus, survived the Sea of Lent, and reached the steppe. Encounters and partings, and vows and sorrows. Istvan. Where are you now? What are you doing? Do you still remember the promise you made in the meadow, that in 3 years' time, I've returned to the court and the rituals that you hate, but not a day goes by that I don't think of you, my favorite Istvan. I wonder how long it's been since you left me. I feel like it's been a very long time. 3 years, that's like an eternity. And today is Remus' coronation day, Istvan. Guin and Istvan were as far away as a dream of a distant day. And when he thought that he was now lying alone in the child's room, where he had been taken out in a panic that day, it seemed to him that even Remus had somehow, like Guin and the others, left for an unknown place. It's funny, I'm here, and Remus is in this same palace. But that's not true. Remus is gone. The Remus who always followed me around, the feeble boy who they said should have been born a woman, the small, shy, kind-eyed brother whom I always protected, bullied and tormented, is no longer with us. We are no longer the two pearls of Paro. It's funny, Linda, it's natural for people to grow up and change. Why are you crying, when Remus is about to be crowned king? And what's more, it's going to be difficult for her in the future. As her sister and the seer, I'll have to help her even more and give her strength. And, yes, Remus isn't the only one who's changed. I'm not the same Linda I was a year ago when I ran away to Nosferus. Like Neris said, I've grown up, I'm a little prettier, I'm a little more like a girl, and I've learned to love. I'm not that little pearl anymore, I'm not a child anymore. I'm a young woman on my own. Eventually, Istvan will come for you, he'll come for you. Princess. Princess, why are you crying? Sunhee, I'm sad. I'm worried. It's okay. It's nothing. Good girl, Suni. Yeah, there's nothing to cry about. I'm finally back at the crystal. It's my crowning day and you're acting like Remus is gone. Funny me. No, I haven't lost anything. On the contrary, everything's better now. Remus will be king, with Neris. And I have a pendant of Istvan's hair around my neck, and Suni. Right, Suni. What? What, princess? It's nothing. Suni is always with me. You followed me all the way from the distant Nosferus to Paro, and you will always be with me. Yes. Suni, I'm with you. I'll always be with you, princess. Cute Suni. Linda hugged Suni and gently touched her throat with her right hand. There was a pendant with Istvan's hair on it. She clutched it tightly, gripped by a sorrow that she did not know why. The morning in Paro is slowly dawning. When the bells of the lure strike noon, it is the signal for the start of Remus's sunny celebration as he ascends the throne of Paro. That same morning, however, the Pearl of Paro woke up with a very different thought. Remus hadn't slept well the night before, but that wasn't because, like his twin sister, he was lost in the past. I will officially become the new king of Paro at the end of this morning. The holy king of Paro, the new king, Remus I, at the age of 15, when I ordered the mages of the Mage Tower to make an oracle in the name of either King Aldros IV or King Remus Aldros, they reported to me that both Aldros IV and Remus Aldros were bad names, that their reigns had been short, and that they had been in constant war with foreign nations. These are names whose reigns are short and whose wars with foreign nations are constant. I must confess that it is not a very auspicious name for you to be named King Remus, after your childhood. This name is quite acceptable to the rest of the world. The stars are now aligned in such a way that the equilibrium and peace that has lasted for some time will be disturbed again, and warfare and the construction of a new order will begin. In such an age, it is rather inconceivable that you will not have to deal with other nations even once during your reign, but when war breaks out, this name has the implication that you will be victorious in it. Therefore, it is good for foreign nations. But this name has the meaning of a star, strong outside, troubled inside. If you call yourself Your Majesty Remus, you may find yourself constantly troubled within your kingdom. I regret to inform you that I cannot prevent that from happening, in part because that fate is already contained in Your Highness' own star system, rather than in your name. His Highness's star is moving from the white heavenly star to the red wolf star and then to the blue dragon star. In other words, it is a star system that is more likely to go through turbulence and trials than peace before reaching the Mahayana. Therefore, it would be better to add a number to the name of Remus and call him Remus I. The number is good luck, and 1 is the number of yarn, so that even in the event of a civil war, yarn will be with you. If the country is in constant turmoil and trouble, alone, in the wee hours of the morning, when the city was still asleep, Remus went out on his balcony and gazed at the dawning crystal, the beautiful city that would be his in the morning. Is it because I'm too young? Is it because I'm too young? Is it because I'm not strong enough to rule a country? I have something I must do as soon as possible, and I must lose my precious time to civil war and domestic disturbances. Remus had a feeling that he could even tell where the disorder came from. Are we too narrow-minded, or are we more jealous than we believe? In the past, when I was a shy child who was always said to be a mere shadow of my sister, I never thought of envying anything. But now that he had finally returned to his own country, to his own royal castle, he was troubled by an unexpected and painful lump, and felt that even the joy of his return and the glory of his coronation had been spoiled by it. Neris Sama. Neris Sama. Hail, Lord Crystal. Hail to you, Lord Neris. In his mind's eye, he could still see the cheers of the crowds along the road and the smiling face of his older cousin waving his hands in the air. The cheers that came from Neris were much louder than mine. It may be natural that I did not do a single thing to restore Paro's independence, because I was caught up in the Kauros tax and I only entered the crystal after everything was over and peace had returned. Neris, on the other hand, had been seriously wounded, captured, tortured, and nearly assassinated many times, and yet he had led the army, risked his life to bring back the crystal, raised the head of Tyran, and defeated the great army of Mongol. While I was stuck in Argos, Neris risked his life to fight and bring back Paro to me. But I am the king. No matter how young I am, no matter how much credit I have, I am the king of Paro, and I alone. I didn't know it, but it seems that I hadn't made a very good impression on the people of Paro, other than being the crown prince, the Pearl of Paro. I was always told that I was a shy child, like Linda's shadow, and that it would be better if I were the opposite of her. I've been told that I should be the opposite of Linda, male and female, and I've had a lot of trouble with that. I thought I'd been reborn as a completely different person in the past year, but when I think about it, the people of Paro, who are seeing me for the first time since the Battle of the Black Dragon, still see me as nothing more than a weak, miserable little thing on the other side of meekness. There was no way for the people of Paro to know that I had changed, that it was none other than me, Remus, who had dreamed that dream. But I can't just say that, because I'm the king. And yet, there were many cries of hooray for the pearls, and hooray for the holy twins, but far fewer cries of hooray for Princess Linda, and hooray for His Majesty King Remus. And the cries of all hail Neris. Am I thinking too much? Was I more cynical than others, more narrow-minded than others? Remus's countenance did not clear. Looking down on the dawning city, he paced alone in anguish. I've changed. I know I've changed. I used to be a miserable little bitch, but now I think I'm gonna be a pretty good king. I just don't know how I'm going to let people know that. If I don't win the people's trust soon, I'll never be able to hold a good festival, much less put my secret idea into practice. Why am I still only 15? How much better it would be if you were 25 or 35. At 15, I'd have to make Neris regent no matter what. Then even if I do good politics, it will be because I have a good vizier assisting me, and I won't get a chance to show my own ability. If that is the case, then in the eyes of others, I will always be an ornamental dunce. But I don't have a single excuse not to make Neris regent. Remus felt neither the joy nor the pride of the day of his coronation. He thought of the long, seemingly endless feast of celebration the night before. He had endured it with a smile on his face, like a stiff puppet, while Neris and Linda had been surrounded by a crowd of people, laughing and smiling, as if the light had shone only there. The two were clearly the stars of the party. I don't know if it's my nature to be popular or to attract people, but I can't say anything good and I'm not an interesting person. I don't think I have what it takes to be popular or attract people. I don't know, maybe I'm not cut out to be a king, but I'm the one who had the revelation. Not Linda, who's supposed to be the seer. Much less Neris. Remus bit his lip. That alone was too heavy a thought for a boy of 15, who was to rule a country, but in addition he had a secret debt to bear, and that only between him and Neris. I burned down Neris' advice and disobeyed it. The letter from Neris, brought by the mage Lorca, advised Remus to go between Kauros and the city of Laut to cut off communication between Kauros and Mongol, and then to send a false messenger to Mongol to defeat him. He advised him to enter Paro in the shortest possible time without wasting time with Kauros, who was not eager to fight. If I'd followed Neris' advice, I'd have joined the Crystal and fought Mongol at least 2 months earlier. Perhaps I could have even become the general of Paro's army, even if only nominally. But for me, he lost the opportunity because of his trivial pride and vanity. Worse still, it seems that Kauros was looking for an opportunity to make peace somehow, and a messenger from Kauros arrived before the news of the defeat of Mongol reached Remus' army. Neris didn't mention any of this, but I wonder what he must have thought inwardly. He must have looked down on me as a small, insignificant, vain little boy. Neris' attitude toward Remus was rather too polite, but Remus suspected that there was something in his calm eyes that did not let people know what he was thinking. Why is it that I can't make things go smoothly like this? Is it a lack of experience, or am I fundamentally inferior to Neris, Guin, or anyone else? It was painful to think about. Especially when you're the one who'll be on the throne in a few more years. Remus endured a long and lonely time in a state of uncertainty and anguish. At last, the city of Crystal and the Crystal Palace are about to wake up. It is the morning of the beginning of a great and memorable celebration. In the same morning, the thoughts of 2 twins, once called the 2 pearls of Paro, are already far apart. From noon, in front of the Nizan, the Crystal Palace, which had been in a hurry until then, was finally enveloped in a great deal of tension and excitement. The guests of honor from Taurus had arrived. The most important guest of honor was, of course, Borgo Valan, the king of Agulus, a great power in the Primorsky territory, who was to be the star of today's coronation and the father of the new king Remus. Ali Trevan, ducal brother of Wallachia, Count Orlok and Lady Alicia of Thrace, Corvinus, governor of Ephrasia. They were welcomed through the Lansvale Gate into the Palace of the Red Crystal, where they were met by Lord Crystal, from whom they had parted a day earlier. After that, they went to the antechamber of the Crystal Palace to greet the new king, and then went back to their respective rooms in the Red Crystal Palace to change into their formal attire to attend the ceremony. The young king was taking a short rest after bathing, praying the Nizan prayer, and praying in the funerary hall for the spirits of his fathers. Since a formal press conference has been scheduled after the ceremony, this is a very informal address. The others withdrew easily, with words of praise and blessings for the new king, but Borgo Valan, the future father of the mountains, remained alone after the others. It's a pity that Illumina couldn't see today's ceremony. But it's a happy coincidence that I, her father, was able to attend. I'm sure Illumina is looking forward to hearing my stories. I'm sorry, sir, Remus said. Borgo Valan suddenly looked at Remus as if to say, "Oh, how are you?" Excuse me, but you look a little pale. No, not really. It's just, I had a little trouble sleeping last night. I wonder if even you will be covered in flab on the eve of your coronation. I'm sorry, sir. Remus's expression was awkward. Borgo Valan, who was gazing at Remus with a sense of wonder, soon felt something like understanding rise up in his face. I know it's not right for a young man like you to be talking like this, but I am your future father-in-law, and I hope you don't mind if I give you some advice. Yes, by all means, your father-in-law, if you don't mind me calling you that. Actually, I need the advice of someone with the most experience. So be it, so be it. Paro is a great nation, and 15 is a bit young to be on the throne. With all due respect, Remus, you're getting a little impatient, aren't you? You've lost your composure, I mean, compared to the other day in Agraia, when you fought me in a daring contest and got the better of me. Today, as far as I can see, you're more conscious of acting like a king and being seen as an adult. I think you're trying too hard to act like a king, to look like an adult. Do you understand that, father? Remus shouted, unable to hide his dismay. I know, because I know it too. I lost my father when I was very young, not as young as you, and I had to serve as king of Agraia. I'm not particularly clever or trustworthy, and I suffered a lot. But fortunately, I was blessed with an excellent assistant in Dagon Wolf, and fortunately, after my accession to the throne, there were no other difficulties at home or abroad for a while, so that before I knew it, it had become a thing of the past. The dignity of a king and the people's confidence in him are things that come with age. There's no need to panic about becoming a perfect king now. You are far more gifted and intelligent than I am, as far as I can see. In less than 2 years you'll be able to behave like a king. Are you not the one who was welcomed by Aglaya alone, without even an army, and whose ability alone made me beg for the pretty Illumina? While I was listening, the gloom between Remus's eyebrows cleared away. His pale, tense face was filled with blood and radiance, and the smile he gave to Borgo Valan lost the awkwardness and unnaturalness with which he had greeted the guests earlier and became radiant. Father-in-law, father-in-law. The words came out of my mouth so easily that I thought I was crazy. Thank you, sir. No. I wanted to be of service to my lovely daughter-in-law, and it's only because I like you that I've asked for Illumina. Besides, as you know, I'm an ordinary man with little talent. As a king, a warrior and a statesman, I'm not outstanding. But even so, after 20 years as the leader of a kingdom and a castle, I can see and understand things that others cannot. It's true, everything is as you say. I've been in such a hurry to be recognized as a good king that I've lost myself. At any rate, you're 15. No one's asking you to do anything brilliant right now. But if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask me. As you know, I have only 4 daughters. I'm very happy to have you here. It's like having a son. Thank you very much. Now I can look forward to the ceremony with a clear mind, Remus said sincerely. Borgo Valan stood up, satisfied. Yes, that's his face. That's the face of Remus, the Prince of Paro, who I hoped would be my son-in-law. I'll see you later at the ceremony. I'll be in touch with you later, Remus said, regaining all his energy. Borgo Valan was about to leave, but stopped when he remembered what he had said at the entrance. And you, Remus? There's nothing to worry about. I had a great vizier, Dagon Wolf, who helped the young king when he was prone to wavering. And you have Lord Naris. He is one of the best men in the Central Plains and would make an excellent prime minister. Leave everything to him and you'll have nothing to worry about. You can sit back and let him take care of you. The light faded from Remus' eyes as if they had been blown out. Borgo Valan's meant no offense, of course. He just walked out without noticing. But Remus was there, frozen, motionless, his face once again drained of its radiance, its carefreeness. And then the farmer came in. The ceremony was about to begin. Remus had to get up in a hurry to get ready. It's a little before noon. At the same time as the lure bells were ringing out the time with their beautiful, mellow tones, the Crystal Palace finally began to move. First, a group of beautifully dressed guards of honor lined up at the foot of the grand staircase in front of the Crystal Palace. This was followed by a line of buglers and flag bearers. All the gates were thrown open. From early in the morning, tens of thousands of people had crowded around Miyagi, and their numbers grew larger and larger as time went on, but they had not yet raised a single cheer and were simply waiting in silence. It was the day that should be marked in the annals with scarlet and gold, when the rightful king of the Holy Family would return to Paro after an absence of several months. All the people of the crystal were waiting patiently for the day to come so that they could embrace and savor it with all their might. Soon, nobles, merchants, priests, and monks, all dressed in formal attire, began to arrive at the Crystal Palace one after another. Many gorgeous carriages came in from the South Gate, the Lansvale Gate, and the Knight's Gate. But only the Eastern Gate, the Arcandros Gate, was different. Although the gate was opened, the knights lined up in front of it stood guard with their spears held high, and the gate was cleaned by the hands of the maidens. The only one who would pass through there would have to be the main character of the day, the newly enthroned Holy King of Paro. All the way from the gate of the Holy King in the middle of the gate of Arcandros to the way of the Holy King was covered with red cloth, and the knights lined up on both sides of the way and the gate and did not move a muscle. And then a trumpet sounded and the herald came. They were a company of young monks from the great temple of Genua. Dressed in scarlet robes and with the sign of Janus on their breasts, they walked slowly in the prescribed manner, sprinkling drops of water from a sprig of Galatea, the sign of Janus, in a jar of holy water to bless the way of the Holy King. And when they had cleansed the gate of the Holy King, and had passed through the gates on either side of it into the square of Arcandros, the first murmur arose at last from the people who had filled the space around it. At last, the solemn ceremony for which they had been waiting would begin. The person who is to become the Holy King will perform the third ablution on this morning, enter the Janus Tower in the palace, cut off all ties with the secular world, and then be given a new life as a king by the priest of Janus. Legend has it that when a man who is not of the righteous blood of the Holy Family tries to ascend to a throne that he should not have ascended, as soon as he sits on the throne of the Holy King in the Tower of Janus as a man who should be king, the judgment of Janus will come upon him and he will die mysteriously without a scratch on him. Nay, even the venerable heir of a royal family, when he is not equipped and destined to be a king, Janus, fearing that his beloved country of Paro might be spoiled by an unworthy king, thus leaves the heir to the throne before the only absolute crown is placed on his head. Before the only absolute holy crown is placed on his head. It is true that there have been several princes in the history of Paro who, though they were not ill or injured in any way, were killed in the ordeal at the Tower of Janus just before they went to be crowned in the great temple of Genua. However, there were some who secretly thought it ironic that the will of Janus was not the will of the chief priest of the temple of Janus. Anyway, a man who wanted to be the king of this country had to go through three great trials. One was the ordeal at Janus Tower. The second was the ordeal of the great temple of Genua, where he had to go before the gods and make 12 vows to the 12 Janus gods. After successfully completing the two ordeals and proving himself worthy to be the Holy King of Paro, the new king was crowned at Genua, watched by the gods, and paraded through the city to the Crystal Palace, where he was crowned. In the midst of this splendid banquet, which lasted all night, when the Janus bell struck the hour before midnight, he had to leave the drunken and murmuring people behind and go back to Janus Tower alone. He was led by only 2 Janus monks, but even they disappeared after leading the new king to the basement of Janus Tower. And the new king, alone, with a candle in his hand, descends into the depths of this mysterious tower. Passing through the floor where the mysterious ancient machine, which no one knows when, who or why it was installed there, and which only the royal family can control, is installed, and through the floor below where the statues of the Paro kings from generation to generation watch silently, with the eyes and hearts of the kings in their bodies passing through, further down. No one really knows what this crystal palace is really like. Except for the mysterious superhuman Alexandros, who designed it, even Alexandros didn't know everything. It is said that all the towers are connected in the basement and that the underground passage leads to the basement of the funerary temple for the souls of the dead of the generations of kings, and watches over his kingdom. What the new king had to do was to go deep underground and face the remains of his ancestors, a horrible and terrifying ordeal. Arcandros the Great would meet with all the kings of his time and give each one a prophecy and advice for his reign. The new king would then be the true king of Paro. Only when he is recognized as a legitimate king by Janus the XII, and Arcandros the Great, will he be qualified to reign over the holy Paro, the land of Janus people. Even a king whose blood is recognized by Janus, and who has been crowned by the 12 gods of Janus, may be regarded by Arcandros the Great as not worthy to give up the kingdom he has opened, and the great king will not appear before the new king. However, the new king who went down deep into the underground labyrinth was given the right way back by Arcandros the Great for the first time, and therefore, the king who failed to meet the great king had no choice but to wander in the dark maze forever and become a ghost or die a mad death and expose his corpse. That is to say, when the new king returned from the ordeal of Arcandros the Great and appeared before the people who had been feasting all night and for 2 or 3 days, that was the time when he would truly be king, and when all the people would know clearly that he had every right to be so, and that all the people may know clearly that he has all the rights. It was such a terrible ordeal, but there was no way to escape it. And only those kings who had suffered the horror and shame of it could be told by the great king the great secret of Paro, according to the magnitude of his role in history. Tonight it is Remus' turn to undergo the ordeal that has befallen every man who has ever held the throne. Do not be afraid of trials. The priest of Janus, who had been sent from the great temple of Genua to care for Remus, said gravely as he assisted Remus in his final bath. It is for men who lack righteous blood, destiny, and kingly destiny, and for ambitious men who dare to commit the blasphemy of ascending to the throne of the holy king of Paro, knowing themselves to lack any of these, that this will be a truly terrible and terrifying ordeal. And they must be reminded of the viciousness of their unworthy ambition by a soul-crushing end. But as long as you know and believe that you are just and that you ought to be just, there is nothing to be afraid of. Janus the XII, and Arcandros the Great will try and test the new king to make him greater than ever. For the reign and the glory that is to come. From this morning Remus had bathed for the 3rd time. When he had proclaimed his throne far away in the land of Argos, he had sworn that he would never cut off his hair until Paro was restored to his hand. After his final bath, his rich, shining silver hair was combed out, and then cut into a full bun at the nape of his neck. As befitted a king, his forelock, which had been trimmed in a boyish manner, was now brushed back to reveal his broad, intelligent face, and the bronze ring of a prince was removed and a wide royal ring, which should have been worn at the time of his coming of age, was placed in its place. After it had been ascertained that there was no sign of sickness or wound on any part of his body, Remus' whole body was anointed with fragrant oil and lightly beaten with galatea leaves, which had a holy effect. Then all the garments that he had been wearing were taken away and replaced with new ones, those of the priest of Janus. To Remus was given a long, white, unstitched garment with a long hem. He was not to wear a sash or any other garment. Over the long white garment, he was to wear a hooded cloak of fine netting, which was to cover his face. This was a symbol that he was to be cut off from the world and to be born again as a child of the love of Janus, the holy king, a living god. The 2 priests took him by the hand from both sides and led him out of the room of purification. Already Remus' eyes could see nothing but a blurry white swirl through the net around him. He didn't know where he was going or how he was getting there. By now, I wonder what rituals people, Linda, Nerys, and the courtiers are performing to witness the moment of the new king's birth. But none of that mattered anymore. The smoke from the galatea leaves was lulling Remus into a kind of half-awake, half-subconscious oblivion. The priests of Janus had not uttered a single word since they left the purification chamber. In the tower, the priests of the temple of Janus were incessantly chanting Janus verses and chanting choruses. The ceaseless ringing of the bells and the monotonous sound of the chanting are mingled and intertwined with each other, turning the entire tower into an unworldly and mysterious other dimension, even with the ever-present scent of the black lotus Galatea drug. And the feet of the priests, who were leading him from both sides, suddenly stopped. "Welcome, throne claimant Remus." A voice, different from any that had gone before, rang heavily through the bells and chanting. Remus knew it was the voice of the High Septon of Gath. "Whether you are worthy of the throne of Paro and whether you are heir to the throne in the sight of Janus, Janus will now measure and judge. If his blood is not of the Holy Family, and if there is in your heart a twinge of sorrow, turn back from here. The throne of Janus will not tolerate those who would betray the Holy Kingdom." "How are you, Remus? I hope you get to try Janus." "Very well. Now go forth and take your place on the throne." A deep drumming sound came from all around them, and the chanting rose even higher. In the midst of all this, Remus was suddenly seized with great fear and choked up. "If Janus does not recognize me as king, if I am indeed unworthy to be King Paro, and if the vision I once had was but a temptation to dole, if I can't be king of Paro, then let my body be shattered here. I am Remus, Crown Prince of Paro." Remus stepped forward. The priest's hand guided him to sit down on the cold stone. Instantly, something rattling through his body seized Remus. With a flutter his cloak and his blindfold fell away. "The god Janus has granted the claimant to the throne." At the sound of Githa's voice, the monks fell to their knees in unison. Remus sat down in triumph. The first ordeal had been successfully accomplished. The people were lined up in the crystal square waiting for the messenger. A messenger saying that the heir to the throne had passed the trials of the sacred throne. The people were preparing to leave the crystal palace for the great temple of Janus in Genua as soon as the messengers arrived. The uncovered carriages carrying the guests from abroad and the congratulatory messengers were lined up on the right side, and the carriages of the royal family of Paro were lined up on the left side. Of course, in the lead carriage was Princess Linda, the closest blood relative of Remus, the new king. Linda was very beautiful, with her brilliant silver hair tied up in a very elaborate manner. Her hair was richly adorned with jewels and pearls, and on both temples there flowed a veil of gold thread woven and studded with pearl flowers, flowing loosely behind her from a large hair ornament with a purple crystal in the center and vajra stones around it, which sparkled particularly brightly. The costume was dazzlingly gorgeous. A gold-jeweled neck ornament served as the collar of the dress, embracing her slender neck and bosom, and huge flower ornaments fastened her shoulders, while long lace flowed down her arms and back like a veil of gold thread. Her costume was made of purple silk trimmed with gold, with a wide ornamental sash that bore the symbol of Janus, and underneath a skirt that was split in two at the front, a lace petticoat richly studded with pearls was visible. She wore the royal seal, had her banners in front of her, and was riding in a carriage drawn by 4 white horses, magnificently decorated, with Suni in full dress at her feet. She, who had always been reputed to be the most beautiful princess in the whole Middle Ages when she came of age, having inherited the blood of the late Queen of Tarnia, who had been praised as the most beautiful woman of the century, was elegantly dressed, and her innate dignity, grace, and timidity were shown in her straight neck and the faint smile on her lips. It was clear to everyone that the day had already come when she would be the darling of Salia, the goddess of beauty, and would be the talk of Nakahara, even if she did not wait for her coming of age. Some of the people present may have thought of the now deceased Princess Amneris of Mongol, who appeared before the people of Paro in full regalia for her wedding to Lord Crystal at the Crystal Palace, and secretly compared her appearance with that of Linda today. However, although it is meaningless to compare two women, both equally beautiful, and each with a completely different character, on the same basis, at least for the proud people of Paro, it is not necessary to say which one is more beautiful, but which one is more desirable, more noble, more refined, more beautiful. But at least for the proud people of Paro, it was obvious which was more desirable, noble and refined, if not more beautiful. This was expressed in the words of Aldo Neyris, the Duke of Crystal, who was the embodiment of Paro's aesthetics and was also known as the arbiter of beauty, when he first appeared to Linda, after giving her a calm and penetrating gaze, and then saying with satisfaction, "It's beautiful." He praised him gravely, as if he were delivering an oracle of the gods. "The goddess of Saria can do no wrong then. The goddess of the dawn in her royal purple, that purple is your color. It's the same color as your eyes, the noble and florid violet of the dawn." "Oh, what's wrong, brother Nerys?" Linda laughed and said something back to Nerys, for this was the anteroom of the royal family before the people. "Why do you suddenly speak to your little cousin Linda in such an offhand way? You've always made fun of me. I can't believe you'd suddenly praise me like that." "Because you always praise everyone like that. I see you haven't fixed your tomboy." Nerys laughed. "Look at Phyllis. She's only 3 years younger than you and she's going to be Lady Beck in a few days. Isn't 3 different enough? And Remus' favorite, Princess Illumina of Aglaia, is only 13. I'll be a priestess of Janus for the rest of my life, or else in another 3 years there will be someone who will want me no matter what kind of jerk I am. Mr. Seer, is that your prediction? Or is it a wish?" "It's neither." Linda giggled at the thought of being alone with her secret. Nerys looked at her with a smile. "If you sit quietly, you look like an 18-year-old princess like Saria, but inside you are still a 15-year-old child. For the sake of the guests of honor who have taken the trouble to call you the image of Saria, please smile and don't talk too much. Thank you for the warning, brother Nerys. I'm going to stay put like a stone statue for the whole parade." Nerys laughed happily and helped Linda to reposition the ornaments on her shoulders. People saw them as a pair of cousins who had grown up together like brother and sister and were very close to each other. Nerys, too, was a man of splendor and splendor, reminiscent of the sun god Lure. As befits a crystal lord, he wore a purple and white garment with silver armor, a long white cloak and boots, and a helmet with a large feather ornament on his left breast. Behind them are the great nobles, including the Duke of Beck and the Duke of Calavia, who are dressed in their best military attire, and the Duke of Mar, who wears a long, loose robe. The Marquises of the Holy Order in their fur coats, the Holy Order following behind them, the King's Guard led by Count Lyre, the Caravian cavalry with their brightly colored feather decorations, the Paro Knights. It was as if it were a reenactment of the coronation procession in the murals of old. The knights seized the horses' bridles, and the carriages carrying the nobles held the whips of the chariots. "Oh, my God!" From the direction of the Tower of Janus came a shouting horseman. Oh! There was a general outcry. This was the signal that Remus had successfully passed the first test of his kingship. It is Aurelius, in the dignified attire of a holy knight, who can serve as a cheerful messenger. At the same time as the figure crossed the crystal square, the trumpets were blown again in unison. "We're off." Genua, the great temple of Janus. At the bottom of the grand staircase of the Crystal Palace, a golden palanquin appeared. When the palanquin, pulled by 4 white horses, came to a halt at the bottom of the grand staircase, the grand doors were opened to the left and right by the hands of the priests. The position of High Priestess of Janus, which should have been the highest position in the royal family after the king, had been vacant since the death of Arsus, brother of the previous king and father of Ald Nerys. Therefore, the Marquis of Guise, the head of the temple, will serve as provisional high priest at this ceremony. The Marquis of Guise, wearing the scarlet cloak of a chief priest over the long robe of a temple chief, and the golden robe of a priest, draped the cloak loosely over his left arm and wore a pope's hat with the upper part of the cloak spread wide, made an imposing appearance and walked step by step up the crystal stairs to the palanquin. The chief priest's palanquin moves forward, followed by a huge chariot driven by 6 horses, which reaches the bottom of the grand staircase. This chariot, covered with plain purple silk, was commanded by the Marquis of Derval, who wore a shabby fur coat, and on the chariot were 4 chosen holy knights, who knelt at the 4 corners and guarded it with their spears. There was more than enough space in the middle of the chariot even with the 4 men's richly drawn cloaks spread out. Rise and shine. The sound of a loud trumpet. The sound of drums beating, the sound of bells ringing through the town. Even that was muffled by a tidal wave of groans. Remus appeared to be led by 2 monks. Remus, having completed the ordeal at the Tower of Janus, stood on the balcony, wearing a long, pure white robe and the mantle of Janus, which was drawn long over his shoulders, and which he wore without stopping, revealing a pale face. "I wonder if she's okay, she looks so blue." Linda's anxious gaze flickered over to her brother. With the eyes of the people on him, Remus leaned his cloak on two beautifully dressed maidens and rode slowly to the chariot. "Your Excellency!" All the trumpets are blown to the sky at once. Led by Janus of Genua, followed by the palanquin of the abbot of Gath, the chariot of the monks, and the chariot of Remus behind the 12 holy knights, the procession finally began to move toward Genua. The heir to the throne is followed by the uncovered carriages that have been waiting for him, in the order of Linda, Nerys, and Beck. The royal family is followed by ambassadors and kings, and behind them are the marquises and civil servants. And they were followed endlessly by the elite of each of Paro's knightly orders. The thunderous roar coming from the front will be the citizens who have been waiting for a long time, finally passing through the way of the Holy King and facing the heir to the throne who has appeared from the gate of the Holy King. In the midst of them, the procession will go to Genua. Like a huge snake, the five-colored, brightly colored, twisting, flowing procession, even though the head of the procession had already arrived at Genua, was still coming out of the Crystal Palace, one after another, with no end in sight. And evening. When the last of the party finally arrived at Genua, the sun was already beginning to set after a long day. The main attendees enter the spacious main hall, which is the center of the great temple of Janus, and take their seats. Despite the fact that the ceremony was already in progress, the road from Crystal to Genua was still full of people. The procession from the palace was already over. This time, the citizens of Crystal, the courtesans and courtesans who did not have the status to attend the ceremony, the students of Ambula, the merchants, the mercenaries, the travelers, the men and women of every conceivable age and sex, who wanted to see the birth of the new king with their own eyes, were following the procession to Genua. They were coming towards Genua. The hills of Genua, which are usually silent and uninhabited except for the monks, were suddenly filled with an untimely crowd and murmur. In the hands of the crowd, small purple cloths were held and waved, and if seen from far above, it might have looked like a beautiful garden of small purple flowers blooming in clusters. The great temple of Janus, surrounded by that crowd, 10 or 20 times over. In the solemn, stone-built main hall, a heavy, muffled voice reverberated in the silence without a murmur. "Wilt thou glorify Janus, and lead his holy kingdom according to his doctrine? Dost thou glorify the lure, and by its light shine upon the land under the day of Janus? Dost thou glorify Aurra, and defend the holy kingdom of Janus with thy battle-axe?" The 12 chief priests of the gods, who came from the temples of the 12 gods of Janus, which were scattered throughout the crystal, chanted the scriptures and struck the new king on the shoulder as he knelt on the altar with a branch of incense, a sword sheath, a whip of a horse's tail, or a flower, which was the symbol of each god, and asked him questions, while Remus remained kneeling. I swear, he replied repeatedly. The main temple of Janus is a huge building with a high stone-vaulted ceiling, richly carved stone corridors, and long rows of columns. At the back of the hall, which is still dark and cool in the daytime, there are 2 large fires burning brightly. Illuminated by the fires that never go out, there is a huge statue of Janus, the two-faced god, who is bigger than a human being and so big that you can look up to him. The face of the past of the old man, who represents wisdom, and the face of the future of the young man, who is in charge of action, for huge, white, clear eyes inlaid with crystal are looking down on this scene as if they could see everything. The incense from the fire constantly fills the hall with Galatian smoke, and the low chanting of the kneeling Janus monks accentuates the sometimes monotonous covenant with the 12. The royal family, the nobles, the guests of the nations, and the vassals in attendance, holding the Galatian leaf and the talisman of Janus in their hands, listened intently to the lengthy question and answer. When the pledges to the 12 gods had finally been made, the chief priests stepped forward and lit their respective incense sticks and symbols in the censers they had prepared. With the flickering incense smoke, the spacious interior of the main temple was soon filled to overflowing. The lure is the new king of Jiaozuo. Ilana has been granted a new king. Iris has been granted a new king. Dryadon has been granted a new king. One after another the chief priests announced the oracles they had received. If any one of them did not approve of the new king, it would not be in accordance with the consensus of the 12 Januses, and the king would have to go through all the questions again, and if he could not be forgiven in any way, the coronation would have to be cancelled. To the Lord God Janus, the great and all-pervading Janus Mortis Narder, the creator and ruler of time. The 12 of Janus have no objection to the new king, Remus Alginus Aldros, and hereby grant him the title of new king. The 12 chief priests, each clothed in long white robes and gold brocade robes, each bearing a different symbol and scripture, chanted in unison and with great gravity. At that moment, Janus's 4 huge eyes came to life and looked out over the whole palace, as if they were filled with fear. Good. Priest Guise, who was in charge of the entire ceremony, stood up and held up one hand. Remus Alginus Aldros, go out this way. And Remus, who had thrown off his cloak of Janus as he entered the temple, and was kneeling in his long white robe, without any ornament or cloak, stood up with the priest of Janus taking him by the hand, and passed between the 2 bonfires, and stepped up the stone steps, which were completely worn out by the prayers and ceremonies of many years. They stepped up to the statue of the great god Janus. Then, after performing the prescribed ritual of birth and lavishness, the chief priest of Gith stands before him. After blessing him with a sprig of Galatea, the priest took up his golden robe of cloth, which had been beautifully sewn, from a table covered with virgins' offerings. He placed it over Remus's shoulders, and then took the sash from the next platform and tied it over the bodyguard. Around Remus's neck were a huge crystal disc, surrounded by 12 carved gems and set in a gold stand, a heavy talisman and a long divining cord. Then, one after another, a gold pommel, a choker, and a ring to be placed on his forehead, engraved with runes, which was used as a crown in time of peace, when there was nothing else to wear. The all-white figure of Remus was gradually transformed into a glowing gold in the dark hall. And having girded Remus with a golden ornamental sword, and having caused to be hung from his left shoulder to his right hip a lanyard which ran diagonally across his body, Geats cleansed his hands, and having dipped his fingers in the pigment which had been put into the basin which he had brought, he drew strange runes on Remus' forehead and on the royal circle. The circle was then sealed and belonged to Remus alone. The people in the hall watched the holy king being born before their eyes without making a sound. Remus's still slender and boyish body no longer looked like that of a boy as he was covered with a heavy and glorious golden garment, and even his tense and strained face was covered with a royal ring that stretched out in a triangle from his forehead to his eyes, and a high, hard girdle at the end that reached from the sides of his face almost to his ears. He looked completely different from Remus, older, paler, and more statuesque. Now standing there was a portrait of a king, all in gold. But it was not yet complete. To present this golden figure to the people, Geats put his hand on Remus' shoulder and made him turn to face them, then made him turn to face him and kneel. The people gasped. Finally, the ceremony is about to reach its climax in a solemn way. And now in the midst of the world, where all noise had ceased, there arose Ruhr, and Irina, and Iris, and the chief priests of the 3 temples. First of all, Drim, the chief priest of the Temple of Iris, stepped up to the side of Gith. From the great platform on which the 2 priests were standing behind him, Drim took a purple, folded cloth and offered it to Geats. The Geats nodded and unfolded it, revealing the holy purple royal robe without a speck of color, the mantle of the holy king, which only a king is permitted to wear. Guise helped Dorim to hold the heavy cloak, the back of which was a golden cloth covered with the words of Janus, in both hands, and placed it gently over Remus' shoulders. At that moment, Remus shakes his whole body as if something very heavy was thrown at him. The fragrant purple, heavy royal robe slid down along the body of Remus like purple water flowing down his body, and spread out softly at his feet and lodged there. Then the king's tin, offered by Emia the chief priest of Irina, is placed in Remus' trembling right hand. And the last one to step forward was Master Ariel, the high priest of Lure. Ariel, who is also a renowned mage, has offered. It's nothing less than the holy crown, the sun crown of Paro. The front of it represents the sun, and the most massive diamond known to the world. Tokii emits a pale yellow flame. The heavy crown, which represents Janus, the bounty of the 12 gods, and Paro, is studded and inlaid with countless jewels, and seems to speak of the infinite wealth and history of Paro, the richest kingdom in the Central Plains, in its dazzling brilliance. The priest received this wonderful crown, which was difficult to hold without holding it firmly in both hands, with a nervous shiver. The new king Remus I. Their voices flowed rather monotonously into the silent dais Hinden. In the name of Janus and the 12, you are hereby granted the title of King of the Holy Kingdom of Paro, the 12th of the 3rd dynasty. Oh! With a pale, frozen face, as if he had lost all sense of feeling and emotion, he stiffened, and the great crown of Paro, the sun crown, now rested on his silvery head. Remus. Even more than Remus, it was Linda, who was watching over them, who was fuming and wincing. She'll get the crown of Paro. Remus, the little Remus, the Remus who was always hiding behind me, how splendid. How wonderful. All is in your hands, O Yarn. O Janus, please protect forever the king whom you have granted. As Linda gazes into her eyes, something hot begins to well up in her. And that's when it happened. Oh! Suddenly Linda almost screamed. What was that? Remus was now kneeling, receiving the heavy holy crown, standing up supported from both sides, drawing his purple cloak and holding the king's tin, and was standing before the statue of Janus the Great in the splendid formal dress of a holy king as shown in the painting. Behind her, Linda suddenly saw the image of something that could not be. The giant face that stands behind Remus. Behold! The horribly burned, living skull of an unseen monster. The eyeballs in their sockets are burning brightly, and they look down at Remus as if they were trying to tell him some terrible secret. Strangely enough, through his face, the statue of the great god Janus behind him is clearly visible. Cal equals mole. Linda murmured. She did not know what she had said, nor did she feel that it was a name she could not possibly know. Calmore, Calmore. Linda, Your Highness, what's going on? Nerys turned, and the startled people tried to jump out. Linda's voice, which at first had been only a murmur, was now a scream, breaking the silence of the solemn ceremony. Calmore. Calmore. Linda, what's wrong? Stay with me, okay? It was the hand of Nerys, who was closest to her, that supported Linda as she tried to fall. Linda looked at Nerys with possessed, unworldly eyes. Calmore has chosen her. Oh, look! Look at Remus' cloak. It's not purple, it's blood. He's wearing a royal robe the color of blood. Calmore's secret must be sealed. When Remus takes it, the white sands of Nosferus will be stained with blood. Linda! The whole temple was in an uproar. Linda, what is Calmore? Is it a premonition? Linda! Linda slipped through Nerys's hands like a stripped garment and slumped to the floor, completely unconscious. The crowd was in full attendance. Remus and all the others heard Linda's cries. Everyone knew that Linda was a seer, and a seer of unprecedented power. Even after Linda had been carried away, and Nerys and Guise had taken prompt action, silence had once again returned to the hall and the ceremony had resumed without incident, but Linda's cries remained clear in the ears of the people. Blood! I wear a royal robe the color of blood. Remus, pale as a stone statue, is letting himself be carried on with the ritual. His eyes are fixed on something in the air, as if he is burning. Amidst the unspoken murmurings and buzzes that swept like the wind from one eye to the other, Guise had completed all the ceremonies and stood up to bless the people. Now they would return to the Crystal Palace for an all-night feast and the final test of the new king, Arcandros the Great. It was inevitable that the crowning ceremony of the Holy King of Paro, which should have been solemn, became somewhat depressing at the end, as if he had been kidnapped by Linda. People were itching to get out of the ceremony and talk about the current events. It was a once-in-a-year event that was perfect for talking about. In the face of this event, the shadow of the young new king was somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, the coronation ceremony was completed without a hitch. Thus, Remus became the king of Paro in both name and reality. "Princess, are you awake?" she heard a soft, low voice. Linda jumped out of her skin. "Nerys. What's happening to me? Where am I?" "Crystal Palace." Nerys laughed as he held out a handful of cold calm water. "You came back from Genoa in my carriage. Your carriage wasn't draped. How are you feeling?" "Sorry." "Hey, what's going on?" "Remus, oh, no." "What about Remus' coronation?" "What?" Nerys looked back at Ligeia, who was sitting in the corner of the room. "She doesn't seem to remember anything." It's not uncommon for the seer to do that, but then again, it was someone else speaking through her mouth, wasn't it? "I don't know what to do. Should I tell Linda?" "Tell me. What have I done? Did I do something to cause an uproar?" "No, no, 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 no." Before Ligeia could speak, Linda screamed and jumped out of the bed where she was lying. When she heard Nerys' explanation, Linda turned pale. "I don't remember any of this. It's just that as soon as the crown was on Remus's head, everything went dark, and, well, did I have a premonition?" Linda hugged herself with both hands. Remus must be very unhappy. The ceremony of a lifetime ruined. "It's not your fault, Seeress. It's not your fault you're being chosen by the gods because it's not what you wanted. Cheer up and drink your calm water. I have cast a shadow over the reign of Remus," Linda said sadly. Sunny came out and hugged Linda's legs. "I wonder if he'll ever forgive me." "There's no forgiveness, there's no forgiveness. You're not responsible. It was Janice who made you talk, or yarn, or whatever it was. Don't worry about it. You're so kind, Nerys, but what is she doing now, and where is everyone?" "It's the 10th night. The feast is in full swing. Everyone is enjoying themselves in the crystal room. The people were disappointed when you didn't join the parade." "Oh, my brother, are you sure you want to be here? Did you follow me?" "In any case, the new king has already left for Janice Tower." Nerys shook his head. "He won't be back for a while yet. I don't really like parties like that. I've never heard that before. I didn't know Nerys hated parties. But I don't want to go to. I can't go in front of Remus." "What nonsense. Go get your costume and makeup fixed. I'll take you to her. You're the new king's sister. They'll think ill of you if you don't show up for the feast. Are you all right?" "Oh, sometimes I wish I didn't have these powers." "Hey, isn't that what makes you different from all the other beautiful princesses? Now you'll thank the gods for your power. Come on, cheer up. Are you sure Remus wasn't mad at you?" Linda asked with concern. Nerys reassured her, but secretly thought about Remus afterwards. Of course, he tried to keep his composure and pretended that nothing had happened, but naturally he must have been quite upset inside. Even as he received congratulatory words from ministers, royalty, and foreign envoys, his face tended to stiffen and become like a mask with a smile on it. And I saw the look on Remus' face when Linda yelled, "Calmore." When Linda shouted, "Calmore," Remus' face, it wasn't normal. Obviously, there was something about his face that made me think of him. "Calmore. We need to find out what it is." "Nosferus is bleeding," Linda said. "That's crazy. Here's another one, Nosferus." Now we have to assume that Nosferus is hiding a very big secret. Scar has gone to Nosferus. And Amneris, his eyes are dark and pensive. At that moment, at the sound of a peasant's voice begging for help, Ligeia went out without a sound and came back. "Lady Nerys. You must hurry. His Majesty Remus has just left Janice Tower and will be arriving at the Crystal Palace shortly." "Already? That's early again." Startled, Nerys said. "It took His Majesty 3 zangs to get there, Linda. I'm going to the makeup room." Linda rushed to her feet and left with Sunny in tow. Seeing this, Nerys smiled, but then quickly lost her smile and turned to Ligeia. I can't say this out loud, but this unusual speed is sure to raise a few eyebrows. Either the new king is so worthy of the holy throne that Arcandros the Great showed up to greet him as soon as he entered the basement, or he was so abandoned that he returned at the entrance. You're not a man of your word. Isn't your safe return a sign that you have passed the great king's test? Ligeia cuts Janice's badge. Neris chuckled. Then take off my cloak. I have to be back at the banquet by the time the holy king returns. Otherwise, he'll think I'm a traitor. Let's go, Ligeia. It's already past midnight. But the Crystal Palace and the town of Crystal were lit up and awake as if it were midday. The crackle of music, the murmur of music, the flourish of music. The city was filled with the bustle of the festivities, but of course, the liveliest and brightest area was the Crystal Palace, especially around the Crystal Palace and the Grand Garden. A messenger has arrived to say that Remus has passed the final ordeal of Arcandros the Great without incident, and the feast is now at its height. They are filled with wine from many lands, the music of the musician, the beauty of the princesses, the silver platters with the most precious and fragrant fruits, the sweets, the cold dishes, the appetizers, the hot dishes brought in the lids, the fragrant woods one after another, the flowers in the silver bowls, the water to wash one's hands, to wash one's face, and to sleep. Flowers are placed in silver bowls, and people rinse their hands and wash their faces with water to relieve fatigue and ward off drowsiness. As a sideshow, mages tell love fortunes, and the princesses, the flowers of the court, gather around. Linda, who had changed her dress to resemble a flower on a brocade, appeared with Neris and was greatly applauded by the people. Linda, who by nature was accustomed to behaving as a princess and possessed the sexuality appropriate to that role, was not frightened at all even after such an uproar. She smiled radiantly, greeted everyone in the audience, and did not feel daunted or intimidated. Dressed in a pure white dress of lace, ruffles and pearls, and wearing a violet cape, she was as beautiful as a swan and caught the eye. Princess Linda, the way you came out with Lord Neris, it looks like a wedding ceremony for the two of you, not the coronation of His Majesty Remus. Someone shouted loudly, and Linda turned a pretty cheek. Oh, no, Lord. Brother Neris thinks I'm just a child. Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry. You're naughty, Neris. Look at me now, I'm going to surprise you. I'm scared. What are you up to? Neris never left Linda's side, and this group, including Ligeia, who followed Neris like a shadow, with the eye-catching Semitic girl Suni, was always the star of the show, and no matter where they went, what they did, or what they said, they never failed to attract attention. It's been some time since I've seen you, Princess Linda, and you've grown more beautiful. Borgo Valen, who has been with us since Agulhas, squinted at the flowery pair. You are radiant. If I were alone, I'd want you instead of the lovely Illumina I give to Paro. Well, Your Majesty, Valen, does that mean I'm going to be Illumina's mother? That's too much. No, this is. Laughing, murmuring, the crystal court grew brighter and brighter with the return of the gorgeous and cheerful princess. The party is in full swing. Then, a fanfare was blown loudly. It's you. Your Majesty is here. There was a general murmur. Although the coronation ceremony had been completed, it was not until the final ordeal of Arcandros the Great was accomplished that the birth of King Paro could be officially recognized. With this appearance, the King of Paro, King Remus I, was truly presented to the people. Then, he will be presented to the people and go on a pilgrimage. His Holiness, King Remus I. While the reverberations of the high-pitched voice were still lingering, the people put down their cups, removed the shoulders of the beautiful princess they were holding, and waited in a dignified manner. Oh, my God! He wore a small lunar crown for banquets and audiences, instead of the ceremonial sun crown, and his attire had been changed to a long robe of white with gold thread engraved with images of the universe, a wide sash, and slim trousers. However, only the purple royal robe was shorter than the formal ceremonial robe, but it was made in the same manner. One's parents, elder brother. Suddenly, Neris saw that people were looking at Remus askance. Remus, he's changed. I don't need Neris's penetrating eyes to know that. The change was so obvious that it could be seen clearly. What did he see and hear in the basement of the Tower of Janus, and what did the spirit of Arcandros the Great tell him in the first place? Remus's pale cheeks grew pale and firm, his eyes darkened and took on a rather dark, cold light. Perhaps this was the reason why he looked so meek. Already, there was no trace of the gentle-hearted, soft-hearted, shy child he had once been, nor of the frustrated, faltering expression of a boy who had just woken up, struggling with pride and ambition, trembling with anxiety, caught between his age and his own pride. People saw him as if he had suddenly grown 10 years older and his body had also suddenly grown a size larger. I am King Remus I of Paro. I am honored by your presence tonight at my coronation and coronation banquet. Quietly, Remus said. It was not a loud voice, but it went everywhere in the wide crystal room. Tonight is a memorable night for me, and I hope you will celebrate with me to your heart's content. But first, I ask your permission to conduct my first political act as King of Paro. He's changed, that boy. She's not shy anymore, she's poised. She's so fine. Linda whispered softly to Phyllis, who was standing beside her, and smiled at Remus, her eyes welling up. But Remus glanced at her, and as soon as his eyes met Linda's, he pulled his face tight and turned away. Linda's face changed. And what is that festival? Although I have been permitted by the gods and my fathers to ascend to the sacred throne, I am still a young man, as you can see, and I have neither the experience nor the wisdom to reign alone in this historic kingdom. Therefore, he will of course be assisted by many experienced civil and military officials, but in addition, I would like to formally appoint my cousin and beloved Lord Crystal, Aldo Neris, as my regent and prime minister of Paro, and rely on his abundant talent and learning. Oh, there is a faint groan. Aldo Neris is still 25 years old, only 10 years older than myself. But although he is still a young man, he is a man of talent known to all, and in addition, he is the one who, on my behalf, has brought Paro and the Crystal City back from Mongol. Moreover, he was more trusted by the people of Paro than I was in my youth. I believe that he is the most suitable person to serve as both a pillar of Paro and a staff for me as the Prince Regent. The people seemed to glance at each other, as if they were searching for each other's heart. My dear cousin, Lord Crystal Aldo Neris. Remus, with a frail body, strains his voice with dignity. Slowly, Neris emerged from among the people. A dazzling long robe with golden trimmings, a fur-trimmed cloak, and a wide sash tied around his narrow waist, the purple, white, and gold attire of Lord Crystal, a civil servant, replaced the formal attire of a military officer. Only Lord Crystal could be both a man of letters and a man of war. His calm, neat and dazzling figure immediately attracted attention. Remus's gaze toward her was dark, but firm. Will you accept my first request as king? Behind the people, Valerius cast his piercing gaze upon his two cousins. His Majesty King Remus I, the new king of Paro. Slowly, Neris knelt at Remus' feet, unsheathed the ornamental sword at his waist, and held the blade out to the king, facing him. Was there not a slight ironic, mangled glint in his dark, black eyes? If I were a vassal to the only sovereign I have ever known, it would be a crime worthy of death to disobey his order. Neris said graciously. It is with great regret that I, Aldo Neris, Lord of the Crystal, accept the great office of regent at your behest. Will you take it? Remus took Neris's sword, kissed the hilt lightly, and returned it to Neris's hand. Then he put the king's tin in his own hand and placed it on Neris's shoulder, who was still kneeling. I appoint Aldo Neris, Lord of the Crystal, as Lord Regent of the Holy King of Paro. Rems's voice, like the sound of an evening bell, drifted through the crystal gloomily and emotionlessly. Epilogue. The morning mist flowed in a lazy whirl. This is the neighborhood of Arenas Street in downtown Taurus. Although the war and the scourge of war are gone for the time being and the friendly peace has returned to Mongol, there are still black and burnt ruins and smashed houses everywhere, and the scars of war and looting have not healed yet. There was a man walking slowly and awkwardly through the town of Taurus in the morning mist, his footsteps echoing. No wonder he was so awkward, he was missing his left leg. He walked slowly with his trousers tied at his thighs and his crippled body on crutches, and stopped in front of a certain shop. It's called Smoke and Pipe Pavilion. Of course, the shop is still closed. I hear a loud woman's voice inside. It's morning. It's morning. Wait for me to open the door. Though you can't see it now, it's a beautiful morning. It'll be fine today. The sky is so... At the sound of the voice, the door swung open and Ollie came out, looking very tired and with gray hair. But, hi, Mom. As soon as she saw the man standing in front of the shop and heard his voice calling her, she collapsed in a heap. It's Dan, Mom. I just got home. What? What's wrong? What's going on? A feeble voice came from inside the shop. But Ollie's eyes were fixed on his son's feet. Dan, your leg. What? Dan. Did you say Dan? Didn't you just hear Dan's voice? A voice screaming. Dan gasped as he saw his father, Gidaro, stumbling out of the room, looking desperate. Father. Are you blind? They're from Kumu. A Kumu soldier hit your father in the face with a lit Maki Zappo because he wouldn't serve him alcohol. Gradually, a sob escaped Ollie's throat. Dan. Dan has a leg. Dan, really, Dan, it's you. You're alive. You're back. You're alive, and you're with us. Gidalo's binoculars were white. Tears trickled down from his eyes to his sore cheeks, and he hurriedly tried to touch his baby with his hands. Dan stood there staring at his old father. Slowly, hot tears fell from his eyes. Finally, Gidaro found him. He groped his son's face, shoulders, arms, his whole body, checked him, and embraced him. I think they cut off Dan's foot. Dan's leg. Ollie began to moan and cry. But Gidalo's wounded face shone brightly. A leg or two, man. Dan's home. That's all that matters. What about my eyes? I get to hold Dan like this. I can hear Dan's voice. Dan, you made it back alive. Father. The quiet young man cradled in his arms his mother and father, who seemed to have lost a great deal of weight over the years. For a few moments, the three children, sobbing inaudibly, did not make a single movement. And it was Gidalo who gently raised himself. Old, wounded, lightless, his face wet with tears, he looked up and bared his face to heaven. Dear God, thank you, he whispered. God takes and he gives. Thank you. He lost his eldest son in the war, his only son lost one leg, he himself lost his eyesight, and even his shop was destroyed, but the cry of this old man's soul was, thank you. Was his prayer. The light of the morning streamed graciously into his whitened eyes and burned face, and the old man wrapped his son's hand in his wrinkled one, and did not move for ever and ever.